Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much. Welcome to Mtembe TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion show. I'm glad that you found time to join us. We apologize for starting out late today, but I trust you are there out ensuring that you follow each and every aspect of our broadcast. And this is one show that gives you an opportunity for you to air what is on your heart and on your mind as far as the latest development of our politics is concerned. Well, we are here to see to it that we have a serious discourse on our party primaries and what they are becoming. There are surprises and surprises with every passing day. We don't know which is which and what is going on. Those that are likely to win are losing, and those that are winning are shockers. What is going on with our party primaries? Are they imagined or they are real? That is what I want us to look at tonight. And also, what next for the losers? What becomes of those that participated into the primaries and lost? Is it the end of the road for them? Or there is another avenue for them to use to get into this race come August 9th, 2022. Of course, there is voter apathy across the country. This is something that needs to concern us. So what should be done? We'd love to hear what you think about all this. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it and allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in studio for us to start out the discussion. Thank you very much. Those of you that are joining fast and furious, thank you, Tatu Juma. Hello to you, Erastus Obudo. We appreciate you. Educationist Kennedy, following from Nanti County. Thank you so much. Fatma Nasimiyu, good evening to you, watching from Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Thank you so much. Kuna Joben Otieno, you're tuned in. Thank you so much. Anderson Neta, karibu sana. Hi to you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you, Lasava Juma, following from Cliffy. Asante sana. Kuna Afemfuna Amechi Adebiyi. This has a complicated name. Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Akengo Okwangu on board. We salute you, Rose Anderson. Thank you so much. Happy to see you. Kuna Jacob Jaffet. Asante sana. Kuna Richard Makiadi. We thank you, bro. Karibu sana. Sam Ada. Asante sana. Joining from Boston. Karibu sana. God's favorite. It is a TB. Okay, thank you so much. Kuna Ustad Savan Swale, thank you so much. Hamis Rajab, karibu kwa show. Albert Makoha wa Malwa, propaganda tupu. Joe, tuletee mbivu na mbichi basi. Rajab Abdallah, karibu kwa show. We Jaho, thank you so much. Judith Richards, we salute you. Vaseline Musundi, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi, tunawakaribisha. Hii ni Mtembe TV, tunakupatia fursa ya wewe kusema yale unayofikiria kuhusu yale yanayojiri katika siasa zetu. Ni muhimu kila mmoja ahakikishe kwamba anachangia kuhakikisha kwamba nchi inasonga mbele katika mawazo yetu, katika maneno yetu na matendo yetu. Kwa hivyo karibuni sana, tumia hiyo link kuja studio, tuongee mbivu na mbichi usiku wa leo katika kuhakikisha kwamba siasa zetu zinachukua mkondo ambao unafaa kusaidia nchi ili kila mmoja asibaki nyuma. Bwana Wangira, habari ya leo?
Niko salama.
Huko dunia gani leo? Leo nimechelewa, nilikuwa natoka Nakuru ndio nimeingia sasa hivi.
Asante.
Yes.
Sinaweza mkubalia Kennedy aanze alafu nijitayarishe ndio nikuje baadaye.
Wewe unajiandaa alafu nakuja hapa. Pole lakini dakika mbili.
Leo
Kennedy
okay,
namna
sawa.
gani? Bwana Kennedy upo?
Minister Bernard Nico, I'm very happy to join the conversation tonight. Actually, this is a very informative conversation. I'm privileged that I started joining the show. I think it was last week, and since ever then, I've never stopped joining. Yeah, I'll invite my friends. It's very informative. People are so mature. They discuss mature politics, things that can move our country forward. Thank you, Bernard. Hi, Mr. Wangira. I've seen you tonight. Hi, Mr. Wangira. I've seen you tonight. We were with you yesterday night. Thank you.
Bwana Kennedy, hii mambo unaona inaenda vipi? Nominations zinakaa watarajiwa hawapati, wasiotarajiwa ndio wanapata.
Okay, so Bernard,
yes.
I think I'm not so fluent in Kiswahili. I'll mix with English. I think allow me to do that.
Whichever.
Allow me to mix English with Kiswahili. Yeah. So according to me, these nominations, they're imagined. Actually, they're not really, because, for instance, if you look at what happened in this UDA nomination, it's very easy to manipulate these results, because one, they're saying that they don't need party candidates or party members to vote. What happens to the other group? What happens to areas whereby this measure can't be enforced strictly, whereby people can just come in and vote? So you realize that someone can ferry his or her supporters to that location, then they vote for him or her. So you can't say that. For instance, let's say I'm vying for a particular post, let's say an MCA. It's very easy for me to ferry my supporters or encourage them to register as UDA members, or for example, ODA members. Then on the day I ferry them to come and vote for me. So realize that 20% will vote for me, I'll be given the ticket. But what about the 80% who have not voted for me? So to me, the best way forward with the nomination is do what ODM did. I think polling is the best. Just do your scientific polling. Go on the ground, do scientific polling, identify the popular candidates and give them direct nomination. Don't subject people to these mini polls like what UDA did last time. I'm not trying to criticize them, but I'm just saying that it's very easy to be manipulated. They don't reflect the will of the people. That's why candidates may be given tickets and then they end up losing the election. So realize that a party may end up losing very important seats because they didn't give popular candidate seats. The nomination were manipulated. That's why, to me, okay, I'm a member of a particular party, but I normally shy away from going to vote in those primaries, because according to me, they don't reflect the will of the people. They reflect the will of the people. So, for example, if you look at places like, for example, in Mount Kenya, those candidates who lost, for example, I'll give you a good example in Kiambu County. The candidate who lost, it's called somebody Waruto. I think somebody Waruto who lost the Kiambu gubernatorial seat. That candidate may be popular than Wangamati. They can't tell. But see, Wangamati played his card well and everything else is given the ticket. So to me, party primaries don't reflect the will of the people. If you want to do a good party primary, go identify the candidates, do a polling over time, then give direct ticket to those candidates. Because if you actually pick some few candidates, you take them to the polling, and then you say the party members are the ones who are going to vote. Then those candidates ferry their parties members. They tell them, oh, I want you to relocate to this particular polling station, go and register as a UDM member there or ODM member there. Then the day you bring like a magnitude of them to come and vote for you. You see, then in the long run, in a short while, you announce as the winner with 20% of the electorate. You see, you are cheating yourself. So that's my stand. You are cheating yourself. They are imaginary, according to me. They don't reflect the will of the people, Mr. Bernard.
Asante sana, asante. Thank you so much, Bana Kennedy, for your views. Let's dive into this, get to the bottom of the whole thing, because the participation of the people is important. And I would wonder why we should be having the party primaries, and we are using the registered voters register, where anybody can vote. That in itself, we are not stamping the authority of our political party. And so we are defeating justice in the cause of trying to find nominees for our party.
Bernard, I'd like to add something.
Yes, sir.
Please allow me to add something. You see,
okay.
This party primaries can work well in mature democracies like the US. You see, in the US, there are people who have born, or there are people who have registered as Democrats. It's not easy to jump the ship to be a Republican. So there are states that are known as Democratic states. Then there are states that are known as Republican states. So you go to a particular state, realize that like 80% of those particular people are Democrats. You see? We go to a particular state, realize that like 80% of those particular people are Republican. So in those kind of states, where 80%, like say, let's say, for example, California, we realize that 80% of Californians are the Democrats. Or let's say a place like New York, realize that 80% of those New York, those people coming from New York are Democrats. When you organize a primary in a place like that, you realize that 80% of the people will vote. Okay, if you go to a place like, let's say, the battleground states, like we normally have, like they normally swing between Democrats and Republicans. So it's upon the Democrats to elect their candidate, then the Republicans elect their candidates. Then it can go the other way. But in a place like Kenya, where politics change, today you see our politics basically tribal. Today I'm supporting this candidate because you see my tribe is aligned there. Today I'm in this party because like that. The party primaries can't work well in the developing democracies like Kenya. Or let's say it can work well in places like Tanzania. You see, we can't compare Tanzanian democracy with Kenyan democracy because of the CCM. It's so strong there.
I choose to look at it differently.
Yeah.
What ails our parties in Kenya is that of late, not in the past, of late, we have party membership that is not organic. We have party membership that is artificial, generated on the computer. It doesn't have faces behind those names. But the old Kano system, where they used to go every location, recruiting members, physical members, and you had to have a Kano card. Then when the primaries are done, it's Kano members that participate. So there is a form of laziness that, or rather shortcuts that our current political parties, instead of going out to recruit members, they just go to M-Pesa places, pick names and their signatures and all that, and then come up with something to present in the name of our party members who are not party members. So if we go back to ensure that we have organic party membership, our political parties will be vibrant and they will be able to conduct primaries without any problem. We don't need to be a 200-year-old democracy in order to control. We do university caucus elections as students. The primary school kids nowadays are electing their president. So if we can organize students in a school setting and they are able to vote as classmates or as schoolmates, what is difficult about us going out there and recruiting members who we know are our members, other than all this, trying to defeat the whole process and mar it with bad name when it is born out of our own laziness.
Uh,
Bernard.
You can come in shortly, but quickly we go to Swale. Thank you.
okay, Bernard. I think I'll disagree with you on that. You see, trying to say KANU or trying to use KANU as a benchmark of Kenyan democracy is very wrong. You see, KANU was able to recruit members because they were using the state, they were using chiefs and every other people to recruit members. Let's take a party like ODM. First, they don't have the funds. You see, they're depending from the exchequer from the government. Sometimes the government may actually delay because you are competing with the party. ODM is competing with the.
Okay.
ODM
you see, the oldest party as at now, and it has membership across the country. ODM has funding. Okay. The ODM members of parliament fund the party. There was a time when there was party membership. When you are registering as a party member, there was some form of a fee. And when ODM goes out to recruit members, they do road shows. They recruit people who are physical people, not an issue of you going to collect names and presenting faceless names to the registrar of political party and claim to have a party. Those briefcase parties are the ones messing up our politics, and we need to address them and not look for an excuse why we cannot get. You shouldn't even talk of a political party if you don't want to spend money to build it. If you want a political party, you should be willing to invest in it, raise the funds, and recruit members. Not pollute our politics by using the shortcut, okay, of getting names that are faceless, and you want us to believe that you are unable to. I don't think we are unable to. If Tanzania can do it, we can do it. And KANU, I just use it as an example in terms of its membership, not how democratic they were. The membership and the drive to get membership. It was a matter that everybody was to participate. Despite the fact they were using state machinery. That state machinery was part of the avenues of recruiting members, but at least they had organic members. They did not have artificial members like what we have today. Naomba hivi, let's move to Swale, then we'll come back. Swale, vipi?
Popo Bernard.
Karibu.
Asante, nimefika. Nimekawia kufika siku hizi studio, lakini nimeingia leo.
Mbona unajificha sana? Sura tunataka kuona.
Ndio nishaingia kitandani, sitaki nataka nikae tu huku ndani tu.
Basi changia tusonge mbele.
Kwanza sijui Ndeto alienda kazame wapi. Nauliza swali lake, sijui habari yake unayo ama una habari ya Ndeto.
Ndeto alikuwa kwa Kikuyu program last Friday. Akafurahiwa na Shiko. Sasa sijui kama bado amekauka ama.
Tulimwambia Ndeto ataonewa kivumbi na alikuwa nadhani atapata. Watashangaa yeye. Basi yote tisa tuseme kwamba UDA primaries have been shambolic in a way that watu hawajafurahia, but wengine wamesema tu ache ikae, wakapiga moyo konde, wakasema kwamba acha tu wasalimu amri. Kwanza kabisa, let me congratulate this young girl by the name Toto. She was my neighbor in Bomet. Alifanya kazi pale sana, ingawa walikuwa wanataka kumuibia, lakini Mungu alikuwa na yeye. When we talk about these primaries of UDA, let me just say most of the primaries, not only UDA but the parties, it is being yani kwamba inachangiwa na fujo na wizi, because some are being favored by other influential people in the party, and then how much do you, okay, how valuable are you that you can contribute to the party? That those are the things that other people do determine. Remember, Ruto said that he was to supervise the nominations by himself, but I didn't see him doing anything or saying anything concerning the Embu.
Sorry bwana Sol Twalei. Neti imekataa. Samahani. Okay, naomba turudi kwa bwana Wangira na tumai uko ready. Ama tumchukue
Okay,
ukanda kwanza.
wacha nichangie.
Haya, endelea.
You know, you have raised a very important question on whether political party primaries are real or imagined. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, political parties primaries in Kenya are imagined activities. And the reason why I'm saying the imagined activities is because most of the political parties we have in this country are vehicles that are used for a particular election. Or they're like these SIM cards in the United States, you know, in the United States, you can buy a number specifically to make a particular call. And after you are done with that particular call, then you can dispose of that number. And then you wait for another day when you want to make a call. Then you buy a number, then you use it, then you dispose. That's how we are using political parties in this country. Perhaps apart from ODM that has been alive now for the last 15 years, majority of these political parties are just vehicles of convenience for purposes of enabling people to win elections. Just look at now what we have in the name of UDA. UDA is a vehicle that was crafted a few months ago for purposes of enabling William Ruto and his team to make it into the political leadership. And you see, that's why they are now finding it very difficult to even have members. I remember they told us that they have 8 million registered members. So if you have 8 million registered members in your register, then why should you be using the IBC register? If you have your own, if you have your own registered members, you know, that is the question many people are asking. And this is because in this country, political structures, instead of political structures, instead of dwelling on developing politics as a matter of process, you know, they deal in events. You know, like nomination is an event. Instead of nomination being a process, they could have started organizing for nominations 4 years ago by making it as a process, ensuring that they have credible members register, uh, which could have been used for this particular process. But because they don't believe in the process, they believe in the event, that's why they were not prepared by the time they went into the nomination. And that's the problem we are having in this country. Unlike in other countries like Tanzania, what my brother there has said, where you find a political party like CCM that has well structured processes within the political parties that ensures that this particular political party remains vibrant. Bernard, just as I finish, there's this issue, you know, it's not part of our discussion, but it has been the topic of the day here. For those people who have been following news since morning, it has been the topic of the day, and perhaps I need to talk about it. You know, the Wiper Party and its leadership is becoming the biggest baggage we have in the Azimio, in the Azimio One Party, in the Azimio One Kenya. If you listen to Kalonzo Musyoka and you listen to people associated to him, then you fail to understand what they really want. Kalonzo Musyoka the other time told us that he's ready to take whichever position that is going to be given within the Azimio political party. But now, today, here he is now demanding that he must be considered for the position of the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And if you listen to a guy like Maanzo, you remember it, for guys who remember Maanzo is the guy who disappeared with our certificate in 2007, our ODM Kenya certificate that made us to go shop for another certificate. Eh, and today, some of the things he has talked about, will make some of us, even if we were to consider Kalonzo Musyoka for the running mate of Raila Odinga, then we'll have to think otherwise. Because we don't want Raila Odinga to have a running mate who will later on become a deputy president of the Republic of Kenya and will end up being as problematic the way William Ruto is to President Uhuru Kenyatta. Imagine Maanzo telling us that no Kalonzo, no Raila. And then he goes ahead to tell us that if Kalonzo will not be the running mate of Raila Odinga, they will go around Ukambani and they will tell the people in Ukambani to vote for the governor, senator, women rep, MP, and a member of the county assembly and skip that ballot of the president. So what is he telling us? Are they trying to blackmail Raila Odinga into forcing him to have Kalonzo Musyoka as his running mate? Because for Raila Odinga to have Kalonzo Musyoka as running mate, this must be matters of goodwill, matters of good faith. But the way they are doing it, you don't see the goodwill there. You don't see the good faith in what they are trying to do. And even if you listen to Mutula Kilonzo Jr., it's the same type of talk. And Kalonzo even today went as Kalonzo even went as far today as saying that kama mnatafuta Mkikuyu kuwa mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga, mimi ni Mkikuyu. Now imagine he's now saying that if they are looking for a Kikuyu to become Raila Odinga's running mate, then he's a Kikuyu. Look at that type of desperation in Kalonzo Musyoka and his team. And he's not arguing well for those of us in Azimio. And this desperation is not very good. And as far as I'm concerned, if it's about having Kalonzo Musyoka as Raila Odinga's running mate, then Raila Odinga needs to think twice. Because if Kalonzo Musyoka perhaps becomes Raila Odinga's running mate, it could just be as problematic the way William Ruto is to Uhuru Kenyatta today. Let me just leave it at that, Bernard. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Bonawangira, and I appreciate you for bringing up that. I think is something that we have exhausted in terms of discussing Kalonzo, especially on this particular platform. In my opinion, the more and the less Kalonzo is given attention, the better. Let him be ignored. If he wants to go to the ballot, he's free to. Let him try whatever means that is available to him. Why should somebody cry to be running mate? He can as well be president. Let him run for presidency. This babysitting program, I don't think we have time for it. Kennedy, we must bring in new people. I give you half a minute. Unmute.
Sorry. Oh, thank you, Bernard, for giving me half a minute to actually my brother Wangira said concerning Kalonzo. One thing that Azimio has to accept is that Kalonzo is a seasoned politician. We can't actually sweep him under the carpet. That's a reality. When you look, let me jog your memory where Kalonzo actually is causing all these jitters of late. When you look at the council members that actually form Azimio, you see it was expanded from 7 to 11 against the wish of the Wiper Party. So when you look at the council members, so far, President Uhuru Kenyatta has 5 council members on his side. Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has 4 council members on his side. So the president has 5. Raila Odinga Honorable has 4. So those ones comes to 9. Then Kalonzo has 2. So let's say the issue of running mate is taken to the plenary or is taken to the council to be voted. Obviously, Kalonzo will lose because you need the support of the president to fully back him, and then the also his members to fully back him, so that he has 6 against 4. So in the cases the president doesn't support him, he's going to lose. So all these things, when let's say president fronts someone and he has 5, and actually get 1 from the Honorable Raila Odinga, he will have his way. So my opinion is this: we need Kalonzo. We need him very much. Why do we need Kalonzo? We need Kalonzo because the mountain is a bit slippery.
Bernard, I think you give this guy 1 minute. He cannot just go on and talk, come back, talk. Aye.
Yeah, Honorable Bundi, relax. But
Let me contribute. Yes.
Yeah, Kwanzaa Kennedy, you have stirred up another water. I want us to a relationship. Okay, for example, I want you to remember that when Kalonzo was to join Azimio, it is Kalonzo that insisted that he will join Azimio through Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah, that's true.
Good. So whatever slot Uhuru Kenyatta has, he shares it with Kalonzo. If Kalonzo has a problem with Azimio, he should be talking to Uhuru Kenyatta, not talking to Raila Odinga, because Uhuru Kenyatta is his patron in this particular venture. Yeah. So him addressing Raila Odinga is defeating his own set rules, and that makes him unfit, in my opinion. So this is somebody who wants to manipulate others to get what he knows is not even rightfully his. So that in itself qualifies him to be disqualified, in my opinion. But let's we have the whole night to deal with that. We'll look into that. Let's give everybody to make their opening remarks, and then we move on.
Okay, thank you, Brother Bernard.
Yeah. Caleb, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Namna gani leo?
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Today, I don't think I have much to talk about, and I can only talk about the primaries which are going on. You know, Mr. Bernard, first, I think, primaries are a test for the parties according to their democracy. You know, a party is whereby now we test how the party can conduct itself when given its freedom without the interference from the other parties. And from the look of things, from the ongoing primaries, we have seen the UDA and then the ODM. I think they're going on tomorrow. I don't know, in Kisumu and Migori. I think it's a very big step, but I think, again, we have some reservation about the nominations. You know, some candidates have been complaining. Again, I don't know, the corruption and all that. I've heard somebody trying to question how the lady from Bomet County ended up being the flag bearer of UDA for the women rep position in Bomet County. You know, sometimes let us give credit where due, because now you cannot even try to discredit each and every person. Your nominations imekuja, people have been participating in nominations. Obvious, hakuna competitor mtu ameshinda akakubali nimeshindwa fairly and squarely. Ni wachache sana, unless from the Charles Keter, who was running for the governor in Kericho County. I had him concede defeat. But hao wengine, everybody always look for an issue to raise to an issue. Haizi kubali atoka seme hapa yenyewe na nimeshindwa. That's the real problem that we have in Kenya, whereby we have 7 opponents, and all of the seven I don't know, not opponents, 7 aspirants, all of them want the same party ticket, which is not possible in this case, because one has to win and then the others have to lose. So they have to support the person who has won. Because ukisema umeibiwa, and then if you look at the people who are not wanasema umeibiwa, if you even had 7 of the 6 aspirants, they cannot match the number of votes that the winner had. So ukishinda wameibiwa, aliibiwa kura ngapi ndio wanasema ameibiwa. And even if wangekuja pamoja washikane, they couldn't have made any difference. So I think the nominations, shida ni mtu ukikubali, wani ukishashindwa kubali. No, so let's stop the drama. But again, there are some issues whereby unapata pia kura zinaibiwa, whereby in UD uliona sometimes unaona in some places there are some ballot papers which were
Sorry bwana Caleb, inaonekana neti yako imekataa. Pole, utarudi baadaye. Bwana Honorable Bundi, namna gani?
Mzuri sana bwana Ben.
Yes, karibu.
Angalia, Selina umekula nyama? Anyway, I'm happy to see everybody around, and I'm glad to. First, I want to go straight to first 1 second for Karonso issue. I interrupted Kennedy because amesema we cannot deny Karonso. Where was Karonso when Asmiu was being pulled? Karonso amekuwa akitangatanga akiendelea kusema he must be president, he must be president. And who is Karonso actually in Asmiu? For me, usiturasimisie Karonso kama unampenda. Kama atachaguliwa sawa, watakuwa ni fefa amepewa. But he is nothing in Asmiu. I'm telling you the truth. Afadhali kupembeleza Mutua wapaki those 3 governors intact rather than having Karonso. But if they agree, we cannot deny these 3 governors in the favor of Karonso because he has just come. Wezi pata watu wamejenga nyumba yao, wamesaa jenga, wamemaliza, alafu sasa you come out with some powers, unnecessary powers. So Kennedy, please, hiyo rafu yako na Karonso is all about you. Asmio ilianza kitambo, Karonso alikuja kama mgeni, hata kucha kama atupange, aongoje apangwe. That is the fact, and you will not run away from that fact. We better, why you not talking? Why you not telling us about Ngiru? Yeah, Ngiru has been there with the Papa all the time. We better give that woman a chance. Also, because matters are also supposed to be represented. So for me, Karonso is a nothing, Mr. Kennedy. If you have his contact, tell him people are seeing you like nothing in Asmio. And what you want to know, Raila must be president, and they need somebody who's not a traitor, like the things we are seeing in between Ruto and our president. That is the fact. Ukibadilika ile kesho meeting kutoka ofisi kwenda ngine, mkutano ofisi, kesho press conference, mkutano press conference, leo statement, maanzo ndio wanatutukana, wanataka kutukana. What the hell are we doing? About primaries, because I wanted to just take 2 minutes. About primaries in Kenya, I am not going to cite you. I want to be very honest. Chama ndio inapeana mwenye anasimama, sio vota. The party, according to our constitution, is the party who is supposed to give a candidate to IPC. Ndio anawaambianga there is what we call royalty. Fidelity ile ya nani alisema. That's where we are. And that's where likes of Gladys Wenger and others were given direct ticket. And see, now we have something in the Senate. Akina Mutua, they are not there. Akina Orengo, they are not going to be there. The party tarara iweke mtu kwa sababu he cannot express anything in parliament. Tumweka tu kwa sababu tumweka. We need Mairachi. There is a lot of tax in budgeting, some constitutional amendments. We need a lot in the Senate. We need a lot in the parliament. So those are the things the party is looking when they are choosing somebody to be given a ticket. And I'm telling you that is the fact. We need Sivuna like anything in the Senate. Sivuna, if go west, east, west, we must need him to defend the president of the day. I rest my case.
Asante bwana Bundi. Mama Selina.
Kuuliza, asante sana Honorable Bundi. Kalonzo anasema ama wanasema bila Kalonzo hakuna baba. Sasa nauliza, no Kalonzo, no Raila. Sasa mheshimiwa, wakati baba alianza BBI akaenda kusunguka Azimio Kenya, and by the way alienda Kasarani akasema ana support baba. Hii drama yote anafanya tu wanataka kukua vice ama running mate. Nani anamtafutia kura? Na wakisema wanataka kuboycott hiyo kiti ya juu wapate hiyo ingine, nataka mheshimiwa aniambie, kwa sababu atuonei Kalonzo, ni maneno yake ndio inafanya watu wanachoka. The mother Karuas, hii watu ingine wote wanatembea wakiomba kura, mbona watalalamika? Kalonzo anasema mniombee nitanyang'anywa. Ananyang'anywa nini? Ni chipu tu hiyo mheshimiwa, alafu nitangoja wakati yangu.
Serena, I want to be very honest that everybody who has equal votes like of Kalonzo can start this kind of war. I think Kalonzo will not make it. If we go to Ruyas and they try to ask the number of Ruyas, the vote of Ruyas have, the Ruyas has a right to ask for 30 VP if we talk of number. If we talk of number, I collect the voters of Kisii region. Nichanganya na Wakuria because Wakuria na Wakisii ni kitu moja. I'm telling you today, Kalonzo will not even talk. Hata Wakisii we are unreachable to ask for that VP. But we went mute because as we want Raila to be president. Hatutaki hiyo vita. And I'm telling you, Ruyas, everybody know Ruyas, what kind of voters they have. If we go to Mombasa, you know how royalty Mombasa, unajua Mombasa vile wamesimama na baba. They have every right. Waulize hii kiti ya vice president. And when you see now, Kalonzo cannot assume that he is the one who messed Raila on 207. Raila angekuwa angeretire 2017. Is the one who made that Musa anang'ang'ana sahi. The foundation we want them to put angekuwa amemaliza. Sahi tungekuwa tunakula matunda. He just come. Ametupinga paka hot hour. He just came demanding a VP. I'm telling you, kama atampatia kuna watu tutafutia Ruto. Sasa wananchi, even as actually before I go, Serena, we are in Nairobi aspirants, we are making a very serious press conference on next Friday. We are demanding Papa to give us a vice president in 48 hours for us to move. We get out of that topic. Wakutoka atoke, wakukaa kae. Mapema ni mzuri.
Haya, asante sana bwana Honorable Bundi kwa maoni yako, nashukuru. Na mambo ndio haya na chacha moto, lazima kila mtu kujitahidi. Mary Agecha, kama unanipata, your device is not well configured, so we cannot add you to the studio. Please rekebisha. If you're using phone, restart your phone. You can install the StreamYard app on the Google Play Store. That will help you configure faster and you'll get into the studio. So if you can get me, Mary Agesha, basi rekebisha, utapata nafasi ya kuingia studio. Kama urekebishi basi ni ngumu sana, haitawezekana. Wewe hata tukikuongeza utaweza kuchangia kwa sababu your gadget is not well configured. Haya, naomba sasa tuende nani? It's the turn for Mama Selina kabla ya Martin. Mama Selina yuko? Martin, karibu. Mbio tusichukue muda sana.
Hata sina muda sana. Mimi unajua hata hii si masaa yangu, nimeingia tu mapema kwa sababu kuna mali nimeguzwa. Na unajua mimi hii kitu nishachoka na leo nimefurahi hata kafuta nimeingia. Budi amesema kila kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Guys. Nitasema tena hapo, we have been singing it. Kalonzo atafanya Raila apoteze kura. Na venye Mr. Mbudi amesema, ikienda sana by the way tutahama ama tukae neutral. Because hatuwezi shinda tunarukia kitu moja Kalonzo. Kuna mtu watu kwa ameniuliza, we Mati na watu wako wanatusumbua. Mimi karibu niache kuwa Mkamba sasa, because Kalonzo is bringing so much problems into this Baba's Nelson Mandela moment that is supposed to help our country. One day we think we are finished, tumemaliza. The next day kitu ingine inakuja. Mnaenda kumaliza hii, inakuja. Hata nataka kuwa sijui 3-legged stool, tunaingiza watu wengine inakuwa 11, tena kitu ingine inakuja. Tutashinda hapa mpaka lini? I've always said, Bernard, and you know, I've always said we can get rid of Kalonzo and have the 3 governors, and I tell you, you have the whole Ukambani on your basket. Kalonzo is just, and I'm so tired of talking about him. Kalonzo is just, initwaji mtu akona kiburi, anataka kuwa pale juu kabisa on the table, but he brings nothing. Hakuna. Kama angetuletea MP watatu Ukambani, atuonesha 4 ama 3 governors, I mean we have 3 governors, atuonesha governor moja wa nini, tugejua. Yana kuja kutupa watu huko tu. Sasa kina Joho wameenda wametulia, kina Ngilo wametulia huko, Mutua wametulia huko, na venye tulikuwa na, and we have so much limited time to start campaigning as Azimio la Umoja. Right now, kuweka kila mtu. I was watching Mutembe TV, that the one that goes to the streets, Jacaranda. Hata watu wamesema aende kama anataka kwenda. We don't, you know, in fact, hiyo Mbudi amesema Raila aseme running mate wake leo, aseme Karua, na mwenye yuko okay atembe. Ama hata aseme Joho. Mwenye yuko, then now we know what the structure and how we are going to attack this thing. But we cannot keep on here mark timing and time is running out. You know, expecting the other side to fail so that we can go on. Me, I'm done. But the only one thing I'll say, and I said it yesterday, 2% was a shame. To get 2% turnout, that was a real shame. And that was when I solidified my thinking that this is going to be the most peaceful election we've ever had, because the margin is going to be so high. Hata mwingine hataweza kwenda kucomplain. So Bernard, that was my starting. Maybe nikichelewa kidogo, maybe nitachomoka nitarudi baadaye, but ni story ya Kalonzo imeni nini sitaki kusikia story, na niliwaambia Bernard, wendo umegeuka siku hizi. Salamu.
Asante Bwana Martin, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tusonge mbele. Bwana Moses Chege, namna gani? Unmute, your mic is off. Click on the mic beside your name.
I think utaweza kunisikia vizuri. Can you hear me very well?
Yes, nakupata, lakini kuna kelele fulani nyuma yako.
Yeah. Lakini kuna swali moja tu ningependa kuuliza the delegates ambao wa mtandao. Yeah. Hello.
Bwana, uliza swali mbio tafadhali.
Yeah, swali nilikuwa nataka kuuliza ni kwamba hawa presidential candidates siku yao ya mwisho ya kupeana majina ya their running mates ni lini? Because naona shida ni hatujapewa running mates wao, hatujajua ni akina nani, na mwisho ni IBC kana ipate hayo majina, kwa sababu hapo ndio kuna maneno, kwa sababu Raila na Ruto mpaka leo hawajapeana majina ya their running mates. Na huu mtandao naona sasa pale umefika ni kwamba tunataka sisi wote kujua running mate wa Raila, running mate wa Ruto ni nani. Sasa when is the end? Hapo ndio sijajua, na ningependa nifafanuliwe na wale wanajua. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you Bwana Moses kwa swali lako zuri kweli. Bwana Wangira, do you have that schedule ya IBC?
Which schedule?
When the presidential candidates are supposed to be cleared by May.
Yes, they are supposed to be cleared by May, and I've seen in tomorrow's Star, they are saying that the presidential candidates must have their running mate by the 28th of this month.
Yes, the 28th of this April.
Yeah, this April. That will be next week. Next week on Thursday. Next week, I am supposing that today is Monday. So if today is Monday, then the next week on Thursday, that will be the 28th of April. That should be the date they should be having the names of their running mates presented to the IBC.
Okay, then we are not far from it. I think there is no need for pressure. Probably that's why Kalonzo is fighting tooth and nail. Kalonzo should be kept away from that seat by all means. Hata kama wameshindwa, mimi nitaenda kutupa nje. We don't need anybody who is troublesome near the seat. Not this time. Inji lazima isonge mbele, na kama inji inasonga mbele, lazima kila mtu anavuta one direction. Not the other person want to be pulling the other direction. Hiyo atukubali. The Bible says a wise man sees a problem ahead and takes another route, but a fool walks on until he gets into that trouble. Kalonzo has already shown us the colors, what he intends to do with the Raila presidency. He is the bad man for that seat. So for that reason only, he should be kept away from it. Afanywe minister, I think he should be appointed ambassador. Apeleko huko mbali kabisa, akae huko, atarudi kuvai for presidency. Akimaliza huo ambassador. It should not be in anywhere governance is taking place, because he's here to frustrate the governance of this country, and with petty politics of Ukambani supremacy. He's the oldest politician in Ukambani. He should have already set his house in order. Why is he competing with Mutua and Ngilu and wherever Mudama, and then he wants Raila to help him humble his voice? That is not our work.
Bernard, there's a quote I picked online from a gentleman called Richard Mutinda, who was responding to this guy called Manzo. And if you can allow me just to read that quote, let me just do it as quickly as I can do it. Mutinda, there's that Mutinda writes to Manzo, and he says, you are misleading canvas a big deal. That's what he says. Then he continues saying, you will walk out of Azimio to the destination of your choice alone. We will vote for Raila Odinga without your direction. Suppose Kalonzo Musyoka, then he asks, suppose Kalonzo Musyoka gets slot number 2 and Raila Odinga fails to get the presidency. That's the question he's asking. Suppose Kalonzo Musyoka gets the slot number 2 and Raila gets to get the presidency. Wiper is at the same time compromising Nairobi governor's win by bringing in Kaloki, who is hardly known to Nairobian. Then I brings in the issue of Nairobi, where now Wiper is trying to complicate the issue of Nairobi gubernatorial race by bringing in Kaloki. Kaloki, and then he says, these politicians are in their own world. Then he says politicians like Wakina Kalonzo Musyoka are in their own world. So if you look at what Mutinda is saying in this particular quote, that just tells you that there are ordinary people within Ukambani who are just fed up with what Kalonzo Musyoka is doing. Ni hiyo tu, Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. And then the people who are tying the Ukambani vote to Kalonzo, as if Kalonzo is the one keeping the IDs and the voters cards for Kamba people, I don't think that is viable. People know what is right and know what is good for this country. It is not proper when us political analysts sit in the room and say that there is no way we can get the Ukambani vote without Kalonzo. That in itself is not an absolute reality. As much as Kalonzo may have a cloud, his cloud is not permanently tied to his. If he makes a decision against the people have a right to go against him. He doesn't decide for them. And to the best of my knowledge, the Kamba people were already in Azimio before Kalonzo. Kalonzo was the last one to join. So he may walk away alone. You should ask Mudavadi and consult with Wetangula and see what's happening on the ground as far as their backyard is concerned. There's no permanent supremacy over the people or permanent followership of you, especially when you're not providing the leadership. If you want to sustain followership, you must sustain leadership. Kalonzo has failed to provide leadership. He's busy fighting everybody on the ground so that he continues to be their prefect. It doesn't work that way, not in my school of thought. And I look forward to see him humbled, like he will end up exactly like Mudavadi, like Weta. And if he wants to go to UDA, let him go tomorrow morning. Let him go tomorrow morning. I dare him. Nobody's going to look for him. Okay? And him joining UDA will make no difference. As far as I'm concerned, the race between Raila Odinga and William Ruto is the cheapest race Raila Odinga has ever taken. Now, let me not talk too much. Tumulete nani huyu? Kimere, namna gani?
Hello Bernard, salama sana.
Siku mingi, kwani mimi ndio nimepotea ama ni wewe?
Nilikuwa ndani Friday hapa, tulikuwa na Mount Kenya Forum.
Oh, aha. Inaonekana I'm losing my members to the Kikuyu fraternity.
No, you are not. You are not actually, because I follow it every day. Mpaka sasa saa zingine nachelewa kwenda kazi juu nimelala usiku, siingii lakini niko in background.
Sawa sawa, karibu, toa mawili matatu.
Umenishtukia actually.
Hi Bernard.
My cousin atatoa.
Hi Bernard, it's Lily.
Yes, Lily, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. We are cousins.
Oh wow, good to see you.
Yeah, happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter to you too. Thank you.
Yeah. So we are saying about this Kalonzo man. Kalonzo anazubua sana. Why can't he quit and leave us alone and we'll make it?
Yes, if he thinks he is something, let him go for president. Why is he crying for deputy?
Yes. Why he did not go solo when he had not joined the Azimio? Because he's coming to disturb. Already we are all under pressure. There's nomination. There is a traversing in the country, or with a campaigning, and there is this now nomination of deputy. So it's too much in the plate for him now to come with the other baggages. Why is he doing it heartedly, or is just why these side shows all the time? So I feel like he should choose what he wants.
And if I may add, actually, because talking about Kalonzo,
yes,
Bernard, I would like someone to explain to me, because every time I was watching him today, he was in a church somewhere, wasn't he? And every time he stands, regardless whatever he has said, I'm in Azimio, I'm supporting Raila, but at the end, this man has always to focus on himself. Why is that so? That's something I would really like to understand.
That is his nature. That's the nature of his politics. I am coming to conclusion that Kalonzo has never been in politics for anyone else except him. And he has always gotten his way. You know, it's like we call them spoiled brats. Children who always get their way. And now when their way is denied, they want to throw tantrums and now want everybody to suffer because somebody has denied them something. That's exactly how Kalonzo is behaving. He's misrepresenting the eldership that he's supposed to be standing for.
Okay.
Then what's the difference between him and Ruto if they all aim for the Samsonian moment that if I come down, I bring everyone down with me? Because
That's why
that's
they should join each other. I think he should go and be running mate of Ruto.
yeah, exactly. Because at the end of the day, they're not helping.
Yeah, because actually we have those three governors from Mukabane. I think we are sorted, so he's free to go wherever he wants to go.
But he can't go now.
Yeah, he can join Mudavadi as
No,
well.
he can't. He has to wait 6 months now.
Oh
so
well,
he can't go.
then he can't stay in.
He can't go no, anyway. So what I think actually, other than pressing Raila, I see Muheshimiwa there. Who was it? Someone talked about that they're going to have a meeting on Friday to that the party should come up with running mate for Raila. But I don't think that's necessary because what is necessary now is the 11 member council, well, the 10 excluding him obviously because he is contentious. They should just tell him, look, you are not the one. We don't necessarily need to nominate whoever we want now, but we can definitely tell you it's not you. So at that point he can shut up. I think that's the way we should go, and then we can focus on other things. And now, what next for losers? Next for losers,
Oh yeah,
many of them will go independent. I gather. Like I've seen, well, Kate Warogoro will definitely go independent. I guess because I don't believe really UDA has. I don't think they have any will of repeating the nominations again, and that's why they are making it so complicated, telling these people to pay. If you have an appeal, you have to pay. They know a lot of people won't afford to pay, and a lot of people won't even be willing to pay because one is they don't have the money. Second, even if they have, they still don't have the trust that even if you appeal and you repay, it's kind of, you lose money twice and still lose the ticket. And then the time, because there's the time as well, because by the time they decide their appeal, even if they say, okay, we're gonna decide that we're gonna go back to the polls, get the nominations back. By the time they finish those nominations, then the IBC time will be elapsed. So the first ticket will be held. Whoever won the first time, you lost money and you haven't gained anything. So I think the wise ones will have to go independent. Otherwise, the others will have to swallow the bitter pill and either move on and come back to Azimio because most of them, the Jubilee members, ODM, but I don't think ODM had lost a lot. ODM has lost no one to UDA really. It's more, I think, it's more Jubilee. Jubilee is the most affected. So either they can come back there and hope that there will be mercy afterwards if Azimio wins, because in Azimio we are not litigious people, and we are not that we are not like some people we know that they keep vengeance. We are forgiving people. So most of those people, if they come and apologize and ask for forgiveness, I'm sure that we will forgive them and find a space for them. That's what I think for the losers. I don't know. I'm waiting for the Jubilee primaries. Really, we still don't. I think they had said the 19th. Can you confirm that for me, Bena? Or they have even declared
Let me check out exactly the Nini, but mostly I don't think we're going to have much of the
primaries.
primaries like the UDA did it.
Yeah,
Most of
it's
it will
more
be
consensus
consensus.
on the Jubilee
Yes,
side, right? And
because they
ODM.
want
You have to
to.
have very, very few ones, right? So that I think we are all right there. We don't have a lot of complaints there, though. We'll need in Mount Kenya, for example. I think we need more Jubilee members to to be candidates, so at least they can compete with the UDA people. And judging from what happened on Thursday and Friday, we have big hopes on things will turn around, and then we wait for the boss to go to Mount Kenya and see what happens after that. All right, I'm done. And yeah, my cousin, if she wants to add something.
Not really, not a lot, because I'm just wondering, why did they have voter apathy in the nomination, the ODA nomination, yet they were blagging with this cloud all the time, the hustlers. Where did the hustlers go on that day? So have they got job all of a sudden? So where are they? So to have the
They had gone to the hustler's mansion for handouts. They didn't show up for them.
There was no payment for
there's no
the
payment for the
voting.
days. So thank you very much.
We'll come in
later,
later.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Lily and Kimeri. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
Very interesting times to be alive. The hustlers were busy hustling. They couldn't go to vote. But Joben, namna gani sema?
Okay, good evening to everyone.
Good evening, good evening. How are you?
I'm good.
We can get you. Go ahead.
Okay, if I start my contribution to this, for the losers, it was their choice, because when these hustler narratives came in, it was like heaven. Everybody was jumping from Jubilee to this hustler nation, not knowing the same driver for that hustler nation. It is the same person who has been in that government each and every time. Today, he will say this, promise after promise, and these things, they are not there. So the only option for losers, as things stands for now, because for now, there is no hopes for most of them that they can go for another nomination. Even if you see those areas that were selected, they are not the main areas that most of the people were raising their complaints. It was just to show people that people were not happy with the nomination on certain areas. So we are going to do it again. Like there was a clip from Kimani from Kihiga of Nakuru, and she was so bitter. She really abused Farouk. Farouk, you are when you mjinga, when you umbwa, when you whatever sorts of insults. You think you can come to Nakuru and do whatever you want. If you are paid, these people, they are still here, and they will still have their voice. Meaning, there was somebody on that office that was selecting those people that should be given that certificate. Not that you are near the DP, you took photos, you throw insults to other parties, so that people might see you are a giant, but on the ground, people were waiting for you. So the only option that they will have, because I don't see if they can go back to Jubilee, because Jubilee is also full, and they have planned for their nomination. The same to ODM. Most of them will just go for independent to try their luck, but they will have it hard, because people are really looking for this nomination just to secure a ticket. After securing a ticket, it is the party to campaign for you, because they will be preaching 6 P's. So it was a favor somehow it's a favor for those people who garner the ticket. But if the performance was poor, they will still face the same people who are not for them on the ground. Okay, for Kalonzo, I think most of the people, you follow the politics of Kalonzo since ODM. Kalonzo is somebody who is who he has no stand. But the bad thing at this time is that Kalonzo is not having a proper people who can advise him. If you see somebody like Mutula Kilonzo, Jr. He's somebody who's just started politics recently, so he has no idea what the politics is. And on the other hand, maybe he's looking for that favor from people of Makweni for the governorship. You know, in politics, it's a very dirty game. You can use the popular candidate within your region to gain whatever you want, so that you gain and the other person lose. For example, in Azimio, we are having like above 23 parties, almost 29 parties, affiliate parties. What if all these people, everybody tomorrow comes out, I want to be the deputy president, I want to be a deputy president? What will happen? It will drag us back. And Kalonzo is playing cards that he knows very well. He's not going to be the one as a deputy president. He just wants to destabilize this party. Somebody like Dan Manzo. Dan Manzo is a big joker. Most of the time, he's not a serious guy. Why is he not selected on such issues, on such important committees within Azimio? Because he's a big joker. And these are the people who are pushing Kalonzo. Kalonzo go for this, Kalonzo go for this. Before Kalonzo joined the Azimio, they had a demand that ODM must pay them their money. And when there was that funeral within Ukambani, I can't recall it well, he was proved wrong by the Secretary General or Sifuna. Sifuna told the people that were there, I have the records within the office, and I need the priest to come and see, so that Mutula Kilonzo can also confess. He was stopped on that. That was the first demand. So for now, the second demand, he knows very well that the wave is not for him, because everybody, even on the ground, people are looking for Mount Kenya. People are looking within Peter Kenneth and Martha Karua. And he knows very well. The other time he said that whatever capacity, he is able to work within the Azimio. What has changed? Kalonzo, he just want to bring a confusion within the party. And hata msichana ukitongoza sana, inafika time mpaka una give up, unasema sasa, wacha nijaribu mwingine. Because a lady cannot demand.
Wacha kutumia sayings za Selina. Hizo ni za Selina Sego.
Okay. Wacha sitasema hiyo basi, asante. Sasa ile whatever is there.
Keep wearing.
Whatever is there for now, we need a serious campaign and we need a serious people. Whatever Kalonzo is trying to do each and every time is like he's the one who is moderating these people to go on a media, say this, you say this, push for this, so that they build pressure within the Azimio. And I thank our president and also the fifth. They are not bothering about whatever Kalonzo is doing. They are busy doing their campaign. They are busy doing their activities. Kalonzo was expecting that after saying this, they will be the president to be the fifth will be on a press conference. No, those are the old tactics. Let the principals, let those people within that parties, they will give the best running mate. It is not him to demand. You can't demand, because this thing is a privilege. You got appointed. It is him now to wait. If the majority will decide Kalonzo to be the running mate, well and good. If the majority will decide the running mate is coming from Central, well and good. And we never know. Maybe the running mate might come even from Rift Valley. Okay? So it is still too early. So we have, for that, Kalonzo should stop his people from this issue, because this issue, it's an indoor issues that should not be disclosed each and every time we demand for this, we demand for this. What if he's given that running mate? So tomorrow he will come again, I want to be the president. So Kalonzo is a watermelon, he cannot be trusted. And even the president knows very well the right person that will be given as a running mate. So I'm still on the panel. And thank you, my brothers and my sisters. Let somebody also contribute.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana Otieno. We appreciate your givings. Let's keep the conversation going. The people in the comment section, Alex and the team, let's make our debate healthy by ensuring that we keep within the boundaries of the debate. Going personal and running each other down doesn't make any. It doesn't help the conversation. So let's just support the conversation. If somebody has said something that you don't agree with, you prove that he's wrong by points, not by calling them and some names and all that. Please, it is important. Uh, One way of holding a good conversation is protecting the conversation from running away from its purpose. So let the debate be within what makes the country tick and what makes progress take place, not us get caught up with the squirrel until we lose sight of the antelope. That is all I suggest. So on the comment section, please, let's just keep within the boundaries. And that is important. Thank you. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani. It's like Mama Selina, she's still off. Keep. How are you today?
I'm all right. You've traveled back home?
I'm still on transit. I was in Nakuru, finished the meeting, rushed back to Nairobi. I have another meeting in the morning, and then go to Wetangula's place to confirm that he doesn't have any ground anymore.
You know, God's work never ends.
Yeah.
That is good. I'm
Good,
happy.
good job.
Yeah. For me, I just wanted to say something about Alex. Alex is a mole for Simbarati. Alex, usikuja. Sorry. Usikuja, I'm sorry. No, I just want to ruffle some feathers there. Alex is a very good friend of mine, so and even Alo, David Alo is my friend. So if you see them fighting there, those are friends. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we need to keep it cordial. I think it's important. Nilikuja leo kwa sababu, occasionally we need to keep this channel going. And most of us are celebrating Easter. Africans are notoriously religious. So kuna watu wengi wana travel leo kwenda nyumbani, or they're at home celebrating Easter. Easter is very important for us. Our Lord and Savior is rising. So he died for our sins. So we need to celebrate that. And for my Muslim brothers, this is an important month. So as for UDA, I think the whole nomination process for Kenya is still very young. I think we should not bother ourselves too much about it. We have to make it our own. I think we are reading too much into it on both camps. ODM right now is kind of perfecting it. ODM knows that there are certain regions that have to be dealt with differently from others. Some are direct nominations, some are actual mwananchi anakuja kunominate. The time when we would be able to have citizens afford to pay for membership for parties, that is when we're going to go to what the West is doing right now, whereby you belong to a particular party, and then the party members then vote for their elected, the nominated MPs, nominated senators, governors, and all that. So you would know that if you don't belong to a particular party and it's in a stronghold, uko nje. So at the moment, it's all over the place. So please bear with Kenya. But it seems slightly more unfair on the UDA side. There's a lot of loyal people that have been kicked out. I do not, what do you call it? I do not like what these people are saying, the ones I'm about to mention, but I feel like it's a bit unfair for them, like the East, the Laikipia East MP, the Sosion, huyu mtu kusaidia the people who are disabled, what is his name? The person from Kiambu. So you could see these are people who've
Mwaora.
Maura. So you could
And
see
you
that.
forget Caleb Kositany.
Caleb is the worst, actually. It's worst.
And Chen Kiara. Naivasha.
You can see that these people have been singing UDA for a very long time. Two of them I can confirm were nominated by ODM. Raila Aliona, these could be potential people of Mana. So Sion came from being a chairman for two bodies in the teachers union, and both for secondary school and primary school, and a bit of workers' rights. So there's a different organization as to what Atoli does, and Raila saw some potential in this fellow, akamleta kama MP wa wafanyikazi. So that is also a constituency. So people don't understand that sometimes nominated MPs also have a constituency. Disabled people are a constituency. Women are a constituency. So sometimes you'd nominate certain people to actually help that constituency. So I think what Ruto has done to these people is not fair. What I also see is Ruto doesn't have foresight. When I say foresight, what happened in Parliament the other day, we had this debate about Fatuma coming into Parliament, and there is certain protections that you have with this UDA MPs coming in and protecting the deputy president, and they could stop it. They could cause fracas. Now, a lot of them have been disheartened. A lot of them have lost their nomination. So how would you want them to defend you if you're not giving them a ticket? As for ODM has been dealing with this for 15 years. So I think we're used to it. I think ikiumana imeumana. As for voter apathy, I think it's fake. People will still go and vote in Nyanza province.
My friend, imeumana kwa Ruto. Because Ruto imeumana because wakati hiyo mambo ililetwa na huyo mama, huyo ni mama wa watoto alileta.
Bwana Moses, sorry, you can't interject without obtaining permission.
Yeah.
Sorry. You don't understand. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. So for Ruto, it looks like he's upset very many people too early. And I think Otieno said this, Mr. Otieno. I will be very careful about speaking about that man, Farouk. That man, Farouk, is very dangerous. And I'll be very careful about mentioning him. He's got a very short temper. I don't mention him. I'm even scared now because that's one of the most scary people in Kenya. Just be careful with him. He's got Ruto's ear. I think Ruto is his puppet. Maybe people think it's the other way around, but I don't know. The two of them, I'll be very careful what you say about them. Farouk is the person that slaps people in in Karen. Nasikianga kuna story ya room 305, 350 in Apple Airport in Langata. So jokes, it's jokes. As for Mr. Chege, you could ask me a quick question if I can give you some opportunity to interject. That's all right, with the permission of Bernard.
Okay, Bwana Moses, you can now unmute and ask your question if you have one.
Or kuchanga ni sawa.
Nimefurahia. I really feel you in my heart kwa mchangio wako, because ile nilikuwa nataka kusema kuchangia kwa vile ulikuwa unasema is what happened just few days ago in parliament, na hayo maneno ambayo alisemwa na huyo MP wa Gedi bado hatujaipata vizuri, na ndio ningependelea sana yote ikuje in the light, watu wajue exactly what is going on, kwa sababu hayo maneno yalifanya mpaka bunge ikafungwa. Huyu Muturi, spika wa bunge, hata alishindwa vile anaweza kutengeneza hayo maneno ya kuwe mazuri, and that is why I was so concerned na hayo maneno huyo mama alikuwa anaongea kuhusu president deputy ambaye anawania kuwa president. Sasa hayo ni maneno ambayo yanashtua sana, na maneno tungependa iletwe kwa wananchi wajue ukweli wa mambo, ndio tusichague president ambaye ako na makosa. We want the right president. Yeah.
Asante sana, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Moses, we encourage you to get us a quiet place. Huh? We encourage
Yes,
you to
I
get
will do that.
There's too much noise behind and it's interfering with your contribution, but we have gotten your point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll do that.
So I can finish off by saying that Martin Detto in Kenya Kwanza, you know I like making fun of my friends because I know immediately I say is in Kenya Kwanza, Martin Detto will be in the stream in 5 minutes. Watch this. And I'm still waiting on Alex to come and defend himself on Simba Arati. I want to see what he thinks about his man, Simba Arati. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Kip. We appreciate it. Yes, Mama Selina.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Kip. Leo nimeona watu wa Bomet na Kericho wamesherekea Isaac Ruto so much ya kwamba chama cha mashinani wanaweka candidate. So Kip, vile sasa niliona Kericho na Bomet wamesherekea na wamefurahia, si kama vile mambo imetokea kwa UDA. We unaonaje? Kwa sababu niliona watu wanasema chama ya Kericho ni CCM. Can you tell us a little bit, and Penat, if you can get that clip, you will see how people were celebrating. And these are not youth. Si ile vijana wanapatiwa pombe wakuja wapike nduru. These are people, yani ile watu wamejiheshimu, wa mama wamejiheshimu, wa baba na vijana wale wanaheshima. So Kibu, naonaje kwa hiyo mambo?
vile tulikuwa tumeongea yesterday, I think now people are beginning to see what I was trying to explain yesterday, is that I am Kipsigis, na Yonandi, and people realize that people should understand that we're different sub-tribes within the Kalenjin. And when I said that the Kipsigis are with Raila, the older generation, I think, Mama Selina, you agreed with me. And you also agree with me that UDA is actually for the Nandis, Marakwet, and Keyo community in I call it Central Rift, because North Rift and South Rift will not make any sense. So Central Rift is where the Kalenjins are. So and then I also said that, and I think you agree with me here, is that the older generation, the elder Kipsigis generation, have accepted Raila and Uhuru. Uhuru was, if it wasn't for Uhuru, Raila would have been the president, because this is yet to be confirmed, but there's some kind of history with Uhuru and the Talai. And the reason for that is there's some belief that Uhuru has some Maasai blood, and thus some connection to the Talai version of the Maasai. So that is why he received blessings from the Kipsigis version of the Talai. And even between my factions of the Talai, you could see there's a split between the Nandi and the Kipsigis. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but yeah, that is what you see right now. So when you see that CCM it's growing very strong, it's because Isaac Ruto is not an idiot. It's not the other way around. Isaac Ruto was not blocked from joining Kenya Kwanza. It's that he did not place himself to Kenya Kwanza. His people are not going to be putting Ruto's pictures in the nominations. And furthermore, there are some people in Wasingishu that are vying through the CCM ticket. So CCM ticket is not only for people in Kericho or Bomet. Sorry, Mama Selina, you wanted to say something?
I wanted to say this. Thank you for saying that. Watu wengi wajui ya kwamba China Chomo na China Kenyatta kwa Masai na translate something. Then the family of Chomo Kenyatta mwenyewe, na vile umesema, hata watu wengi wajui, but the few people they know ni ya kwamba Chomo ni ndugu moja na Talai family. Even the name Chomo, if you ask them what is the meaning of Chomo and Kenyatta ni ile Mushibi, Kenyatta. So anyway, thank you for that. And thanks because you know where your blood is and where your people is. Thank you so much, Kip.
Okay, thank you. And maybe talking about Isaac Ruto. Isaac Ruto is a veteran politician. He has featured in the reformation movement with Kina Raila and the rest. I think he has a good picture of what is ailing the country and what needs to be done to fix the country. He does not fit into the UDA politics. He went there for convenience, but it did not enhance his cloud the way he hoped to. So he has reverted back to the default mode and is doing his the CCM. And in my opinion, that is the way to go. He's stronger with CCM than all this camouflage of trying to be friendly to UDA so that it gets acceptability. He has a huge following within Bomet and the other parts by himself. He was able to marshal a good following for NASA when everybody had gone to Jubilee. So we cannot compare him with these other politicians who have no ground, have no base. He is not a pushover. And even in the Bomet governor seat, he was rigged out. It's not that he lost the seat. He is a strong politician, and I'm sure he's going to be something as far as the future politics are concerned, not just Rift Valley politics. And anybody wishing him or ignoring him, especially in the Rift Valley politics, he's going to miss big time. I think, in fact, when we are talking about the next kingpin of Rift Valley politics, if it doesn't go back to Arab Moi home, it will go to Isaac Ruto's home. I'm not a prophet. I'm not a son of one. I'm just giving my own observation. Thank you very much. Sijui Mama Selina, kama una la kuongezea, tumchukue huyu Fred aseme ya mawili matatu.
Okay, yeah, ukweli isemwe Penat. Mambo ya Isaac Ruto na chama yake, na ndiye unaona elders wa Kalenjin, watu yote wasima, wale wana reason, walinyamaza kwa hii mambo ya UDA. Na sasa wakati UDA ilikuja ikataka kumaliza Gideon, ikataka kumaliza Isaac Ruto. The good news kwa Isaac Ruto is wakati watu walimwambia aingie UDA na akaenda Kericho, na Ruto akakubali ya kwamba watakuwa na chama ya UDA na wanakuwa na chama ya CCM. Lakini Chusi akisign na watu parties, alifungia nje Isaac Ruto. So wakati ya nomination yao, sasa Isaac Ruto amepata nafasi ya kuambia Wakalenjin, you send me there. Lakini sasa amenifungia nje. That is why it was a lot of celebration today in Kericho and Bomet, because wamejua walipatia deputy president nafasi ku accommodate brothers. Unajua Penat, huwezi enda vita kisolo. Kama kuna vita wanaume wanaenda, utakuwa na brother mkubwa, utakuwa na brother mdogo, utakuwa na wasee ya kukwambia vile mambo inaenda. Sasa huyu deputy amemaliza. Ukiangalia left, he should be having Ruto. Akiwa right, angekuwa anapenduka anauliza Gideon what is going on. Lakini sasa alitaka kukua ndume peke yake kwa boma. Sasa hiyo ndio imekuwa ngumu, na ndio sasa imemumaliza, because Wakalenjin wako na wakisaliwa wanakuwa wanajeshi kwa mambo yao ya wanaume. Wakienda chondoni wanajua kuna jeshi. So protocol zile wanaume ya Wakalenjin wanafuata, Ruto amefunja yote, ana mtu hata moja, na hiyo ndio haifanyiki. Hakuna elders, yeye ni Kablelach. Angekuwa na Kipkaimet, wangekuwa na Kablelach na wakuwe na ile wasee wa kumsaidia. Sasa so kusema hivyo, utaona mshangao. Watu wale wataritisa kwa chama ya CCM, utaona watakuwa na more members of parliament kushinda UDA. Leo nimeona Alice Wahome, Ndindi Nyoro na Kashakwa they are panicking, kwa sababu wacha nikwambie Penat, hawa watu wenye walipatiwa direct ticket, kama wangeenda pia wangeanguka. Wamepanic kwa mambo ya Central, wamepanic vile mambo imepatilika. I'm telling you, hiyo watu yote ya Central, ndio sababu naona deputy anataka kwenda Meru kuona kama anaweza pata running mate Meru. Otherwise Central it is a clean deal, wameenda. So sasa atapaki peke yake, lakini heri upaki peke yako. Unaona Mudavadi ni mbaya, lakini at least yako na koti yake. ako na sosa yake, lakini sasa Ruto alimaliza masosa zake. Ana Mudavadi afadhali akichapwa anapenduka anauliza Wetangula inaendaje na Kiluya. Huyu mwingine anaongea na nani? So as far as tunaona Musalia ni mbaya, at least alienda na sosa yake. Sasa huyu yetu alimaliza sake. Asanteni.
Asante sana Marcelina, this is serious. Now, before Fred comes in, Dan Darius, he says, is there anything that can be done from Mtembei TV as a media house? That's a very good question, and we appreciate it. We had set up a committee on this channel on how we're going to assist Mtembei TV. We were to get some equipment that will help us be on air throughout. You see, like now I'm traveling, I'm carrying out my machinery here. So it's making me very travel big. So Alex and Jakindu Bay were the people appointed to take charge of that. They tried to put up a WhatsApp group. I don't think it took off. So sijui mtafanyaje. Tafutaneni, mpange maneno, mtengeneze mambo. Okay. There is a lot that should be done. Like right now, we are doing election coverage. We need to be in every place and capture information. We have the people on the ground. They must live with cameras and all that. We don't have enough cameras. We don't have enough sound captures and all that. So there is a lot that can be done to assist us as a media house. And we wish that we have well-wishers and people to support us so that we keep doing what we are doing. So thank you very much. I would that...
one more question. Steve, why can't you talk with your brother Sambu? Kwa sababu wako na Kasevem na walipata hata kupeana Saturdays. Let me see, ni mzuri kuna watu wako na hiyo na wangependa sana kuhad. Unajua unapata twin brother and then you do your thing. So keep, I know you know Sambu is your brother. Kutoka nyumba kubwa ya Wakalenjin.
Je, ilikuwa mambo ya tunaongea on the side, sasa unaleta hapa kwa studio.
No, sijasema kwa studio, nimesema ata Kalenjin, nimekutuma.
Tafuta hizo connections. There are a couple of people.
Mimi najua Sambu as a person, tumefanya na yeye kazi na nimekuwa kwa Kasevem, so wacha tutalinga alafu tuone. Thank you. Na wacha nishike hii simu moja ya Kenya Penat nitarudi.
Yeah, I have a few lawyers on both sides that we can bring and discuss this. Let's have our own side, Mtembei, like the Kikuyu side. It would be nice to do that also. Let's discuss that, Mama Selina. Yeah.
Thank you, Keith.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on, please. Momanyi, namna gani?
Safi Bernard, mambo?
Niko salama.
Oh yeah man, naona nyinyi wote hapo hivyo. I'm happy to see you guys. So, mimi niko tu na raha. I'm really happy. Niko na raha sana. Kuna kijana amenisumbua akili sana huyu kutoka aitongaje Isaac Mwaura. I'm so much happy. Usiai, don't bite the hand which fed you, bro. Yeah, I think it's a good lesson. I saw that guy so humbled. Unadhania ametoka ICU.
Include Socio on that one.
Oh, exactly. What's Socio? Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, bro. Politics si story ya kanisa. Hey, usicheze. And I'm happy. These guys have been throwing stone on us like ODM is a chaotic. ODM blah blah. ODM. They don't know that tumepitia mengi. Sisi bana saa hizi maso zetu ni ngumu, ni kama ngozi ya kifaru. That's why kwetu ni walk over. We don't in a movie. We're just saying this thing wanashtuka na sisi vitu tumezoea, man. Unaona? And I was really happy. Kwa sababu kama kuna huyu mama, this lady from Nakuru. Yeah, guys, I'm happy. I'm telling you, I'm really happy. Na I don't know. Kwa sababu kitu moja I want to assure you guys. Just mark my words. Na leo tarehe leo mchukue hivi. I'm telling you, Ndindi Nyoro is the only, maybe Ndindi Nyoro is the only person ambaye mimi yani naona kama anaweza kwa hiyo UDA anaweza toboa. Yani kwa sababu zangu Ndindi Nyoro. But the likes of Alice Wahome, Rigathi Gachagua, those are, is also in the earthquake. Earthquake is on the way coming. Earthquake iko njiani inakuja. I'm telling you guys. Hata Irungu Kangata huyu is just, you know, Irungu Kangata ameride tu kwa koti ya Ruto. But things are not that good on the ground right now. Angalia the confidence. This guy kutoka nini Kositani of all the people. You know, I was really shocked, you see. So that means that this thing called UDA, in story to in a movie, you see. And right now Uhuru Kenyatta is on the periphery. Uhuru Kenyatta kwa kona fulani anamulika. Ameweka kamera yake mzuri sana, anamulika the right time for the right time ya hit the ground ikianza. You're gonna see. I always watch this how do you call it? This the 50th state ya Mtai Ngunyi. There's a statement unapendanga, there's a guy ambaye anasemanga Mkikuyu akwamingi bei ya product. Mpaka ile siku ya soko yenyewe ya soko hapo ni atakwambia kitu ni 2,000. Anaweza kwambia kitu ni 500 lakini ikifika huko juu ni anakwambia the right price. So the thing is, as ODM, as Azimio, right now we need to be very, 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 very serious for campaign. We need to make people know that we are the right we are the right party, we are the right coalition to make Kenya safe. Then with Kalonzo Musyoka, hiyo nilisema Mr. Ongelelea. Because sisi si watoto, man. We are grown-ups. We need to move forward. Kalonzo wacha afanye movie zake. That's right now nobody is concentrating on Kalonzo. Kalonzo, whatever he's doing, whatever he's saying, hakuna mtu anampatia attention. Because it's becoming too much. You see? Now right now you are thinking venye tuna consolidate kura ama venye tunaweka Azimio kwa the run, kwa sababu elections with the time elections going to start officially, we need to go there as a team with the ground running with that strength. So on. Then the last thing I want to talk about is issue Mombasa. Whatever Baba did, he did a very good thing. Kuhusu this guy wa Muvita pamoja na huyu Shabar whatever. Hiyo nini it really save sana. Kwa sababu if kama Mzangi ingililia, hiyo kitu ingeleta crack kubwa sana kwa ODM. Na inge affect other counties, you see. But because of that respect ya mzee na ile maturity, and he understands politics and he has been there for long, the brokerage he did, it really helped us a lot, you see. So far so good. ODM and the so-called Azimio, we good. Sioni kama tuko na shida sana. So when we are UDA, I think Mount Kenya is going down. Let's wait for 9th, and hopefully mzee Uhuru akiingia kwa ground, hit the ground, things gonna change. Thanks Bernard, I'm following you na wafuatilia sana. And I love the comments and the contribution ambazo zinaendelea hapo. Thanks.
Okay, asante Bwana Manyi, tunashukuru. Tusonge mbele. Tuhakikishe kwamba Kenya hii inasonga mbele kwa ukweli, sio kwa uongo na porojo na propaganda. Thank you.
Oh yeah. You're welcome.
I think it's Martin. Martin, you should be here to defend yourself, huh? You are mentioned in the wrong place, so show up.
Kumbe unajua nimechokozwa. Haki nimetafuta hiyo link. Bernard, you need to protect us. Especially from people like Kip. When you wanna tweet watu wa UDA. When did Martin ever become UDA? Sasa hii ni maneno gani bwana mnaleta kwa studio mapema hivi? Yaani mnanichokoza hata nikiwa backstage.
Huwezi kujua, labda ametumwa kama agent akuchukua akupeleke kwa Faruku.
Hiyo imeuma bwana. Keep. Usiniite UDA bwana, hata afadhali nikae neutral. Hiyo imeuma, imetonyoka pangoni. Bernard, unajua Keep hakusikia my first contribution, so I think hapo ndo amepotea kidogo. Sijui kwa nini, ama tu alikuwa ataka tu kuchokoza.
Hapana, nilikuwa nataka kuongea, lakini me I still need to know what's the difference between you and the other Martin. Hata mpaka mic yangu imevunjika because unaona ametoroka. I knew it. This is a mole. You understand? People, you see what I mean? Martin Deto is a mole for Mtula Kilonzo Jr. So mkimwonanga anakuja hapa akiongea mambo ya sijui ati Kalonzo this guy ati amekuja hapa for a few seconds. Ameona nimetoka.
Now you are not only in the UDA, you are now with the Mutula Kalonzo.
Bernard, I set my stage. Najua jana kuna mtu alianza kuongea Martin Deto, ikabidi niingie niseme hey wewe differentiate. I know I'm not near. Ulikuwa si mimi. That's a different Deto. Mine has double T. Huyu ako na T moja. Please. Siko UDA na huyo ni Deto mwingine, na Kipa najua kitu anafanya. Kipa anataka tu nikuje kwa studio, ananchokoza tu nikuje. Yote anafanya.
Before you say anything, mimi nilikuwa nataka kusikia mambo yako ya Kalonzo. Why is your man causing a lot of problems? Me, I do not understand what he's doing. Is he looking for money? What do we give him? What do we give Kalonzo? Then he just keeps quiet.
I think you miss a lot of my times when I come into the studio, and I think Bernard can tell you that. Since the day that Kalonzo ile siku alikuwa kitafutwa aende KICC, tulikuwa kwa studio hapa na kina Bernard. Na Bernard kwanza ndo alikuwa mtetezi mkubwa wa Kalonzo. Akiniambia Kalonzo wachana sijui nini ati no, let to consolidate the Ukambani and everything. I told Bernard mnajiletea shida. Akaniambia hapana. No, nini. Okay, I rested my case that day. Then I think a week after that, or if not a week, about a couple of days after that, we started talking again. Nikamuuliza Bernard, I say, dear, how the other three governors will start disappearing one by one. Ile energy Azimio ilikuwa nayo huko Ngilu was the general wa wanawake huko, ikaanza kupotea. Nikamwambia Bernard, unaona nilikuambia. Bernard akanirudia kabisa, by the way leo acha niingilie Bernard. Akanirudia na watu, some of the common panelists hapa hivi kina Kasuti and all of them, you know, and kina Alex if is kama anasikiza. Wakaniambia no, those three governors.
Alex is in the background fighting with David Olo. So he'll come back. Najua he's becoming Simbarati.
That's a fight you can never finish, Simbarati and Olo na Alex, but I always just watch it. But yeah, so I told the panelists, look, why are the other three governors starting to disappear? Bernard mwenyewe na ametoka kwa kiti, sijui ameenda kuchukua coffee. Cause angekuwa hapa angekubali. Nikamwambia, look, they're not just disappearing. Akaniambia, no, they've done their job. Now they've brought Kalonzo in. Now they are going to concentrate on their backyard. And I challenged Bernard. Nikamwambia, no, it's not. It's because they are uncomfortable. Bernard akakataa kabisa. Let me tell you, 2 weeks after, Bernard alirudi akaniambia, you are right. When Kalonzo started this drama, na haijaisha, my friend, msipongoa mtu. I swear, I just said it. I don't know, Kip, you were not here because I did my submission earlier. I said it. Mkiendelea hivyo, mtapoteza kura zote za Ukambani. 4. Because you don't need Kalonzo. Kalonzo has nothing. If he at least had something, he could at least shown us one governor from Wiper. He's just somebody who's so proud because he once became a vice president. He's not liked in Ukambani. He's a dictator. He doesn't, I mean, everybody has to kneel down to him and everything. You do not need that guy. He's playing the Mulu Mutesia politics, the Kanu politics of thinking you're better than anyone. He's not better than anyone. In fact, I don't want him. Mimi mkimchagua kama vice president, I'm walking away, by the way. Either or I don't vote. Because I know who Kalonzo is. Kalonzo kwanza hata sijui kama ni Mkamba, by the way, I'm sorry. He's from Sekuru huko ako nini huko na nini na Walalo. I'm sorry, najua nitagongwa. But huyo mtu mtu I think is from huko Sekuru Walalo. No, ukienda Sekuru hakuna hata barabara hata moja. At least sisi hapo Ukambani tuko na barabara. Huyu jamaa nini sasa anatuambia bwana? We want to be a vice president. Mimi mnanisumbua akili na Kalonzo. I'm sorry, nikifika nyumbani maybe katanigonge huko Ukambani.
Wait. Ndeto, before you go, I'll tell you one thing. Do not worry about Kalonzo. Kalonzo, I'll give you an example. Kalonzo, my DVD and Weta are locked. There's nothing they can do now. Wamefungwa. If they do any moves at this point, the political careers are even worse than it's happening. And Kalonzo is going towards the direction where Tanma Davidi are going through. Right now, the Ukambani people are getting a bit frustrated. So I think amepoteza a bit of juice, and he'll lose a few MPs, he's going to lose a few senators. And if he keeps pulling on this rope, it's going to be worse for him. And he's not going anywhere. Hata mkisikia mambo yote anafanya nini, he can't go to Kenya kwanza, and akitubutu hata kidogo kwenda Kenya kwanza, he's going to be in big trouble. Aende na huo mtua wake, wacha mtula aende na mtua, him and that governor, they go.
There's something Bernard said, and actually, you know, and first of all, Kalonzo is selling Kambas short. We're becoming a nuisance to our whole country. Like we're becoming Kamba now. You know, we're trying to move. Yani mpaka now you're becoming mtu anaanza kuwa frustrated being a Kamba because now he's starting to sell us short. Bernard said earlier, wacha apewe nini inaitwaje ambassador wa country fulani. Aende huko kabisa.
Join the club of the Luyas, the Kalenjins, and the Kikuyus to be a nuisance. It's okay. Join the club. Welcome to the big boys club.
No, we are esteemed people. We are people who are thought to be honest. But now, Kalonzo is selling us not to be honest. Unajua kitambo ulikuwa unaambiwa Mkamba, ukimpatia watchman, hata mtu akiiba, atenda seme ule ndio aliiba, because we were sold to be very honest people. Now we are becoming a nuisance to the whole country, bwana.
Thank you. Now I want us to make progress. I appreciate. Kalonzo said today that he's not a Kamba. He said he's a Kikuyu. So I think Neto has a point, and I would love the two of them to get together so that now they ascertain this issue and give us the outcome. In the meantime,
hey Bernard, but make sure when you say Ndeto, double T. Yangu ni double T, si ule mwingine.
Wewe ni Martin Ndeto. The other one is Honorable Ndeto. Yeah? The other one is Honorable Ndeto. This guy. Sawa. Tumsikilize nani huyu? Yes. Tofik.
Nilikuwa tu nataka kuadd hiyo story ya Kalonzo.
Yeah.
We don't need to read too much for history ya Kalonzo, because you know history ya Kalonzo is just beginning. You know, sasa Kalonzo, the problem Kalonzo alikuwa nayo, he didn't want the three governors who were included kwa council. And you know, is Kalonzo's people wanna feel they are feeling threatened because because now they are equals to akina Maendeleo chap chap, akina the NARC and the Muungano party. I think that is his problem. So hii ni ile politics ya Ukambani tu inaendelea. So there's not much to read into what the tantrums being thrown by Kalonzo. So each of it, kila mtu na aspirants wake wanajaribu kujolsuit for opposition, and that's why even the Wiper are insisting Kalonzo akuwe deputy party leader, something of that sort, so that they can now bargain higher than the other guys of Makina Machakos, our Maendeleo chapter. So it's nothing. It's just Ukambani political things.
Sawa sawa, asante. Let's get yes, Otieno.
Oh, thank you Bernard. On Ndeto, I think Ndeto ametuweka kwa line mzuri sasa, because we are really having a much doubts on the ground. But I think with Azimio, so long as we can accommodate the governors, it's now as if we are direct to the people, because Kalonzo is demanding too much. Let's Azimio do away with him, so long as we can have the 3 governors. I think that is good. And Ndeto should be observing the ground for us because he knows where this person comes from. Like today he was a Kikuyu, last time he was a Kamba. Now I can hear he's also part of the Oria. Sasa ni watermelon. It is hard to understand him. But what we are praying for, we just need our house to be intact because we need everybody. Even Kalonzo, if he walks out, at least it can bring a small impact within us, because there are some people who believes on him as a kingpin. And let's just hope for the best, that God can also touch him, can touch him and get the good advisors. The man is only lacking good advisors, because these are young politicians that just joined politics recently, and they want to show supremacy that we are with Kalonzo. Kalonzo is the man who can control Cumberland, not knowing that those governors, like somebody like Ngilu, he has vied for several times as a president. You can't compare with Kalonzo. Somebody like Kivuta Kibwana, you can't compare with Kalonzo. Mutua, you can't compare with Kalonzo. They are people with stance, with their own. They make their own decision. So Kalonzo should read from them, and also know if it was those eras of Nyauzum that Kalonzo is a kingpin, things are changing, and there is forces coming from the 3 governors. So Kalonzo should not give us headache within the Azimio. So long as we have the 3 governors, I think we are okay. Thank you.
And from the comments, it looks like Kalonzo is challenging.
I don't buy into the suggestion that he's having wrong advisors. Kalonzo should be the one advising Mutula Kalonzo. He should be the one advising this other runaway with the certificate man. What is his name? Maanzu. Yes. All those are Kalonzo students. Okay? Kalonzo is a senior counsel. These ones are lawyers. He is their teacher. Okay? So if you tell us that the students have been misleading the teacher, then you want us to believe you. It doesn't work. Kalonzo has a problem with his selfishness. That selfishness has made him unable to grow as a politician, to play on the national scale. He wants to do village politics of reducing everybody's size so that he remains big. That is outdated. Let somebody tell him the truth. If he continues like this, dustbin, arudi kule kune yata, aanze kupalilia nini maua na kuchunga mosquito kwa forest. There is no need of us babysitting an old man and saying that he is being misadvised. Misadvised by who? Hey, tafadhali.
Yes, maybe niongeze niseme, like, you're also being so unfair to Kalonzo. Juu sasa hata Kalonzo pia anatafuta hii kiti ya kuwa vice.
What did you say? Unfair?
Because
Kalonzo was in politics when I was in Form 2. I should be learning from him.
Because
If
you
it's
know,
behaving like this, if it's behaving like this, okay, and he wants to lead this country, that he wants to be number 2, let us just close the country. There's no need of that. This country where it is right now, we don't want anybody who wants to be babysit. Inji haiko tayari ku babysit leaders. We want a leader who can shoulder this country and carry it to the next place. Not somebody who wants to be any person who wants to be babysat apelekwe nursery huko, tutamwandikia nurses to be babysat, not for him to be made deputy president so that the country babysit him. Never, not now, not ever.
actually, I feel maybe Kalonzo is feeling that, you know, Kalonzo, sasa unajua now, I'm hearing now they are narrowing down to Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka as running mates. And, you know, Kalonzo is feeling like, you know, people like Martha Karua are below his pedigree. You know, Martha Karua was under him when he served as the vice president. So I feel him now, you know, he must be feeling senior to these other guys who are being fronted as deputy president. So I understand his family, but he's also bargaining to be the deputy president. So
the very reason why he should be rejected. My definition of humility is the ability to take instruction from your junior without letting them know that you're senior. If he was indeed vice president and he feels he was bigger than Martha Karua, okay, this is the best time to demonstrate that he's a national leader, to put his interest aside and serve the interest of the country. It comes at time when the interest of an individual can be set aside for the sake of the country. Honorable Saitoti said that. Now, we cannot have somebody from morning till evening. All he's pushing is his personal interest. Now he says, no Kalonzo, no Raila. When did Raila begin to use Kalonzo to exist? They dissolved NASA. ODM was the last party to walk out of NASA. Okay? They walked away. They went and created OCA. They have finished OCA. They followed... They should even look for how to construct their slogan.
I have a question.
Raila, no Kalonzo. No Kalonzo, no Raila. It's the other way around.
I have a question. Does Kalonzo feel threatened that the addition of the 3 governors in the council will affect the selection of the running mate? Because I hear they're supposed to vote. So does he feel that the inclusion of the 3 governors is a plot to deny him the chance of becoming a vice president?
I will answer you with the statement by Otieno Kajwang, okay? The late. He said, if you cannot control your deputy governor, that is your problem. Don't bring it to the Senate to help you control your deputy governor. You are the one that chose him. The governors of Ukambani were elected by the people of Ukambani. They were not selected by Kalonzo. It is his problem. He should not make it our problem. Okay. Yes, keep ndio tulete Alex na Jared.
Yeah, hii ni mbio mbio sana. There's usually something that Bernard usually say about Kalonzo. He's not an elder. Not behaving like an elder. He's behaving like a child. Hata kuna mtu hapa amesema yeah, tomorrow like he could be challenging. Sawa, you can be all that stuff. You're all Kenyan. It's fine. So Kalonzo mwachane nae akimbia around like a headless chicken. And I'll tell you, mind you, there are certain people that are in the council of Azimio that will not allow him to be deputized. It's not going to happen. There are people that are before him. What Kalonzo is trying to do right now, and people are not understanding, he's protecting his kingmanship in Ukambani. It's slipping away from his fingers. So what the political miscalculation what he did was the formation of OCA. If he hadn't done that, he would be swimming very well right now. Because two of the governors, forget about one. Me hata mistake kuongea juu ya Mtua. Mtua is useless me. The other two governors, Charity Ngilu and Kivuta, are bringing so much political storm in Ukombani, he's freaking out. That is why he's bringing people like Sonko into Mombasa. He's ruffling feathers in Mombasa, in Nairobi. Things he should have done earlier on, before you interrupt me, things he should have done earlier on, he's doing now, last minute. These are the fights he should have had for the last five years. Why is he doing it now? Why now, Kalonzo? If you're a true leader, he thought, again, what is wrong with Kalonzo? Why did he listen to Uhuru's advice? Uhuru trapped him. People don't know. Easy kazi ya Ruto. This is all Uhuru's fault. That's why Uhuru is anasema, I'll take care of what Kalonzo is going to do. It's because Uhuru laid a trap to Kalonzo. Go from Oka, we'll make you strong. He brought these other two fools, the Sosa boys. The Sosa boys joined him. Raila anaenda kufanya kazi yake peke yake because they thought that combined the three of them, they are going to be stronger than Raila, an enigma. Hata mmesahau hiyo jina, an enigma. Somebody who's known internationally for doing two things that the international bodies have never heard of. An annulment of an election. Annulment of an election. That has never been heard of worldwide. Number two, handshake between enemies. Palestine and the Israelis have never done that. Ilikuwa hiyo fake Bush. But Raila has done two things that the worldwide society is recognized him for. And you think Kalonzo is going to compete with him? How? Kalonzo was made. And the strangest thing is Kalonzo is the senior of Raila in terms of politics. Kalonzo was there before Raila. His party should have been bigger. He told us, ODM can't. I'll stop there, let Alex nigonge kidogo kwa sababu nimemuita by force.
Habari yako Bernard?
Salama, namna gani?
Mzuri sana. First of all, nataka tufanye housekeeping. Hii maneno ya chini yako tunaiongeanga. When I call people like Ndeto wanatoroka. When I call people like Keep, people like Jared have refused to give me their phone number. Ikifika wakati ya kununua machine so that you can broadcast anywhere, they connive, they run away, especially Jared sahi yako kuagiza. You can see him. Yeye ndiye anajua kutoroka. So we need to do it once and for all. We need to stop. Like we've made it every time Bernard is not in Nairobi. That's the only time we talk about it. Let's stop that shenanigans. We need to be here until Kura submission.
Point of order.
Toka kuagiza kwanza.
Point of order.
Yes, Jared.
Yes. You know, I was trying to be nice to my elder brother, Alex. I was here before him, but you skipped me and I said, because you have given to my elder brother, let me give respect. But he has taken that advantage now to attack me. Can you protect me, please? This is how you pay respect.
No. Here, today I'm protecting Bernard against using wrong machines. So Bernard, you need to be protected and accept that protection from me. So we need to meet behind the curtain. Bernard, form a WhatsApp group, starting with Jared, Alex, Ndeto, Kip, Mama Selina, Ziana, Sarah, Temba, the 10 people that I will give you. We start from there. We are not going to talk about machine anymore. Whether you are in Kwenu Reserve, this show must be started by 2. We are addicted to it. Fact number 1. Number 2, we must eat politics every day. That's our dessert. Number 3, we are the future leaders. We must make the base for 2027. It starts now. Hata Kalonzo alituambia immediately, yeye atungojee immediate election hii, sisi tumeanza, hayuko 2027. Unaelewa?
Well, Alex, don't forget the comment section. Kina Olo na Gitash.
Olo is a good man. Hiyo ni comment. Wacha maneno ya comment ukikuwa hapo. Wewe unakuwa mtoto sasa. You are like walking in diapers. Comment section you leave it.
balls, man.
When you come here you become decent. Okay, number 2, Bernard. Kalonzo became a senior counsel as a political appointee. There is no case in any court in Kenya you can say is associated with, whereby he has written a legal scholarly document or even article about legislation or jurisdiction. So, I mean, you can't call Kalonzo a senior counsel. I mean, in paper, yes, but in action and in everything, Kalonzo can't be. I mean, that is degrading the name of senior counsel to anybody. Let us not do that. Martha Kalua, you can say that. Somebody like Orengo, you can say that. Otienda Molo, you can say that. But what can you attribute to a man called Kalonzo Musyoka? And that is the reason I entered here kukwambia on that. Let us agree it was a political appointee of becoming a senior counsel. But in terms of law, what has Kalonzo ever did? Let's be honest. Let him eat the humble pie. People like the senior Mtula Kilonzo who died, you can recognize him. People like Kaluma from Homa Bay Town Council Member of Parliament, he tried. People like Kajwang, the People's Chief Justice, he has done his part. People like Miguna, he has done his part. But what has Kalonzo done?
Even
in a legal
Murkomen.
term? Nothing. So don't call him in this panel that he is a senior counsel. In fact, Maanzo is better than him. Maanzo could hide our certificate and we could tremble. Not him.
Alex, Mutula Kilonzo's daughter, what was his name? What was her name?
Kathy,
The one that went for
is
the...
a very fluid, very eloquent. In fact,
Kathy.
Kathy is the best lady in terms of legal progress. So maneno ya kuita Kalonzo sijui ni senior counsel, ita Kalonzo what he needs to be called. Sasa Ndeto ndiye anaweza tuambia. That's all I had. But for the issue of
watermelon, kwani tunaficha.
For your issue of your equipment, form a WhatsApp group and let us solve it once and for all. You can't keep on telling us and we ignore that. And yet, on the panel, you know the frequent visitors. Nowadays, Ndeto is here. Watu kama inawezekana have already gone. So what we are saying is that Leo, after this, form that group, tutaweka Olo. Olo must be put there, whether he agrees or not. Olo must be there. Gitash must be there. Not Nice must be there. There are people in the comment section, we don't know their face, but we need their money.
Thank you, Kikwetu.
Ventures here. All of those people. Thank you, Bernard.
GG.
Okay, asante sana. Naomba sasa
Gigi hawezi kutupea, usiweke Gigi hawezi. Gigi man no.
No, Gigi wewe. Sawa, asante. Naomba sasa tusikilize Jared.
Okay, the panel, thank you. I was also listening off camera until I heard that we were struggling on how to describe Kalonzo. So I said, let me come and help you guys. First, there is, I don't know who was saying that Kalonzo was senior than Martha Karua. In fact, in Kibaki's government, I don't think if there is any man or woman who was senior than Martha Karua. That's why when they brought problems, he left. Okay? So it's not just the position you hold, it's what what you say can be understood. Kalonzo never did anything, even as a president. But I think when I look at, of course, I get disappointed on this man of Sekuro, but I think he is suffering from inferiority complex. I don't know why all the time he feels like he should be an equal of Raila. That's where I see that he has a problem. Then you come to when he was appointed the vice president, he was always feeling that he should be an equal of Raila. Remember, what is believing Azimio, as I can say, is that these people, when they started the negotiation, remember everybody was saying, I will negotiate with the president. They were negotiating with the Jubilee, not with the ODM. Mata Karua came and negotiated with ODM. So there is a difference there. So what Mata Karua talked with Raila, we might not know. But Kalonzo always was going through Jubilee. Even these small parties like Namutua, all of them, they went through Jubilee. So it was, in fact, not genuine when Kalonzo came in with the three-legged stool, because these parties, they had said they would be represented by the president. So that's why, in my own opinion, I think Mutua was sponsored to stabilize the Kalonzo after they had already promised Kalonzo to come in with this three-legged stool. Now, once he's already in, I heard there was a clause in between there that you cannot leave before 6 months to the election, and also if you have to leave after election, it's after 3 months. So that already cornered him. If you see on the people, on the composition of that council, you will see who Caruso, apparently Caruso might have proposed, is he brought in, I think, Fala.
Jared, you have issues with your net. You are mute. We can't hear you. You are mute.
Okay, sorry, yeah. So if you saw that composition of the council, Gideon Moy is in between there. You don't know if he will ride with the Kalonzo or he will go with the president. But clearly, the issue of saying that those people will decide, I do not believe so. Those are for the future. I think this thing between Raila and the president, they are looking on more of a scientific uh, polling on who, how to win. And that's what is so embarrassing with Kalonzo and his people. We should be worried about winning. But when he comes in as it's Kalonzo, I wonder what's going on with it. Sometimes I don't know what to say about this guy. You know, I have stopped watching even when I hear his name. But I know for a fact, Kalonzo cannot, if there is anybody, even those who are saying that he's being considered, they can just, because they know him, they can just be make him happy by mentioning his name. But he's not in consideration at all. The people who are in consideration is Sabina Jege, Martha Karua, Peter Kennedy. Now, according to, and the governor for Nakuru and the governor for Laikipia. Those are the people who are being considered. These other ones forget. The Caroso will not, in fact, tell me who in his own mind, in his own good mind, a person who has declared that he will start campaigning immediately we finish the election. Who would appoint a man like that? Nobody. Okay? So let's assume that the reason he's trying to put this, he always try to feel like he's not equal to Ngiru, who are in that council, so that he can have a sway in his Ukambani. It's unfortunately it's listening to this other guy. I hope that Maendeleo Jab Jab can come up with a strong candidate to go against Manso, this guy, Mutura Kilonzo, and this other guy, so that they can feel the press also. So on these losers, what they will do, I know it will be tough to contain the ambitions of a man, more especially if it looks like if they have no confidence that you can win, you might see these people jumping into independence. More especially to be independent candidate. More especially if they have conviction that they were leaked out. You know, when I look at what happened to UDA, yes, I know that one of the things you give up for UDA is how they have been able to gang the media. You have not seen the media coming out saying how terribly they failed, but they are saying, oh, you know what, nomination is tough. They tried. That is gagging in the media. They always looking, you will hear one clip for ODM, or the media is saying, oh, the nomination for ODM has gone so bad. And I wonder what is happening. So I give them for gathering up the media and trying to read on what the media to say. But the truth is, they were very, very, very badly exposed. Uh, Bearing in mind that they used the IEPC list for nomination. What if they could have used UDA? That tells you there is no UDA members. So even with IBC, still you saw how the turnout was, in more especially in Central Kenya and other parts actually, other than the Rift Valley. So that should worry them so much, even though they're trying to show up that everything is okay. I'm very sure it will be worried. Also, those who got direct tickets should be more worried. Should be more worried, seeing what has happened to the other people. Yeah, I see somebody saying here, Manso Nomoro, Sally Kosigei cannot be considered. We're not going to waste our votes in Rift Valley. Already, she's a nice lady, but there is nothing there. So we're not going to do that. If that is what we needed to answer. So, coming about the voter apathy, we expect this thing to happen, and more especially if it happens in the central or Mount Kenya, it will be tough for UDA. Having many parties running their candidates, it can improve on the voter apathy. But if you see now, parties are looking at winning at all costs. That's why you have not seen like ODM. I don't think they have done, most of the places they have not done parliamentary nomination, because they want to make sure that they have the best candidate who can win. Not the people who are loyal, but also they can win. Because loyalty can be there, and this that loyalty person, you can push them a little bit by giving them maybe a ticket to win. But they are not going to bring just loyalty if they're gonna fail. That the numbers is what is needed. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. I want somebody to respond to that. Gigi Man says, it means Ukaman vote will be split. Kalonzo will go 50%, Kenya Kwanza 30%, 20% Gilu, Kibwana, and Mutua. Gigi, where are you basing your statistics? Is it part of the imagination? Yes, Neto Martin.
Well, Bernard, first of all, the question you asked you, Gigi, Ukambani is blocked by the three governors. But also, I'm asking you for a favor. Please protect me from the comment section. Wananiambia nilifail UDA nominations. I did not. I was not never the UDA nominations.
Find your twin brother who was vying in Kinango. Okay, he says he was rigged out. He's now trying to go independent. He's called Ndeto. He's the UDA sycophant. Thank you.
Yeah, you know my name. my name is betraying me.
UDA.
If Mashari ananiambia huko kwanza ulifail UDA nomination, don't talk in this panel. Sasa nashangaa sasa mimi, when did I go for nominations of UDA? Ebu ni protect Bernard, please.
You should be thanking them that they are trying to propose you, so they.
You are being proposed to go for nomination. Please go for nominations at UDA.
Masharia, don't worry. It's the same person. He just has 2 masks. Don't worry about it.
So Gigi, Kalonzo can be ignored. Kalonzo can be ignored, and there is nothing that will happen.
Bernard,
I am responding to Gigi.
Yeah, you could have told Gigi that even we get 70%, we are okay. If that is what you want to say, even though we know we want to lock everything, 70% is doing very well. Let him tell us where other places we can get the votes.
Kalonzo can go for presidency. He should not be fighting for deputy presidency, and he's free to do that. Secondly, the kind of opponent we are competing against has never run for president. He has no numbers. So Kalonzo can take the numbers, go with those numbers.
Bernard, you're wrong. You're wrong on that one.
I am right.
The guy has been the president of Kenya. The guy has been the president of Kenya. He is looking for a second term.
Who has been which president of which Kenya?
Ruto was the president of Kenya when Uhuru went to ICC. He is looking for a second term.
Oh, hey. And then did he get the presidency by default? He did not win it. I'm saying he has never run for president. That is my argument. He has never run for president. The only national politics he ever led was the no campaign against the constitution, of which he hardly got a third, okay, 30% of the total votes. So that is his size as at now. Baba has been given 44%, 3 consecutive elections. That I'm saying was given. That means he got more than that, but IBC was comfortable giving him 44%, 3 consecutive elections. That means if it happened 3 times, it is bound to happen 4th time. Okay, but this one that happened once, it is bound to happen again.
Colin's mic is causing an echo. Could you mute, please?
Sorry.
Colin's mic was bringing an echo. I could not hear what you were saying.
Okay, sorry. So as at now, so the issue of Baba must get Kalonzo in order to handle Ruto is not necessary. If Kalonzo wants to go and join Ruto, he's free to do that. It is his democratic right. It is his constitutional right, and we don't want to curtail anybody in Azimio. Azimio should be as free as NAC in 2002, so that we recover this economy in 100 days. 100 days. We want to see fruit in our pocket, not somebody claiming that he has not been addressed as His Excellency. Why? No. We can't allow that. So as Kenyans, let's put in for something that is good for the country, not for one individual. So kama Kalonzo anaona namba zake ni muhimu sana na lazima aabudiwe, hakuna hatutamwabudu. Achukue virako zake aende atafute wale watu wanataka kumwabudu. Sisi tuko tayari kuongoza hii nchi kwa njia inayofaa bila kusumbuliwa. And I'm sure that the relevant authorities are watching this channel and are hearing this. If Kalonzo wants to be a problem, let him be dropped. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 1. Now that we are compassed about with so great cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight and every sin that easily beset us, that we may run with patience a race that is set before us. Lay aside every weight and every sin so that we can run. If Kalonzo wants to be a weight, let him be laid aside so that we run. Thank you. No. Gigi is calculating something. We'll respond to that later. Yes, nani huyu nataka Otieno umeongea sana na kunyima hiyo nafasi. Naomba tuende kwa Mr. Kamau alafu Collins kwanza. Pacha wakohoe kwanza baadaye. Asante.
Asante sana Bernard. I've been listening from the background. And you know, when in Akuasha Sana, we are politicians. You know, politicians, you have to politic. That is why we are here burning the midnight oil. And particular, the people that support the Democrat, and I like the way he keeps saying the enigma, Raila Amolo Odinga. First of all, I want to start with the primaries that were really imagined, because I think the cows, or they say the chickens have come back to roast, because there were a lot of noise, much noise that UDA is sweeping in Mount Kenya. And I remember saying here that there's no excitement, there's no that wave. You know, the wave like it was in Jubilee, where everybody felt like Jubilee is Alpha and the Omega. There is nothing like that in Mount Kenya, and of course the larger Gema nation. And this was just an illusion. A party built in 2 years, and they expect everything to have worked. The truth is that this is a party on paper. It has no grassroots mobilization. It's a strange animal, and that is why you see it's just like a Tower of Babel now. I can tell you in Kiambu now, everybody who was in UDA going for governorship, women rep, and the MCA, they are now going to be independent. It doesn't matter who it was, but they have really been frustrated, and they realize that this thing was predetermined. It was one of the most shambolic primaries that have ever been held in this part of Africa, and therefore things are going to be bad for UDA, because they were just making a lot of noise to us. We couldn't sleep that it is UDA's Nini. But I noticed something, and I said, even if you look at the Kiamba UDA win, it was with 400 votes. Any person of UDA and Kenya Kwanza should not celebrate when you have a win of 400, because where are these people? Who you should be concentrating on the people who are not voting for you, and these are the people who will deny you the opportunity to form the government, and therefore that primary was shoddy. Azimio tried, and of course ODM particularly, they brought technology. Technology has an imprint evidence that even if you do audit, you can always find the truth. And therefore it was better. I think they have grown for the many years. ODM has been, I think, it is one of the strongest and the longest parties in Kenya. And I think they're trying, and I think they still are having for example, I think Kisumu, they have it on 19th. There's some places that have not covered. But if they go the same way with the electronic gadgets, I think that will work. Yeah. So primaries, unless you experience, this thing will not work. You know, the problem with UDA, the strong candidate in any place, they had already predetermined. They put returning officers, ROs, who are pro them, like Wamatangi, and they whatever, and even Metito Kato. Waliweka watu huko, wakaenda wakasign hizo ballot papers zote, and they won. And that is how it was messed up. I've just seen a clip of Keka Kimani, I don't know how true it is, attacking Farouk for managing elections in Nakuru. That tells you that it started from the highest level of mismanagement of the primaries. But I don't want to dwell on them so much. I think they are coming down crumbling. Now it is time they realize that whatever they have been thinking it is easy, it is not easy. They will have a very bad coming forward, or whatever they're expecting now will be a rough ride to the election day. That is primaries. Now the issue of Kalonzo. For me, I want to take a different opinion. I think Kalonzo. I always remain saying that Kalonzo is right. He has a right to fight for his space. Yeah, but I think everything has been fixed. He can speak as much as he wants, but I don't think Kalonzo will get out of Azimio. On the other way I look at it is that I think he's also a way of keeping the opponent busy, because there's nothing that is there in what was deposited in the political parties or registrar of political parties that he doesn't know. Therefore, for me, I think keeping the people, the opponent busy, and in the process, we are also caught up in that talk. But I don't think Alonso is going anywhere. And I think, despite the fact that there is what we call friendly fire in his backyard, I don't think they are going anywhere. They will be in Azimio, and Kamba Nation is in Azimio, and that is what really matters to me. I think if Raila wins, Karonzo has a better position to become even the prime minister, because these are things that even can be done in the next government with Baba. Baba is a pro BBI, and he wants to. There must be some changes in the constitution. There might not be much, and I think even in the first 100 days, I think that can be changed without even uttering a constitution or invoking what we call referendum. So after that is said and done, I think he is better placed in Azimio, and I don't think he's going to move. And I think he's just playing playing a role of keeping the opponents busy. But for me, I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't want him to go. I feel strongly that the magical word or the magical number for Raila to win is from him, and therefore we do not need to really bash him per se. I think he has made his decision. He's going to support Raila Odinga. Asking for space, I think, is also right. It's democracy. Pre and post coalition discussions, they always have those teething problems, and I don't think those teething problems will, for lack of a better word, disappear. I don't think they will disappear. They will still be there. They were there even a coalition of Kibaki and stuff. So it happens. So we give him space to ventilate and talk, say whatever he wants. But eventually he's still going just to be a member of Azimio and will support Raila Odinga at the end of the day. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo machache, mi nasema asante sana. Wacha nisikize maoni ya wananchi wa Kenya. Issue ya hii nikimalizia hii ya voter apathy, I think it is going to affect the elections of this year. I think many people. I had somebody who was telling me in my house, in our home, that unless IEBC comes for him with a car, written IEBC, and then they give him time to take breakfast, and then they take him to the polling station, and then they give him a chair and he votes, then he cannot wake up and go and vote. It's a civic light, but you see how people are talking, you can tell that it will be widespread. It will not even be only on UDA side. It will also be on Azimio side. So that is the only worry that is going to cause. There will be there will be a vote apathy across board. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Kamau. Collins.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Good night.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm also in Nairobi, and I like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity also to add my voice. I'll go straight to the point, and I can see the topic is primary, really, or imagine. What next for the loser? Voter apathies, widespread. What must be done? First of all, I like to say that I'll take this topic from different angle. I will somehow deviate from what most of my co-panelists have been arguing. I think this nomination has really exposed most of the party. First of all, I like to start with UDA. It is like UDA they were trying to show off, but they were badly exposed. Why am I saying this? Because instead of UDA using their party register, they opted to use the IBC register. And you know, when you are using an IBC register, meaning that even those who are not members of that respective party will also participate. So imagine if they used IBC register and the turnout was so low. That exposed that majority of the members, particularly in Mount Kenya region, are not allied, are not the members of UDA as they have been spreading those propaganda. Mr. Kamau just said that voter apathy is it has been witnessed across the country. I like to disagree with him because let us take for instance Kimani Mujiri of Nyeri town. He wrote on his Facebook that in the previous election during the Jubilee nomination when the Jubilee was the party to beat in Mount Kenya region, he told us that he won with over 17,000 votes, but the UDA candidate in Nyeri town won with only 3,000 this time round. That is in Mount Kenya region, meaning that the number of nominations in Mount Kenya region has reduced. But let us move to another region, Rift Valley, which is also it is deemed to be the bedrock of William Ruto and the UDA. You see, most winners, especially in the parliamentary election, like for example in Belgut, Nelson Koech won with over 26,000 votes, meaning that UDA actually the genuine member of UDA comes from Kalenjin land, and that's why they came out with a large number. And for the nomination, which in most cases we usually experience low turnout, that is a good number, which means the people from Rift Valley are actually, and particularly to be specific in Kalenjin, are allied, are the genuine supporters of UDA. But when it comes to Mount Kenya, that is a different case. I like also to use another scenario. Like for example, in Kiambu, I cannot recall very well, but I think Fernando Waititu Babayao in the 2017 nomination Jubilee, he won with over around 360,000 votes. Then he was followed by Kabogo, who had around over 100,000 votes. But at the moment, Wamatangi, who now won the Jubilee, not the Jubilee, but he won with a very small, insignificant number of votes. So that means that UDA has really been exposed. They are trying to show off, but they have been exposed negatively. Now, second point, let us move to ODM. Although, like for example, the nomination that I was following closely was that for Busia, the gubernatorial seat. You see, Mr. Otuoma won with Dr. Otuoma won with around 40,000 votes, 49. There are 49,000 votes. Then Florence Mutua Mwikali won with 30. Although that is a small amount of votes, small number of votes, but remember that ODM they were using their party register, meaning that only members of ODM were allowed to participate, meaning that even the other friendly parties like DAP, Jubilee, they were not allowed to participate, although they were members of Azimio. So I think ODM has did conduct the genuine votes according to the genuine number. Also, ODM tried to guard their votes. They tried to make sure that their votes were secured and it was free and fair. That's why they used the gadgets, the laptop, not the laptop, but the iPad to vote, the online system of voting. Unlike the UDA, whereby they were using just this paper. You know, this paper is can be easily be manipulated. That's why there was a problem in, to be specific, in Bomet. Then number 3, low turnout, especially in UDS stronghold. It is exposing. It is heralding a message to them. It is heralding or sending a message to them that things are not good on the ground as they were thinking, which means they need to up their games and mobilize their supporter, those MCAs, governor, senator, except those aspirants. They need to mobilize and do something so that they can increase the numbers of their supporters in their respective constituents or the area of their future jurisdiction. That is clear. Or else, if we are going to witness the same number of people, especially in Mount Kenya region, whereby in the previous election, whereby the parties that were perceived to be to have many members in that region used to have a high turnout. So not the high turnout, but at least the higher amount of people, the higher number of people who are turning out to vote is actually sending them a clear message that things are not good. And if indeed Mount Kenya is the bedroom of UDA, they need to do something quick and fast. Then another point is about those who lost nomination. I think, according to my opinion, which I'm entitled to, they can try to vie as an independent candidate. Others should try to vie as an independent candidate. Others should also consider defeat and go home. Because to some extent, you can judge yourself. Some candidates were strong. I'll still use the scenario in Bomet again. It was alleged that some of the ballot papers were already marked when they were brought in the polling station very early in the morning, meaning that someone somewhere in UDA headquarters was cooking something, meaning that majority, that is a representation of whole country, majority of this nominee, they are actually not representing the will of the people, but a specific group of people. Also, the other day, a certain candidate was complaining that Farouk Kibet was controlling everything. So, which means the nominees of UDA, majority, a significant number of them are just a product of what Raila used to call his waranga of a computer. It mimics that. So, for someone who feel maybe he was popular, like for instance, this governor for Laikipia, who is the chairman for campaign team, presidential campaign team, the current governor for Laikipia. In the last Jubilee election, he lost, but he believed that he unfairly lost the election, and he opted to go for an independent seat. And he actually, during the general election, he actually won with a very big margin. So that shows that he believed in himself, and he went ahead and won. So my candid advice to other people who are deemed to be the nomination losers, they can try their luck. But for those who are just there to show off and they are somehow sure that they lost fairly, they should just support their other candidates and go on. This cut across even in ODM, someone like, for example, Florence Mtua, he should just go on and support Otuoma, because it was clear that this time round is the season. It was the season for Otuoma. Then I would like to discuss something a bit which Mr. Kamau has just talked about, the issue of Kalonzo. I think Kalonzo should just be contained in Azimio, because it seems that most people do not understand the meaning of the word Azimio. Azimio is a Swahili word meaning that it is intention, ani nia ya kuleta watu pamoja, azimio, an intention of bringing people together, azimio la umoja. So, despite people might argue that Kalonzo is being stubborn, that as Mr. Bernard has just said, that he should go wherever he is pleased according to the constitution, but I think that he should be contained in Azimio, because we need him. We need to unite. Our main purpose is to unite people. I think even Dr. William Samoei Ruto should join just Azimio, because Azimio we have a primary purpose. Azimio is just an extension of BBI, Building Bridges Initiative. We should use that bridge to bring people closer to us. And also, I think Kalonzo is not being stubborn. Kalonzo is just trying to play hard to get. You want to be reassured, because automatically Kalonzo knows that he'll not be the running mate of Baba. What he needs maybe is he need to be assured what percentage of government maybe he'll get, like 40%, 20%, something like that. And I think Uhuru and Raila and others, these are the people who are knowledgeable, people who are experienced. At long last, they will sit together, they will have a sober conversation, and Kalonzo will be brought to Kalonzo will be brought on Kalonzo will be brought on the board. So this should not um, worry many people, because Kalonzo is just a normal human being. And the other day he declared that he will support Raila Amolo Odinga. He will not deviate. He will not join another coalition, because he believes in Raila Amolo Odinga. That is my submission. And from this juncture, up to this juncture, I give room for anyone who has any burning question, more than ready to answer. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, Collins, for your submission. Keep, you have a question?
First of all, Collins, I appreciate you keeping our culture. I like your heart. That is amazing. The history of that heart takes us way back with the sultans. That is good. Very, very. Those things are not made anymore. It's not easy to make. The process is quite long. But the question is about nomination. I think we have to be mature enough to understand that the nomination process in Kenya is not mature enough. And I can see it's a bit weighted against UDA at the moment. I know UDA is quite young, but I think also the rest of us are we're not ready. Even though we're trying to show a bit of digital nominations in Azimio, I don't think nomination process is going very smoothly right now. It's not good. So for me, I'd like you to understand that we're still trying to fight a battle, but ODM is winning it. I'll be honest with you, it's taken 15 years, and ODM's nomination process is now getting better in Western. Now we've got to take care of Kisii and other territories that ODM is going to come in future. Hopefully, if ODM does good work, I'll join ODM for the Kalenjin community, but I'm not with ODM at the moment. As for Kalonzo, you need to forget about him. There's no position that Kalonzo is going to get. He might have been given a few things, a few trinkets here and there by Uhuru Kenyatta as promises, but I think Kenya politics should not go towards that direction. We are actually talking about this openly, which is very embarrassing. Why are we talking about giving men and women positions in government? We should be talking about ideologies. Talking about, we're going to give Wiper Party certain dockets in the government is something embarrassing. It's very embarrassing to discuss as Kenyans. Why are we discussing giving the Kikuyu community certain dockets? Why are we discussing giving the Kalenjin community certain dockets? So for me, Kalonzo, as Bernard always says, I've watched him say this several times, as an elder, you should come in the way he said initially when we clapped our hands. Eric, Alex, Bernard, all of us were in agreement. When Kalonzo said, Baba Tosha, and whatever position Raila is going to give us, I will take it. We then saw a mature man coming into politics. We saw a mature man putting country first, as the late Alex, correct me if I'm, I always forget people's names. The late, what is the name of this famous family in America? that has lost many. The guy was shot in Texas. What's his name?
Kennedy.
The Kennedy family. Put country first. The person we lost the other day that I saw was a great Republican leader, was the McCain family. And I saw Baba do that once. And it was just the other day in Bungoma. There was a time somebody was abusing Obama. And mzee McCain alisimamisha huo mwanamke akamwambia no. I might be disagreeing with Obama, but Obama is a good man and you cannot start saying all this stuff. There was a time, and what I'm referring to is when the Askaris were beating some youths in Bungoma. And Raila alisema wacha hiyo kijana, wachana na vijana. And you could see in his face that he's caring about, those are his people. And you could see that's how leaders should be doing. So Collins, I liked your submission, but I would like us to discuss more about what a particular leader is bringing into the coalition rather than what positions need to be filled. Because I think we're getting too obsessed with the deputy president position. And we should be focusing on things like what Alex had mentioned, which is the speakership. And the speakership should not be tribal. It should be for somebody who's going to lead the president, the parliament, just like the president. So we need to take care of that. That's all I wanted to say. But kudos on the hat, Collins. I like that. That is, keep our traditions out there.
Okay, thank you, Kip. Yes, Collins, what is it?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Kip for appreciating my heart. Actually, I must say that I'm proud to be an African, and I'm proud to be associated with this heart. Actually, I admire Sultan and Nigerian elders. That's why I put on this as art most of the time. Secondly, I must say that today, for the first time in history, since I started since I commenced being a panelist on this platform, I must say that I have got a very sober and a very genuine, a person who is not personal, a person who is not a verbally abusive challenger. And I must say that I really accept, digest, and ingest, accommodate your challenge. I might say that I'm proud to have a panelist, a co-panelist, a challenger, someone like you. I recommend that one day maybe you should visit one of these national television and advise them what you have just told me. Because for the first time, maybe I've just changed my mind and maybe moving from tribal discussion, tribal argument, individual, but to discuss something of matters of national importance. You have just reminded me what not Kalonzo, but the late already said that the time has come when the national is important than any one of us. Thank you.
Before you can continue there, Collins, it's quite split here. When somebody is vying for the national as a national ticket, the tribal politics needs to disappear. So anything that you're vying for national politics, your affiliation to your tribe needs to disappear. But when you're vying for local government, for example, a governor or an MCA, tribal politics is quite important. And I'll give you an example. I'm from a community that is split its needs into two. So we've got sections of the Kalenjin that are interested in watu kama wafugaji, pastoralists like the Maasai. That is very tribal. We are cattle people. And then within my tribe, we connect more with the Kikuyus, where we are interested in horticulture. So when I'm talking about tribal politics, those are the things that we need to vie for. And there are certain traditions within tribes that make us stronger. So that is why you can see that clanism in good clanism not the negatives one we've been seeing for the last 15 years from the Kisi community. There's a reason why they do that. So clanism, when you see the Kisis are really fighting for the MC position, there's a reason they do that. So it's a balance. It's a balance that we need to mature into as a nation. So for me, Kalonzo has come into national politics, and when he's escalated his politics into national politics, he needs to forget that he's the kingpin of the Kamba people, because what we are seeing right now is Kamba politics, and it's embarrassing the Azimio movement. Even though you see our friend Uhuru Kenyatta speaking in Kikuyu, he knows how to balance it. He knows how to balance national politics and local politics. At the moment, he's fighting against what Wood has done in his own backyard. So when he speaks in Kikuyu, which I absolutely would encourage him to do that, because Kikuyu is a national language in Kenya. So for me, it's when you escalate yourself into national politics, you need to speak for the Kenyan, for the whole of Kenya. But when you come down to an MCA, I would want you to keep your traditions. I want you to keep your beliefs for your own people and actually jealously guard that. So that's what I want to. I feel Kenyans need to be educated about. There's a very big difference about that. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kim. I think let's get this video first.
Election results. Excuse me, Arao, I have a point. I want indulgence in that area. Yes. And kindly, as a member of UDA and an aspirant, yes, I want your indulgence. Kindly listen to me. My name is Kamau Kamato, yes, and on behalf of other aspirants. On behalf of the majority of the aspirants, we with tremendous respect, we are urging you not to release the provisional results because we have made a formal complaint to the National Elections Board. We believe the RO cannot sort here because they are touching on the RO and your personnel. So kindly, with due respect, we've made a formal complaint to the National Elections Board, and we are very peaceful. This party needs consensus, and therefore, as a family, we are requesting you to listen to us. We are very peaceful. Don't release those results. And
Andrew, namna gani?
Habari ya asubuhi, jioni, wote waje nione. Joni, Tafik, assalamu alaikum. Nyaga, aya mwanya getinge. General Alex. Lijuma nimekuona Absine K. Wanyumba Murega. Wapi leo mama wetu Selina Yomune. Uiga asigityo. So far Bernard siku mingi lakini.
Nashukuru, niko hapa. Sema maneno.
Potea sana bwana, kutafuta sana. Najua sasa. Lakini naelewa hii wiki ni wiki ya kazi ya watumishi wa Mungu. Inabidi waende kidogo waangalie mambo, rensi ziko wapi, tunaelekea wapi.
Kweli kabisa, asante.
Nashukuru, tunaomba amani. Hiyo ndio kazi ya watumishi wa Mungu, tupate amani. Unaona sasa vile mambo yako. Hiyo inaonyesha kwamba kuna kazi bado, kuna wafanyikazi wanahitajika. Sasa nashukuru tena kwa hii panel, kwa hii opportunity. Tunashukuru sana Mtembei TV. Na is a rare opportunity that we cannot find anywhere so far, especially this time round. Nimekuwa jana singeweza, nilikuwa busy kiasi, lakini nilikuwa kwa background. So kushikanisha na topic ya leo, kitu ya kwanza kabla mimi nianze nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba hii ndio TV imeonyesha mfano, tujaribu yani kusema ukweli. Yes, tuko na shida, tukubali tuna shida na tunaweza itatua namna gani. Na sisi ndio tutaikaitatua. Hakuna mtu atakuja kukutatulia hii shida. So for me nilikuwa na himiza our young people, kama hao wanaosikiza hapo wanakuja, ni sawa, you have what information, share that information to other people, whether the information is correct or is genuine or is a fake one. So ukikicha hapa, nimeshukuru sana kwa kila mtu ako harati. Yani we are like soldiers who are waiting for any strike of any time. When you touch where people feel that they will tell you stop, we want facts. If you don't have facts, you cannot come. And this is the kind of a channel that we want our society to focus on. Let's be sincere. No one is perfect, yes. No one does not has a problem. Everyone has a problem, yes, we do. But we have to get a way to solve this. So for me, I am very grateful and an opportunity that I never thought one day I will be on TV, to be watched by other people in different world, regardless of your status, wherever you are. I really appreciate this, and it is on my view, and I really I don't take it for granted. I really appreciate it. And many people have even, which you are, maybe some thought maybe you are not surviving, you are not existing. Now people will say, are you still there? Some people who were together in school many years back, so they can see you are still kicking, man. I told them, yes, we saw you somewhere. So for me, I really appreciate that. I was more it is, and it is not that small because it makes me, it energizes me, and I'm also to learn that it is to be a focus, to make a change where the change is needed. It doesn't matter how much small you can contribute, but it stand on the truth. Be in the middle. Less, as our brother and the Ruta is talking about, I see him the way he say, yeah, no one want to stay out. We want to come back home. Our home, we are going nowhere. So with this, the home, we need all of us. So regardless of what we see, even those people, our brothers from there, they have issues also. We can see. So how do we help them? That's a good topic now. About the losers, as I can see, there is an independent window for those who might have lost, and there are those who feel that, okay, I can give a chance because he's my brother, he's my sister, he has ideas, and they do this, what we call a handshake. Because you have you are a Kenyan, you want to serve. Maybe you are smarter than, or you have wisdom than me. And let's give one a chance. If that is the case, if that is okay, but don't also say I am the only one. You cannot be the only. You can't live alone. You need me, I need you. So let's make some handshake. That's a good example. It's a good thing for me. I say, yeah, let's have that kind of yeah, okay, fine, but don't take everything 10 out of 10. Let's be in the middle. Take at least something and also have something as well. So for me, I say there is an independent window, but not everyone will go to independent. So some people will look for a place where they can say, now we want to build a country and not to destroy it. You can see the way people, our friends are there, are uncontrollable because things are not okay. And you stand on a TV, a national TV, and say things are okay. Really? Who are you kidding? How things are okay? And maybe you are new in Jerusalem, as they say. But today we are happy Jesus has risen and he will show us a way because it's the way. So I see that one, and I also look at the general view of the exercise. Where Kes asked me a question, Andrew, can you read? And I say it is 3%. That is my view, the way I looked at it. Why? I throw the parallel, what happened and what happened in 2017. They have some kind of things related, and it's a wake-up call for August 8th. So what do we say? IPC, we need to know where the boxes are going to be printed, the ballot box. Which country and which company now? We need to know. We don't want to at the last minute, then you go to court, the court will tell you now it's too late. You cannot. Now, it should be. People need to know where the ballot box being printed, and in a certain country, why not in Kenya? And does the company, made the criteria to be given that tender? So those are the things. It is a good picture. You can learn a lot from that. So how we are prepared, register. You see, even they are complaining that they had a register which is not known. That is a good example. So are you thinking you are saying how? So what about the August? So the word register has come up. So we need a register which is acceptable by all stakeholders. Not only one. That's what we said. We want a ref who is not wearing a costume of our opponent. We need a ref who is well and who is not biased, who will be supervise the game and who is vigilant. When there is a fault, he will raise up the flag and say there is a mistake here. We need to correct it. Not only to give where that is the thing I can see. And so why we are saying that because you see, if anything, there is no fairness. Okay, we say fair. Fair means what? Let's follow what is required. Let's do what is required of us. That's what I think is fair. It may not be the best, but that's the option we have, and we have to make use of that. And now that is it. And if we do that, then we will be able to see where the readers we want. But if we give it someone else's house, they go and mark the papers, and then they go and change the boxes, and now they tell you now let's go to Nyaya house and pour down and we count. If you already know how much you have, your own things, then you expect how can we do that? Before that, we need things to be done. Thank you so much, Bernard. I really wanted to get the details, and then I can come in later. Thank you so much. If anybody has a question, maybe something, then I can expand it.
Sawa sawa, asante sana bwana Andrew, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba wale watu wote mko nyuma ya curtain mnaharibu screen, naomba you show your face ama tuanze kuwafagia kwa sababu watazamaji wameanza kuteta. Ni wakati wa nani huyu? Bwana Penny, namna gani?
Salama kijana yangu, habari ya wewe?
Niko salama.
Bana, uko salama, unatakiwa upate sadaka ile ya kanisa ya chana. Mimi ni mwSDA. Lakini we have to arrange that. Mimi ninasikia mzuri sana wakati unanipatia wakati, na wakati nasikia vijana wanazungumza maneno mazuri sana. Lakini ile tu tunapitana ni UDA na Azimio. Hiyo tu. Ingine yote tunakubaliana na kila kitu. So 3 months kutoka sasa itakuwa mzuri na tutaendelea pamoja. Na kuna mmoja alisema ati Kikuyu is a national language. Sasa nijifunze Kikuyu. I have 2 nephews in Kikuyu, 2 my sisters wanajua Kikuyu. But Kikuyu is not a national language. I can tell myself that Kisi is a national language, just like you just told yourself. Kenyatta speaking his language, some of us were around when his father was there. He even spoke maybe 1 or twice, if he's in the neighborhood. But we never seen anything like this. This tribalism of the first order. If you want, we can go all the way. Mimi ni Mkisi. Nitazungumza Kisi yangu. So let us not go there. Let us accept. Na mmoja wenu amesema ati you don't know where the printing papers are.
Wait. No. Kisi is a national language. Kikuyu is a national language. Don't go there. These are our tribes. In South Africa, they speak in Xhosa. They speak in Afrikaans,
no. Maybe it's a definition. Maybe no. Right. Young man, you are right on that. Maybe it's a definition there.
Languages, and you're the people who are destroying our culture.
Both of you. Now, tusikilizane tafadhali.
Yeah, nimekubali. Nimekubali. Akiweka nikisi ni national language, yote nimekubali. Sitaki. I mean, I would not argue with that. I was arguing with it when he was like, I thought it meant that Kikuyu is out there with the Swahili. That's it. No. But the way you have made it, nobody will argue with that.
All of them are national languages.
Okay, keep.
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, that's okay. I got it. Yeah. Na nimalizie kusema kwamba kama mjajua the printing papers yamechapwa wapi, na it's only 3 months to the elections. Hapo ndio tunakuwa na taabu all the time, because we have been talking about other issues, PPI, what not, instead of focusing on the real nitty-gritty. There's that gentleman who said about printing papers and stuff like that. So if you have not known it by now, just be prepared to say the elections were stolen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, talking about election being stolen, there is somebody who is who asked me a question that I would want, I think, keep Alex and the rest of us to look at keenly. The rigging of Kenyan elections, it has always been established that is a process. And this process has something not only to do with the voters register, but it goes as back as registration of persons, the issuance of IDs, the NSSF printing place of IDs. There seems to be an equal distribution of national IDs through a cartel from NSF, SEFA, whereby certain regions that favor particular political persuasion have it easy in getting IDs. The other places, either they are delayed, or they are not printed, or they are lost, or the names are mismatched. This is something that I saw that we need to go down and get up with some detailed whatever information that is credible, because I'm told that this has been going on for the past 2 or 3 years. I don't know what you feel about it. Keep your mute.
See, these are the people we're calling digital when we elected in 2013. Tume struggle sana kuleta hii huduma center. So na hii vifaranga za servers. So until we trust our our digital age in Kenya, all these things are always going to be arranged. I don't think we are in the trusting. I don't think we're in the trusting phase in Kenya right now. There's half the population that thinks that and I don't believe this. This is I'm the half that doesn't believe this. There's half the population that thinks that the state is going to help Raila win the election. No, Raila is going in by himself. There is no doubt in my mind that he's going clean. So I think once that illusion or that part of the system is out, what your suspicions are true. But what we need now is a new presidency that will make us comfortable with the digital world, that is going to make us comfortable with the voter registration, that's going to make us comfortable with the passport registration, ID registration. You're forgetting that ID registration up north is still a bit fishy. We've got people from northeastern Kenya that are not Kenyans. I'm not disputing that we have Kenyans that are that is from a tribe called Somali. That is a tribe called Somali Kenyans, but some of them are not Kenyans. So this is an issue that I think Raila will need to tackle. It's there, and your concerns and suspicions are there, but it's not something we can deal with right now. It's after Raila comes in.
No, you know, Kip, I'm looking at it from, and the person who shared information came up with that aspect of mtajua hamjui. Mtajua hamjui means you can concentrate on the popular vote, go out there, marshal the votes, and only to be met with a shock on the election day, that when the ballot papers arrive in our areas of voting, our voters are not in the register or the IDs are not agreeing, then it becomes one, of course, the outcome will be chaotic. Of course, there are regions, if a name is missed and then another name is missed, that is the end of that election. That name has to be found first before anything continues. But the other places, if the name is missing, that is the end of the story. They are gone, and that's the end of Nini. So we just want to ventilate on this in the aspect of both sides, because like you said, the government doesn't need to rig these elections in favor of anybody, but there are people who would do anything to win these elections. The desperation is there. And if there is an avenue like that.
But Bernard, you've got to look at it from it this way. The most that the UDA can rig in terms of their favor is half of Central because of his goons, the goons that Ruto has, and then the whole of Central Rift Valley. I'll continue saying Central Rift Valley because I don't believe in North and South. So for me, I think even if they try and rig themselves out, because they're gonna rig themselves out, in. So I think Central Rift is a big concern. So you'll have 100% turnout, whatever. And then in Central, there's certain people that are going to rig themselves in. But then there's also certain areas where Jubilee has the machinery to stop that. So compared to what happened in 2013 and 2017, there isn't enough pushback from, push in from the UDA side, whereby they will go into North Rift and South Rift to try and muscle themselves in and say we've won this area. They can't do that in the Kisii area. They can't do that in Northeast. They can't do that in the coastal region because that's a stronghold. So I think your concern is valid, but what is going to happen is they're going to rig their own people in, but in terms of numbers they cannot. Hata wakileta watu wamekufa kuwa kwa register, it will not beat what Raila already holds as numbers. So it's a concern. I understand your concern, but I wouldn't be too worried about it. Wacha waibe hizo, hiyo ni yao. Let them steal hiyo katikati, nusu ya Central, hiyo ni sawa. But Jubilee has machinery, Azimio has machinery that Ruto cannot compare to, and there's rumors that his money in United Bank of Africa imefriziwa. There's a lot of money that he cannot use for his campaign, so his hands are tied. I'm sorry for Ruto at the moment. He's lost time to travel. So I know what you're saying, but relax.
Okay, thank you. I shared that information so that we can use whatever channels we have on our avenues and go and ascertain them. If there is a special squad, you remember Moi's time, huh? We'll always arrange a special squad to do a special work that they will concentrate on to bring about a particular outcome. And no other person is playing Moi politics better than William Ruto at this point in time. And so it's something that we need to check out. And when we ascertain, we will know how to respond to the same. Other than the shock of, because the usual outcome is sisa tukubalingi matokeo. And if they hit you with that surprise, and then they add you mukubalingi matokeo, you will be pushed in the same corner. Then I don't see us going to the Supreme Court for another case. We don't want another case. We want a swearing in on the 10th or on the wherever, how many days. And then the next 100 days, we want to see money in the pocket. Not these other stories of tungoje siku sijui 14 sijui nini Martha Koome angalie sijui nini. We wouldn't want that. So using your connections and your avenues, let's ascertain this thing. Hiyo special squad tujue iko wapi, inafanya kazi vipi, because I'm told they are crisscrossing the country and distributing those IDs to specific groups, or holding those IDs
the special
from
squad,
other places. All the same.
The special squad you're worried about is the chiefs. The chiefs are within the government, and right now they're going to follow what the president says. They have been appointed by the president. So
no, mischievous things will not work through the channel of the government. Mbona ushiki wewe?
Nakwambia sasa wewe unakuwa concern na hiyo hezi pita sasa. Si imefungwa sasa, hizo mziba zimefungwa. The only places that they can influence is his own backyard, and his own backyard is also got holes. So he's finished.
Sawa, naomba tusonge mbele. Alex?
Yeah, na Atuya amesema
Keep anaongea a lot of nothing, nikamwambia ingie panel, akasema ako kazini, so amesema nisalimie Keep, lakini anasema you're speaking a lot of nothing, so get on him, not me. But
it's fine. No, it's fine, Alex. So if I'm speaking a lot of nothing, it means that Atuye is saying that he's running, his presidential candidate is going to rig the election. So if I'm talking wrong, I'm talking negatively about rigging election. He wants to talk positively about it. Atuambie mahali wataiba hiyo votes basi Atuye.
So wacha niambie Atuye kitu kimoja kuwa the only thing that prevented us from touching the man called Chebukati is we needed the quorum for IEBC. Now that we know the quorum for IEBC meets even when there are 3 commissioners, if Chebukati makes a move that he has been making with UDA, he will go home because we have seen his proximity to UDA. He is not a captain to be trusted. Muturi is not a captain to be trusted. Now we know our enemies, and we are not going to fascitize them. We are very serious this time. Sasa Uhuru ameshatuambia time for politics imefika, and we are playing hard politics. We are not playing soft politics. You know, nataka niambia tu ya kuwa the only person who said no from opening the servers ilikuwa William Samoei Ruto, kwa sababu the servers ziko Karen. That is where the tallying center for nomination ilifanyika using IBC servers, and they produced these vifarangas. So we are not afraid to tell him that he manena hatutaki. So Chebukati must explain a lot because he knows that he refused to listen to the orders of the Supreme Court, and he's a lawyer. So we must treat him with suspect all the time, because as a lawyer, and that is the reason why the composition of IEBC, we said we need one lawyer so that when they make mistakes, they don't get away with it. Remember, that is what we say. So we are currently having him as the chair of IEBC and the legal advisor because he's the lawyer. So he knows the implication of these things. Now, let me come to Kalonzo. I don't know why we are making a lot of noise. I mean, we've known Kalonzo for a long time. And we agreed that Kalonzo is going to be a thorn on our flesh. And there's nothing we are going to agree. After the 9th, and we deposited that, hata Mutula umesikia leo akiongea, that they are not going anywhere. So the sad reality, or the good reality, is that they are in to stay. But the sad reality to them is that according to the agreement, they signed with Jubilee. Even though they are trying to say it's a 3-legged stool, they signed through Jubilee. You remember during the NDC, they came late. We were late for 8 hours because they had to negotiate with Jubilee, not ODM. So there's nothing like a 3-legged stool. We have Jubilee and ODM, which makes Azimio. The rest of the people came through these 2 parties. That is a fact that Kalonzo must agree with. So whatever he does to his area in order to win the seats, whatever propaganda he's using, whatever political acumen he wants to use, that is his problem. Because in the end of the day, like any other person, you got to be frustrated like Kalonzo that he can't win the 3 governorship of Ukambani. If it were you, you'll be frustrated. Put yourself in the eyes of Kalonzo. It's like sitting on your buttocks and you have blisters. It is not comfortable, very uncomfortable. So what we are saying is, let Kalonzo fight his fights. He knows who has refused him from becoming a parliamentary party. It is the 3 brothers. So if they are fighting, just leave them alone. We have nothing to do with them. Why? Because in the end, Mutua at the same time wanted to threaten us that he's leaving Azimio. You've not seen that from Gilu or from Kibwana. So whatever problems they are having, they know each other. Even today, the language they were using, they know each other, looks like they know each other personally. So if they went against each other on a personal level, on a national podium, calling each other, Malaya ya siasa, they know each other. So who are we to go against them? Let the local politics Ukambani play until a winner. Unajua, I don't know if you have two sons who wenye wanafuatana. If you have two sons that follow each other and they keep fighting, you don't keep giving them a truce. Wacha wachapane ndugu yangu. Unawaangalia, unasema mwenye anashinda atakula ugali nyingi. Hiyo itaishia hapo. So let them score and finish once and for all, because that is what they want to do. But remember one thing, ikitu ya DP, I've said it and people feel like that is my opinion, and it's a personal opinion that I look from the history of Raila. Raila has a history of working with rivals, bitter rivals, not even good rivals, bitter ones. 2002, Anyang' Nyong'o and Nani and Orengo did not work with him. And later on, now they are his most trusted allies. Dalmas Otieno was one of his most bitter, not even eye to eye. But he ended up working with him. And you can see right now, Tuju, the same thing. So if you read the book by Lincoln, when he was asked, why did you work with your rivals? He wrote a very good book called Team of Rivals. And remember, in 2005, when Obama became the president, I want to read you what he said. This is what he said during the Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair is one of the most exclusive interviews that you give to accomplished politicians. He said, let me go. Yeah, let me read for you the right thing.
While you're reading it, if you see Gitash, Gigiman, and Atuya wakitetemeka kwa comments, you know you're saying something right.
This is what Obama said. I don't have to work with yes men of my people. I need to be challenged because I'm a president with a vision and a mission. My mission and vision for the people of America is to take them from this great depression we are having. We are losing 1 million jobs a day. I don't need a yes man in my cabinet. I need people who will make me awake 24 hours a day so that I don't sleep on my work. At 3 a.m., if I'm woken up to make a decision, because of my rivals, I know what to say. I know what to do. I am awake. I am alert for the people of America. And that is it. I don't need to work with a yes man. So, and that is what basically Raila has done. When you think that you have caught with him, he is 10 years before you. Because he takes his rivals and his enemies seriously. Bernard, let me go now spiritual. One of my most favorite verse in the Bible is Psalms 23. Some people like saying, oh, the Lord is my shepherd. That is not the juicy part of it. The juicy part of it is this. The Lord prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies. My oil overflows. You got to accept to sit with your enemies so that your oil runneth over. You cannot see beyond your present if you just sit with your friends. It is your enemies that makes your oil runneth over. Thank God for Kalonzo. Our oil runneth over. We are seeing how Raila is wise. We are seeing how Raila has a cathedral mindset. We are seeing how Raila every day is a leader. Thank God to Kalonzo. So don't rubbish Kalonzo. Let him make Raila to be the president we want. Every day you are proving from Mombasa what he did yesterday, everywhere, that Raila is a leader because of Kalonzo. The lower Kalonzo goes to be myopic, the higher Raila rises. So why are you disturbing Kalonzo? Let him go low to a point that he can't wake up to be our deputy. Don't disturb Kalonzo. I mean, he's doing good. And you see how Madam Nani is quiet, Madam Karua. We have to come here and lie to Kalonzo is our next DP. We have. Some of us have to come here and lie so he can feel good. We have to. There is no question.
Alex, you're closing the line. You're closing the line.
So we have to come here so that Tembi, who was that young man who said Kalonzo is an intellectual? There was a young Kamba boy who came here and said, don't say that about Kalonzo. We must make him come to the debate.
Martin Deto.
Not Nato. No, not Nato. There is another young guy that walikuwa wanaongea na Nato for 20 minutes to 1 hour that tuongee Kikamba for 1 hour, and they were not talking Kikamba. You remember that young man?
That was that was 3 hours. I think
Musi or who?
3 hours. That was 3 hours, Alex.
Yeah, 3 hours. Actually, until Wekesa woke up and asked them, you guys have been trying to talk for how long? So those are our people. So Bernard, Kalonzo is okay. Musishangae na Kalonzo. Kalonzo is playing the politics of local politics. And if he becomes a parliamentary party, the better for us, because Kalonzo really needs funds. The only reason Kalonzo will hang out with Wanjigi, Mudama, and all these people is because he doesn't have money. Running a party is not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing. I'm telling you the truth. So if Kalonzo wants to make his party parliamentary, let's allow it, because that is his responsibility as a party leader. Even Raila, where he looks for money for us to campaign, we don't know. But ni kama baba ameenda amenunua chakula ameleta nyumbani. We are happy because we live in Karen. Kalonzo lives in lower Karen in politics. Allow him to upgrade himself. So thank you very much, Bernard.
Inaonekana ile phone call from Yatta has reached very fast. Let it do the magic. All the same. Interesting times, interesting people. Let's do this. Who is this? Otieno, you want to interject?
Okay, thank you, Bernard, and the panel. Okay, let me contribute on this rigging. You know, once bitten, twice shy. Yeah. And this is something that has we have gone through for a long time. I think there is, even if you can read from the body talk of the DP, you can see something, because he was having high hopes that he's going to make it, whether we like it or not. Meaning, he knew very well that he can't make it on the ground. He was working maybe to rig the election, and that's why he might be bitter with the president, because the president knows everything and he controls the machineries. So on the rigging, I don't see if Mr. Ruto can make it with only half of Rift Valley and some part of quarter, I can call it quarter of Central, because for now, after the nomination is when the campaign is going to start. And that's when he's going to realize that people who are gathering his rallies, were gathering the rallies because of money. They were being paid. And that's why they are not able even to leave their jobs to go and vote for the to vote for the nomination. And that's the reason why the turnout was very poor, because they were being paid. So when they were going for nomination, who was going to pay them? Nobody. So let's not expect that there will be rigging. Though Chebukati we can't trust. We can't trust Chebukati. We just hope for the best, and we can pray that our president seal all those loopholes that maybe our opponent might be looking for. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sawa sawa, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Naomba sasa Bwana Themba.
Hello, habari.
Penin, iko nini? Unafukuzwa na nini?
Nilifikiri uliniita lakini hukuniita. I'm sorry.
Ulisema Themba. So, Themba, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm well.
Niambie.
I beg to be released.
Nasikia ati sijui uko na kanisa unafungua huko na unafaa kuchukua sadaka asubuhi.
Sadaka nachukua saa hii ili nisafirishe kwenda huko. Wewe bwana unataka kuahirisha sadaka wewe? Who is throwing out Themba? You have a conspiracy of detaining me here. I have Easter Monday service.
No. Themba talked bad about the church. He had to be kicked out, you know. Akuje pole pole.
Akuje pole pole. So let's listen to Kimere as we proceed. Is it Lily or Kimere or both of them now?
How are you, Daktari?
Bernard, I thought you forgot us, but I think
No. I can't forget you.
Good, wonderful. Well, I don't have much to add on the argument. Actually, I'm happy to see all the panel. I texted Keep. Actually, he never answered my message. Keep. I don't know, for some reason it just threw me out, and Bernard read me in again. But previous to that, I had written you a message, Keep. And
didn't receive your message. Could you do it
where?
again?
On the private chat or where?
Yeah, on the private chat. Yeah. No, because I was just wondering which area he is in, really. I know he is in the UK. I know you are in the UK, Keep.
Yes, I'm between countries. I'm in the UK and Belgium. You wanted to contact me?
Yeah, probably.
All right. Just add your number now. I will. It'll be an honor to speak to you. If I missed your message, I'm sorry.
No worries. I'll chat you there. And yeah, I see Alex is in mimetic today. Yesterday he was in a suit. Wow, but yesterday was Sabbath. Alex, you are so selective to people you talk to, isn't it? Yeah, you see he is pretending now. And then Andrew, I want to congratulate Andrew. He is. I've seen we have a new Maraga. Yeah, he is speaking like Chief Justice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I come from the same area.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. Anyway, I think we had commented on this earlier. Well, some weeks or maybe a month now. Probably we have been talking about Kalonzo, but I think we should really call it a day and
Ignore him.
Yeah, ignore Kalonzo, because we need to start concentrating on how we are doing things, really, on how to move forward as Azimio. Because if we take too much energy on Kalonzo issue, it's taking us nowhere, really. So let's start now to strategize and whatever we can contribute in to give advice on how the campaigns will be to get people to vote Azimio, the better. And the forum, for example, the one, I thank Mutembei actually for allowing us to have that Mount Kenya forum on Fridays, and it's bearing fruits because I have seen a lot of people change. Yesterday, on Friday, we had some people there, and I saw one of them actually participated in yesterday's forum, general one, and that's Tirade Enterprise or something, if I can remember well. And he understood. Because most of those guys in Mount Kenya, for example, the young people, are lost because they don't know anything else other than what it's being preached to them now. But once you engage with them and talk to them and give them a little bit of history and open their minds a little bit, they start understanding and seeing things differently. And that's why I'm so convinced that when the president hits the road down there, a big change will be seen. Um, uh, well, I think we had already contributed about the if the voter apathy is widespread. I don't think it is really, because and there's a question I wanted to ask you, Bernard. When we talk about the voter apathy, is it in reference to all the parties, or is it in reference to all regarding the UDA nominations only? Because we don't have much about the other parties really. The only thing that we know as per now is more for the UDA. We haven't seen much of ODM nominations. It's more consensus. Jubilee, we don't know of about any nominations at all really. So what kind of apathy are we talking about? Is it just the UDA?
So probably I would say that based on the grapevine, just the general talk on the market and the way people are swearing they will not go to vote again, things like that. That tabulated result into that voter apathy. So it's not necessarily in relation to UDA nominations, but UDA nomination proved it. So we've been hearing people on the market say they will never vote, they don't want to vote, they will not participate in the voting. Then now the nominations are called and you see UDA getting 2%.
Okay. So a lot of people,
that the grapevine is real.
Okay. So a lot of people suggest that might be due to the economic status of the country. Well, could be, but I'm not very much convinced of that, because people always complain about economy. We are complaining about economy here because it's really tough in every angle. Probably generally people always take lightly the issue of party nominations. So, but I think when we get to serious campaigns, people will. I'm sure that people will come out more than we have seen, and obviously there's that issue of people feeling unsatisfied about how things are going on, and obviously the politics which has been around now is not helping also, because they tend to push on one side and putting the blame to the government and the people who are on power now. But I think I'm not really 100% sure that that's the case. So when the day comes, I think people will come out. Especially, let me talk about Mount Kenya, because we have mentioned it a number of times about Mount Kenya. The Mount Kenya people, I think once the running mate will be decided, we'll see a big shift. Because I've tried to talk with a number of people, and the thing they say is it's not that they're not. Yeah, some people follow Ruto because they believe that since he started his campaign 4 years ago, and they believe that he hasn't changed his mind, that they knew all along that the deputy president will be from Mount Kenya and all that. And even when, because I talked to some people and they mentioned that even when Musalia and Wetangula joined Luto, he never gave promised them that he's gonna give them the deputy position, because that's a slot reserved for Mount Kenya people. even if and that worries me, because they are not worried about the 40-60% ratio. But as long as they know that he is not changing, he gonna give them the deputy president. So and that's why. And they say on the other part, on the part of Azimio, they are not sure. They don't know what's happening. Raila is not pronouncing himself, but that's so. Once that will be decided, once they think that the deputy gonna come from, now I don't want to play like Kalonzo's games here, that we must or they must get the deputy presidency and all that. But I think that will be a determining factor if once the deputy president is decided. If that goes to, I don't know, if a mother, as Mama Serena actually always tells us, that we all advocate for, that will change. I tell you, that will change a lot of people who are following UDA now. At least 60% of those people will change their mind, guaranteed. And okay, and that's it. If Lily has something to add, if you can give her a chance.
Bernard, today you are getting buy one get one free. It's Lily. Hi. There. I'm thinking about Mother Karua. If I'll play a woman's card now, I think if deputy will be a Mother Karua, I think will be like from Mount Kenya. I think now we'll be saying about coming out like Thuraku, as it is. Kumera. Sorry.
Gender sensitive. Gender sensitive.
It should be very nice. Yeah, that would be change matrix. Another thing about this voter apathy. So I think as a mere supporter, I think we should not be complacent about it based on the nomination of UDA, because we don't know about how voter apathy will be on the other teams in Azimio, like Jubilee and what else, ODM and other parties who have affiliations we have. So we should not be complacent. So I think when we start campaigning, we should be really work hard and really campaign without taking any chance, without no reservation, as my cousin is saying here behind me. So we should really work hard and try to convert those people that, we should not take no chances, because we don't have a clear picture how this voter apathy is for real. Because if we are going to consensus, we don't know a real thing in the ground. So we might think it's just over vote apathy for the UDA, but in real life, we don't know how it is on the voters, how they will decide. So we should campaign, or we should take it serious and work hard as well. So, and the other thing is, I don't know when the registration will be closed by IBC for voter registration. So I think we should be encouraging the young ones to continue to register. To be quite honest, we should not like wait for the mass registration, because now it is not going to happen. So we should be continuing guide of the push for people to go keep on registering for vote registration, because we need votes. This vote will be the decider at the end of the day. And after maybe election, because we should not, especially in Motembei, in this forum, we should kind of educate what a voter or your vote stands for, especially for these young people. And as well, in education in our schools, this should be taught. It should be taught, because it's important if we want to change politics of our country. What you should look for as a voter, and how government works. Because here in England, young people, they are really taught what to look for and what you stand for, because you cannot be having these parties. You close today, you are ODM, tomorrow you are Jubilee, the next tomorrow you are UDA. Really, it doesn't really make sense, because what I have understood here, and maybe Kip can testify this, if you are Labour or Conservative, you'll die when you're Conservative. It's like if you're Man United, you'll die at Man United. You'll never switch to another football club.
Could you talk about the red wall? The red wall that was knocked after 100 years. Then people might understand how important that is with regions in the United Kingdom, and also how SNP was knocked, how Labour was knocked out from Scotland because of the SNP, and how important parties are in the United Kingdom, and registration for those.
Yes, I don't know how the war was brought about the Reds. So what I know, the knowledge I know about the parties, what I would say is about, if like they have consensus as well, they do consensus, but this is about the loyalty you have in that parties. So you kind of like not change. If you're, it's kind of like goes in the family heritage. If you're like a family, your family has been Labour from a long time, years to come. So it will go all the way until maybe it's inherited. You cannot change.
If you join a party,
if you join a paper,
you are convinced.
You are convinced with the ideals of that party. You don't change it. It's like even a football.
Can I ask you a question?
And football goes hand to hand. You cannot change your football club. If you are Man United, you are Man United. If you are Chelsea, you are Chelsea. The rest of your life, you cannot change. You cannot change.
Because you believe.
Because you believe
in the US, you have the red states and the blue states. It's similar to the UK.
Exactly.
Hey, Bernard, can I say something?
Order. This business, what happened to lifting your hand? Go small. Lily, conclude, please. And just to respond to your question about registration ended on the 13th of March. Right now, IBC is cleaning the register, ready for elections. No more voter registration until after August 9th.
But my argument will be on that although they have closed the register, it should be continued, although they have a cut. So those people who register after that date, they can vote the next election. So the continuation, it should be going, although they'll be cut off when those people who have registered can vote from maybe so and so date to this date. Those are the people who can vote. But the register should be continued.
I think the law does not allow registration.
Yeah.
I think 3 months to elections. 3 months to elections. To general election, not every election, general elections.
Yeah, so that is a law which is not serving anybody.
It is helping, because if the register remains open for people to be added to it, then it creates a room for rigging, whereby they will not ascertain who is a legitimate registered voter and who is not a legitimate registered voter, and who is still in the register that is dead. And so the cleaning of the register means they take those 3 months to clean the register, remove the ghost voters, the dead voters, so that we only have eligible voters. Then immediately after the general election, the continuous process of registration resumes as usual.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah.
that's why the card. What was that card?
Proxy. Oh,
No, the card. What was the
voter
card?
Oh,
Bernard?
the card they brought.
Yeah, that's why that's important.
That's why
Because
it's
like
important.
here, it doesn't matter because it's like synchronized.
Yes.
But now, yeah, that's why we all need that. Whoever was against those things, that's why we need that, because all the data can be synchronized, that a person who has obtained the death certificate today, that will be communicated to the council corresponding to wherever that person resides. That person will be removed to the register immediately, and the records are like updated instantly.
Yeah, once
so
somebody dies,
so that's why we shouldn't always be against everything that is proposed in that
yeah,
country.
Yeah, it's
sorry
instant.
sorry to intervene.
No, yes, because even your pension is because so you can't collect this pension because this person has died this date and this date. You understand? So that's why we should have these policies and disciplines of the parties, and yeah, that's.
And can I give a small story quickly? I know it's out of the topic.
Make
Just
it brief. The hands are up.
very quickly, since we touched on this, because there was a story last week about someone who relatives died, and that was in the UK, by the way, and because and the relative decided not to report the deaths of these people, so he decided to bury the I think it was the mother and an auntie or someone. He buried the people in the yard, in the garden, and he continued receiving the checks, the pension checks for these people, because he knew that from the moment he reported their deaths, that will be cancelled immediately. So what he did is just took the bodies, buried them in the garden, and never reported anything until someone discovered that, wow, these checks are, I don't know how they discovered that, but they understood that these people are no longer living. So that's why it's really very important to digitize and to avoid all the, and that's why I believe in Raila trying to fight corruption, and I believe that the Rarua ticket will really be able to fight corruption.
Yeah, I think we should go for Lalua. We should not be given headache by Karonzo anymore. Let's go for, I would say, Kalua ticket, call it gender Lalua ticket. I think everybody will come out like Kumera.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If that is going to play the magic, we will.
Yeah, they will. Why not?
So and then Penny wanted to say something. Penny?
Thank you, young man. Thank you very much, Bernard, because I really wanted to say that, number one, I really congratulate Alex. The ideas that he expounds out there is very vibrant, very relevant. But my question was for the gentleman who lives in Germany and Sweden. He's there right now. My question is this. That's why I've been raising my hand. I wanted to ask him a direct question. Even the young lady who explained how the Labour Party works, how this works, is true. But we are not there yet. We are only 60 years. So my question was to that gentleman directly. It doesn't have to do with Huda or Asmio or anybody. But how long will it Kenya take from today? As you know, like give a number. How many years will Kenya take to get to the level of how they vote where you are? Where you explained how they vote, how they think, how many years will Kenya take? Because we're not there right now.
When
we would have just need. Huh?
Okay, sorry. Is
card number
Bernard? Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's for you, and I keep
and Lily and keep. Okay, yeah. So he is asking how many years will Kenya take to come to the same level as the UK?
the Huduma number altogether.
Does it really need years, or it needs
No,
proper setting of
I'll answer him very quickly. It's not. It doesn't need years, because the thing is, when we do these comparisons, yeah, we think that it's like telling people, if you ask me how many years can Kenya take to produce a bulb, yeah, I'll tell you it won't take any years, because the technology is already there. So we don't need to invent it. It's there. So what we need to do is to put the right mechanisms, and that doesn't take years. It's just the will
and the discipline
to do that, and we achieve it. So that's what we need to preach to our people. We put the right systems, we put the right mechanisms, and it happens. We don't need to go through 200 years to be in the same level with the USA.
No, my friend. But whatever it is, you need time. Whatever it takes, it needs time.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Penny, this is overdue. This is overdue. The Huduma number was doing the trick. If you are using, do you live in where do you live?
I don't know where you live.
Penny, where are you? Are you in US or where?
No, I'm in Texas, where the owner of that money card you have was started from.
Okay, you know very well, Penny, you don't carry your ID, you don't carry everything. You just kind of say like one number and everybody will find you where you live, your address, your family, if you have a pet, you know that. That's something we need in Kenya. So we are not that far off.
I agree.
Asante. Let that settle there, because I don't think the US uses different windows than the one we use in Kenya, and both of them can be installed in the machine using the same number of minutes. So when technology is here, it doesn't need years. We need years because we are inventing or reinventing. But when the wheel is already there, you put on the vehicle, off you go. Keep.
Najua nimekuwa nikipiga kelele sana na sitaki Bernard unieke huko quarantine, and I know Themba and you are very strict about that, so I am going to be very careful. As for Kimeri, and I think it's your cousin, right? Here we think that it's not buy one get one free. It's buy one get two free, get three free, because gender sensitivity. Wewe umekuja twice, Lilin. You are twice the vote, even 3 times the vote. So karibu sana, and hata mkikuja pamoja hivyo, we'll bring room for that. That is great for us, and I think now we are neighbors. It's only 2 hours now because I live in Belgium and also London.
Anyway, so. I'm Lily. Anyway, I'm always in this panel. I'm Lily, so Kemele is my cousin.
Kujeni pamoja, wewe unakuja na double votes. So we're happy about it. I think we're confusing 2 topics here. The first is voter registration. In terms of voter registration in Kenya and the US and the UK. UK and the US are similar. We don't carry IDs in the US. We don't carry the IDs in the UK. That is something that is going to ruffle feathers in the conservative movement. We've got the Tory party and we've got the Republican party in their respective countries. And I don't think any of those will allow it. It's what has brought the QAnon movement. So forget about that. We don't need that. Wewe ukizaliwa uko na birth certificate, hiyo ni sawa. You're born there. Ama ukiwa registered through green card, and over the years you become an American citizen, they will recognize that. The systems are there and they are working very well. There's very little voter fraud in the US and also the UK the same. What you are talking about is now party registration. Party registration in Kenya and the UK or even the US is quite different. You know that the Republicans actually are the ones that go to party primaries, and you have to be a Republican member to nominate Trump. Or if it was for the Democrats, to nominate Biden. And it's the same with the UK. UK is slightly different. We don't do presidential elections. There you vote in a party, and whatever party leader the particular party has voted for, not the people, the party. So if it's a Conservatives and the Conservatives decided that this is the person that they want to be the party leader, that will be your prime minister. So it's slightly different from the UK. So we are very far away from it, but I think I like the process that the Kenyans are going through. Inaonyesha fracas, but we are very different. So for us, there are different areas, different beliefs in all over Kenya. So tukifuata ya mzungu copy paste the way we did our previous constitution, we'll have problems. So let ODM deal with a mixture of having the wananchi mixing it up and trying to find the leader that they want, and also even direct nomination. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's just our own style, our own way of doing things. I think some of it is unfair. Yes, it's unfair, but we'll find a way to clean that up. Now, as for what Penn said about how we're going to change our system about voter registration. Voter registration is a very sensitive issue around the world, and that needs to be strict. We can't have somebody registering for a party a month before elections. That means it leaves room for rigging. We can't do that. That is why there's a period that has to be done, because it's a very sensitive thing and we need to count the numbers carefully. In the UK, actually, I think Kimeri can I testify to that, and Lynn, is in the UK, it actually even pulls more weight to your credit score. So if you can add your voter registration towards your location, it actually helps. Before you come in, another point is what we're talking about, the Labour Party and all this stuff about uliamuka, you're born and your region is Labour. It's the same thing now, and that is what Kenya is coming up with, is you're born with an ideology. And Labour was formed in areas where coal mining was happening. So ilikuwa watu wa kufanya kazi. So you can hear the name of it. It's Labour. So you grew up as a coal mining people, and Labour will always, and that's why you have that red red wall in the UK, and then you've got the coals, the Bible state, the Bible belt in the US. So some of this affiliation to parties is actually generational because of what the people around that area believe in and why they follow certain parties, because those parties actually help their core beliefs and their core needs in where they live. So in Kenya, that is the kind of maturity in politics that we need to kind of grow. That's why I always say that do not do not undermine tribal politics in the positive connotation. So if you find the people in Nyanza province are only interested in fish, that is good tribal politics, because that is what is interesting. Ukipata watu wafugaji wanakuja pamoja, the Somalis, the Kalenjins, and the Samburus, the Boronas are coming together because they are very interested in cattle. That is good tribal politics, because those are the things they want. And it's the same with what you're talking about with the Labour Party. Okay, sorry. Lynn, you can come in. Sorry about
that. Sorry, just before she comes in, I was signing out. I want Themba to take charge, because I need to go, because nikikaa hapa nitaharibu mambo.
Fungu la kumi nakuja.
Fungu la kumi muendelee tu kutuma. Yule ana kikapu aulize, nitampatia kikapu.
Tuma kikapu.
Thank you. So sadaka ya Pasaka na hiyo ingine yote mtume tu. But Themba, I want Themba to take over so that I can prepare for Easter Monday service. And I'm still on transit. I came back to Nairobi for that Easter Monday service, then go to Bungoma. I'll be officially back to Nairobi after the other Monday.
Tuambie mambo ya Ford Kenya ukirudi.
Anaenda kuangalia vile mbolea imefuta ikachoma Ford Kenya kabisa. Nitawapatia updates. Although Penny najua Ford Kenya haiwezi kwenda.
Before you go, can you explain why inaitwa chama cha mbolea? People do not understand why Trans Nzoia ni inaitwa mbolea is a very, very important thing. People need to understand why they are called that.
DAP is a type of fertilizer. So
and what does Trans Nzoia known for? They are the food basket of the country.
The food basket, yes. So exactly. DAP is a type of fertilizer, and it was very famous. Of course, it's very famous in that area because of the maize plantation. And so when the DAP chama came up, they translated it to be mbolea. So inajulikana kama chama cha mbolea. And so ukimwaga mbolea kwa machungwa basi ndio hivyo hivyo. Machungwa itakuwa ya ya afya sana. So the combination between ODM and mbolea is something that you can't play with. Alex.
Yeah, ambia Andrew angalia hapo private chat na nahitaji kitu fulani. Andrew na Kimere waangalie private chat huko.
Hata mimi nataka hizo, hata mimi naangalia. I'm looking very carefully because waliniambia nilikimbia, but I need that. I need to look at the private chats, please.
So and, please respond. Ni kama Themba ameenda, he should be back. Okay, so Lily, you can make your contribution as we wait for Themba to come back.
Oh, yeah. What's the point? Yeah,
no, it was about
the voter registration. Yeah, it's about keep. I totally agree about our politics about tribal. However, it's about voter registration. There's the key to me. Is a mechanism. Yeah, because voter registration, as you know, or maybe how it's done here, is about
it's automatic. When
it's automatic. 18, when you turn 18, you become a register. You become registered. So it's just something.
No, it's not. It's not. You have to register yourself.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Once you turn 18,
but they will send you. They will send you the invitation to do that.
To do that through where you live, they send you that you have become 18. Now you are registered to be a voter. Because
no, you're registered to be allowed to vote. It's upon you to register.
Yes. And you just so you have that confirm. Right to vote, to vote, and then you confirm.
And that, by the way, keep that one. For example, now we are about to vote in May here, yeah. And every year, the council sends you the verification to make sure that you are still the resident person in that address, and you confirm that. So they are up to date with that. You understand?
So you update.
And that's the way we should and with the Huduma number, for example, that's what I was alluding to. That can be possible in Kenya. Once everyone is on record, yeah, that every person born in Kenya is registered and is known in the system, yeah, the government or the authorities, when whether it will be the counties, whichever, I don't know, whoever will take over, yeah, they'll have that data, right? And once any person born in Kenya, whichever county, when they reach at their 18th birthday, automatically, the authority will know this, we have this person is living and has reached the age of 18, this person is eligible to vote. The council or the government or whoever, whatever authority, they will prompt you, send you an SMS or send you an email, send you whatever, a letter through your, but I don't think the mail works so much in Kenya. because here we still receive the mails because every address is registered, and those people will just confirm and become voters. So we don't even need to go to IBC.
See,
It's not necessary to go to IBC because you automatically be eligible to vote. You just have to confirm, yes, I reside here and these are the people who live in this residence. These people are eligible to vote. These are not. If you have a guest, even if you have a guest, then you can report that, and those people will be added in your register.
And
actually,
so, and as well,
it's that simple.
And as well, there's proxy. You can say, okay, I'm not leaving this address at the moment.
It's more
but
complicated to do
more
proxy in Kenya because due to corruption issues. So you can't.
Or I'm disabled. I'm old. All that stuff. I understand, but it's going to move towards what Belgium is doing right now, which is forced registration, because every member of the Belgian, every Belgian citizen is, it's compulsory for them to vote. What the UK is doing is better, whereby...
You understand, Kim, what we were trying to say is some things are not that difficult to achieve. That's all. That was the point, really.
We're still working on our addressing system because in the UK, we work with postal codes and it's easier to track people down.
Yeah,
how are we
Kenya,
supposed to
Kenya,
track people down in Kenya where we've not even worked on our addressing system?
It will be much more difficult in Kenya, really, for that. But having said that, even without having the physical address, yeah, it's still possible. You understand my point? And that's why even this phone registration issue, it's an important thing, because the problem we have in Kenya is trying to politicize everything. Yeah, I was watching, actually, I don't know whether I can call it a documentary or a dossier on these prison people who use the phones to call people. We were watching it earlier.
Yeah.
And these guys just call people, calling them money randomly. And, it makes sense to have this registration. But when we do that, there's Ruto coming up thinking that people, that we want to shut off Safaricom, because I had Kate Warogoro do some campaign saying, wakitaka kufunga Safaricom, wakitaka kufungia laini, you can't really run a country putting everything on politics.
Safaricom is a different issue. That was business because they are trying to...
Who is talking? I can't see who is talking.
No, it's you. You are in the curtain yourself. We are visible. It's me. You want to see?
I can't see who is talking. Oh, there are two people. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's been confusing. I didn't know it's two people. I'm like, who's talking from the background?
Yeah, you're seeing a woman
preferential treatment.
You're seeing a woman and hearing a man's voice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing a beautiful lady, but the man is speaking.
Thank you. It's 2 in 1.
2 in 1.
No, I think I like that. I like the fact that you come together and talk politics. My wife doesn't want to talk about politics.
We are cousins.
Oh, you're cousins, but still nice to have a lady speak politics. That's nice,
Alex is Lily.
You see, Alex, finally you have decided to talk to me. You always ignore me, even every time I write. You never even answer my text.
Could you put your number there, please, Kimeri, before we...
But you know what you guys have been saying? Those are very noble and good ideas. Fortunately, we do have those provisions within us. Kenya has one of the best constitution in the world. We have one of the best constitutional lawyer and a person who has helped multiple countries in their constitution. That is Yashpai guy. The problem has always been implementation. The so-called implementation of our constitution to the core. In terms of what you have said, party building, discipline, so on and so forth, we have been failed by the political parties. So I don't think we need more legislation when it comes to what ought to be done in Kenya. What we need is implementation. And the problem is, who is going to implement? You give that to the members of parliament, they don't do it.
We need the right people. We need the right people.
I think they need IBC to implement this. It
No.
should be independent. Yeah.
No, we need the right people. As
IBC.
Alex is saying, because it's about goodwill. So that's why we need to elect Baba and Karua.
You know, some of these things, IBC cannot do it by itself. They have to go through parliament.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that is why parliament was captured when it came to implementation of the constitution. Why did Baba go to the BBI way? Because people sold out. When it came to like the 2/3 gender voting, you saw how many times even women themselves ran away from the parliament. We could not get quorum 7 times until we stopped the bill. Now we flipped the bill into BBI. So can you blame that on our institution? No, we blame it on parliament. Even the man Muturia said, every problem today we have in Kenya, it's because we do not have representation.
It's politicians. That's why we should choose wisely. And actually, we have, and as you see, to me, like Uhuru, we criticize him because he is a human, obviously. He is not an angel. But he is a good man, because if he followed there's a ruling that advisory that Maraga gave before he retired to dissolve the parliament, and he hasn't, and that was because of the 2/3 gender rule, wasn't it? Yeah. So we need the political will, and the political will. That's why we need to really be careful the men we send into parliament. Obviously, we need.
I'm going to break the rules. I'm going to break the rules a bit because Jakunda Bey is in the UK also, so you could.
Oh, Jakindu Bey is there. He can help us a little bit expound on that. Mzee, habari yako?
Yeah. Hello, Jakindu Bey.
He's from the UK also. He's in London.
Yeah.
Alex,
Kip.
Alex,
He's from
ni nzuri
London.
sana. Alex, ni nzuri sana, lakini hilo jambo ambalo mnasema nimewaambia it starts from us. Hizo fujo zote, hizo vitu zote mnasema ati zinafanywa, politician hawezi kubadilisha hiyo kitu kama sisi hatutaki. Sisi ndio tunataka, inatakiwa tubadilike sisi. Us, starts from us. Inaanza kwetu, from us to refuse vitu ambavyo havifai. We have to start ourselves to refuse. But problem, wa Kenya wanakubali hayo mambo. Mtu anasemekana ni mwizi, alafu mnamchagua, alafu una blame nani?
Ndio maana tunajaribu kuwaelimisha.
Ngoja nikwambie, Waruguru aliambiwa amefanya sijui nini. Alipoenda alichaguliwa. Sonko sahi ameshindwa kuendesha hapa. Sahi anataka kuchaguliwa Mombasa.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So why do we blame huyo mtu aendi pale by force? Anachaguliwa na sisi. So we have to start ourselves. We must refuse us. So it starts, hata ukisema hii mambo ya corruption. Hiyo corruption ukiangalia kwa makini, it's us. Sisi ni corrupt. We want mtu hata kwa line. Ukiwa Kenya, mtu hataki kukaa kwa line, anataka kupita kando. Kwa nini akataki kukaa line apatiwe a service? You see, these are the things ambazo mimi nasema. We are the people, because those guys ambao tunasema tunawachagua, it's us who goes to the polling station, tunapiga kura. Saa hii tunazozana, mtu wetu hakuchaguliwa, mtu hata kama huyo mtu ni hawezi kufanya kazi. We keep on complaining, huyo mtu wetu hatukumpigia kura. Sometimes hiyo ndio maana unaona UK party iko na power, manake party iko na power, inaangalia nani mwaminifu, nani hana nani lakini ukiachia watu eti tunawaambia haya basi mchague, alafu wanachagua mwizi, alafu wana complain imeibiwa. Sasa in fact hiyo kitu we have to think about it carefully, lakini mimi nasema problem starts with us. So ni lazima sisi wenyewe tukubali kwamba hatutaki kuchagua watu, tunataka, hata ukisema kama mambo ya posta au kuregister mambo ya hizi vitu ni sisi. Tuna watu wangapi wa Kenya, wangapi wamekuja ng'ambo kusoma ng'ambo, wanaona exactly zile vitu zinafanyika huku vizuri. Akirudi nyumbani anakuwa ni kama mtu hata hajaona chochote, akirudi kufanya kazi kule.
Na bado hujaniambia mahali umepata hiyo kofia Jacinda Bay. How can you get hats without telling us here in the UK? Which is unfair. I'm not very happy with you.
No.
How can you come with hats alafu tulikuwa tusha agree
sikiza, hii hat mimi nilitumiwa bila kujua, hata sikuomba. I was just sent by somebody, a friend ambaye hata
si wengi sijamuona. Ni Bernard tulikuwa tunafaa kuorganize hii, na we don't have hats and t-shirts here in diaspora.
No,
Bernard, it's your fault. You're supposed to arrange these things. Hata Alex mimi nashinda mbona na
Now you people, I have kept silent just to observe and see what you will do. Very, very interesting.
Sasa mzee akiongea tuongei. Ulituambia kweli akiongea tuongee.
Mimi nimeshasema maoni yangu. Kwa hiyo vitu mlikuwa mnasema.
Jacinda Bay, everybody mute your mic. Let us have some order, please. Where is Themba?
Sema.
Thank you. I am over and out. You guys, I will see you later. Thank you.
Okay. Atuya karibu.
Thank you.
So you are next after Jacinda Bay. Jacinda Bay umeshaongea?
Nimeongea mambo ambao walikuwa nasema, nimeshazungumza. Asante. Karibu Themba.
Asante. Atuya, time ni yako.
Thank you. I really don't have much to say. I just had to chip in and I give my view on the issues that are being spoken about tonight. I've been watching from the background, and the show is 100% one-sided, and I don't think it's really healthy for the listeners. First and foremost, I want to give my view on the party primaries. Are they real or imagined? It will depend from which side of your bread is buttered. For we in UDA, we believe, and we actually truly believe, that nominations are true, they are real. We've conducted one. We have had difficulties. We are a young party, and we believe in that. No. I'm in some place I can't for now. Maybe later. We believe that the party primaries are real, and we will continue conducting them. We experienced issues. We are currently with them, and it's just a wake-up call to the political parties in this country that actually don't believe in primaries. They are dishing out direct nominations in their strongholds instead of leaving their the people to choose. Just to speak on another issue, voter apathy. I think someone actually said it here. I think it was I think the lady who, Kimere, the lady there, that voter apathy should not be taken lightly. It's not I saw people celebrating that UDA didn't have the numbers in the primaries, but as Bernard said, there is really a number of people saying that they won't come out to vote. As you speak to many Kenyans, they'll tell you we will vote. The same leaders have been there. We don't see any difference. The top two candidates, some are in government, some are in government illegally. We cannot see, life is even getting worse with the handshake government. Some complaining that the Jubilee government was even worse. So there is a real reason that Kenyans are really not happy with the current crop of politicians, and they don't feel and they don't believe that they can change that on the ballots. So I think we really need to do a lot to change minds. Personally, I'm engaged in that. I talk to people a lot. I even encourage new people to come out and vote, because if they don't vote, they will not be serving in a different government from us. Just to continue, I think we have had a dose of international politics from the guys in abroad, and it's a good awakening call. But I want to remind you that Kenya is not really that backward in terms of those ideas that you guys are trying to put across. We are in the process. We are not left behind. In terms of digitizing everything in this country, we're really going on really well. We are moving in a very positive direction. When you guys speak, someone who has never been to Kenya might think we're just another Somalia or what. Just to finish up, there's something that on the topic that what happens to the losers. What I know, in UDA we are engaged in negotiations where there were actual true losers. We are engaging them. We want to make sure that the party remains intact within with our members, those who lost. We will have positions for them within the party. We will have them in our government. So we are working so hard to ensure that we are not losing members coming out of the losing streak that they underwent in the nominations. It is something that was expected. UDA party is the only party that has shown that we don't care who you are. You can lose your nomination. We don't care how close you are to the next president, Mr. William Ruto. We have seen heads roll. Just to finish up, I think it was Alex trying to allude to the fact that you've tied Wiper Party into a long-term agreement with Azimio. It doesn't make Kalonzo permanent in Azimio. Remember, it is Wiper that is contracted with Azimio. If Kalonzo and the Kamba people want to walk out tonight, they will do that, Mr. Alex. So continue mistreating one Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Continue showing him how he is not important. And I will assure you that Kalonzo is even more important than Madam Karua. I live in Kiambu and I hear what people say. I can't say that on air, but I know that it will be very difficult for Karua to pull the mountain into Azimio. Kalonzo Musyoka is a sure bet for Azimio to have votes as compared to one Martha Karua. And we are looking from outside and we are laughing. We love what's going on in there. Continue mistreating one Stephen Kalonzo until it dawns on the Kamba people that they are unwanted in Azimio. and they will make a wise decision when that time comes. That's all I had for tonight. Yeah, and we will continue engaging.
Okay. Yes, there's someone else who came in after. George, how are you?
Please bring this back.
Where is Julie?
George, unmute.
Echo Julia. Julia Umako. Hey, Julia.
Morning. Already I'm muted.
Yeah, go ahead,
It's
George.
been long.
George, go on.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, about the nominations, I think we are stretching it too far. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Am I audible?
Wow.
I think we are splitting hairs for nothing. This UDA party claims to be having a very good election, but one, they used the wrong register. On Wednesday, they gave a statement that all systems go. So we expected the mother of all nominations, but alas, the highest percentage is around, I think, 30% in the Rift, and the highest in Mount Kenya region is around between 5 and 15%. Assuming that those are the numbers that we have in Mount Kenya, the UDA guys they'll have a run for their man in August, because almost 80% didn't show up. They've been filling up the lorries in weekdays, but in the material day on Thursday, nobody showed up. So people are asking, where were the youths chanting in the rallies, and we didn't see them in the lining up to vote for the candidates. There's this notion that people say, "Oh, I stay in Mount Kenya, so I know." Some of us don't stay in Mount Kenya. We are diaspora, but we are in touch with families there. We know what they are saying. Yes, UD has some following, but the majority, they are undecided, and until they're taken through what the Kenyatta government has done for the last 9 years, they will make a decision. And time and again, what Kenya needs is stability and an economic revolution. That's what is at stake now. So for those people who say that this election doesn't have an ideology and an agenda, it has. In 2017, Kenya lost almost $1 trillion in 123 days because of electioneering. The first election and the second election. So Mr. Kenyatta has an agenda that we should not be losing so much in election year. Losing $1 trillion in 123 days, that's so much. Even what corruption does in a year. So if we should manage our transitions and our elections. For the last 10 cycles of elections, the election year we lose so much, the economy dips. We start electioneering again. I think the country only stabilizes for only 2 years. So we should stop. We should lower And that's, I think it's now positive that we have two formations which are anchored on ideology. One is corruption free. I think that is what Azimio stands for. And with an injection of the Karua candidacy, or we have mother in the fold. At least we have a voice of reason, which will streamline things as we going forward. So there are people who claims that they know so much about Mount Kenya, or generally the mountain people. The mountain people don't need only the stability of the country. Then their issues are sorted, and it may be so hard for them, but for this election, they are humbled. It's not going home again. So they have to fit in where the government is progressive, and I think Murathe and Kioni in one of the talk shows, they are very categorical that the day is cast. We know, the government from August is known. So therefore, is the mountain people to choose whether to join the fold or they will be in opposition by their choice. And for me, I think it's good that we are in that situation. So we won't be just something that, we are the leaders for this round. I think for now I'll just admit that. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Julia, how are you?
I'm doing good, Demba. How are you?
I'm fine. Karibu.
Asante. I will say hi to everyone. Good to see each one of you. I'm saying
Julia kidogo. Kuna kabla uonge. Atuya.
Yes.
Atuya, are you there?
Yeah.
Kuna mtu anakuuliza what is the aim of Uhuru being in an Azimio? Unaweza jibu ama utapita?
That's my question.
Yes, uko kwa comment section.
I'll give my own personal opinion about it. Uhuru wants to extend his business interest beyond 2022 via Raila Odinga.
Okay. Amekujibu? Julia.
Okay, thank you. I want to look at party primaries, real or imagined. I think the parties really tried to do something they thought was genuine. I want to think so. I mean, each party was trying to have their nominees in whichever way they did, through either scientific method or through what UDA did. But obviously, we know that these parties, some of them are a one-man show like UDA. So I don't believe that there is someone who was nominated whom Ruto did not want to be nominated. I think everyone who was nominated, was given a go-ahead by Ruto because as far as I'm concerned, or what I want to say like Atuya, my view is that UDA is a one-man show. However, I think other parties like ODM, we saw a little bit of competition here and there. So I want to believe that they tried at our level of parties in Kenya. I think that's the best they could do, even the fact that they need a lot of finances and all that. And what next for losers? These losers, I think most of them will go home. However, I will not be surprised to see a number of independent candidates, especially in Mount Kenya region, winning parliamentary seats, and I will not be surprised. I think that's the direction Kenya is taking. Now, voter apathy, widespread. Now, this voter apathy, I think is going to affect Mount Kenya region more than other parts of the country. I think the rest of the population, those who have made up their mind, they are in Azimio, have made up their minds, and they will come out to vote. Now, why it is going to affect Mount Kenya region is because I think that Mount Kenya region are kind of undecided, because for the last 9 years, I think there's been a lot of brainwashing towards UDA, towards Hustler Nation, towards all that. And I think they are beginning to realize that that Hustler Nation doesn't make sense. And I think it's somebody was talking about, I think it's Mr. Kip, was talking about parties that are based on tribes. I think Mount Kenya region is beginning to wake up from their dream, and they're beginning to realize there's need somebody who can talk on their behalf. And I think they're beginning to see that they cannot depend on the likes of Rigathi Gachagua, Dindi Nyoro, all those. They cannot depend on them. In fact, I think in the long run, the likes of Rigathis and the others are going to appear like traitors in Mount Kenya region. So I think Mount Kenya is somewhere trying to decide now, where are we? And I'll not be surprised if the mountain shifts and flips back to Jubilee, because I think I don't see anything wrong with communities having kingpins and deciding that this is a man we are going to depend on. So outrightly, Mount Kenya cannot depend on the Gachagwas, out the Kurias, the Kafogos, even the Wamatangis. Someone was trying to say that, I mean, none of those people can match Uhuru Kenyatta. None of them can step in his shoes. I think, and we are going to take some time before we have someone stepping in Uhuru Kenyatta's shoes. So the mountain, I will not be surprised if the mountain is shifting. And I think in August, several things may happen. First,
Can we say anything?
Mr. Penn, please don't interrupt. Thank you for not interrupting me. I think when it comes to August, we shall have 3 groups of people in Mount Kenya region. We have these groups of people whom I think are under 35 years, who do not understand where we are coming from. They do not know what the Kikuyu community went through during the 24 years of Moi reign. They do not understand where Kibaki took this country from. They don't understand any history about Jaramogi Oginga and Jomo Kenyatta. They don't even understand what Raila has done for this country. I mean, they are suffering from high-level ignorance. Those are young people of 30 years and below. But I think Mount Kenya people who are 35 years and above, we've been here, we've voted for several elections. We know about multipartism. We know about Kenneth Matiba, we know about Rubia. We know where we are coming from. We know how Kikuyu suffered in 24 years of Moi reigns. We know that. We can forgive, but we cannot forget. So we know where we are coming from. And like Mr. Josh said, what Mount Kenya needs is stability. Now, those people above that 5 years, they believe in working with their own hands. They don't believe that somebody should donate for them money to do 1, 2, 3. They believe they should invest in their businesses. They believe they should wake up in the morning and milk their cows. They believe they should take care of their coffee farms. All they need is the right environment. So this Hustler Nation business, bottoms up business doesn't make sense to them. They understand economics. They know that you cannot tell people you give them money. They know there's no free money. They understand the things of bank loans and bank interest rates. So these people are likely to shift towards Azimio, because now they'll go back to their drawing board and say, you have insulted our son. You've called our son many names. You have disrespected him. He's our son. He's our brother. Those who are older than me are saying he's our son. And as we are saying he's our brother, you've called our brother names. We can forgive you, but we cannot forget it. So I will not be surprised if 50% of Mount Kenya region plus votes for Azimio. And I'll not be surprised if this so-called UDA party gets less than 30% in Mount Kenya region. I am seeing that drama unfolding. So I think what I'm saying, the evidence is the voter turnout in the primaries in Mount Kenya region. It seems now the people of Mount Kenya region did not have any good reason to come out to do the primaries. So it means they don't have any good reason to vote for UDA. It means what Josh May said, they need to be given a reason. So I think UDA people should be prepared now. I don't know what's going to happen when the president hits the road and tells his people, my people, come back. And ask them, my people who has bewitched you, come back home. I can see the chicken coming home to roost for UDA. And I can see a lot of frustrations in the UDA camp. I will not be surprised if Didi Nyoro loses his seat, or even regarding Gachagua. I will not be surprised. I will not be shocked. So this is what is happening. And just to finish my presentation is that Atuya earlier said that people, I don't know, Alex said something about Kalonzo. No one is fighting Kalonzo. I think Kalonzo is exercising his constitutional right to ask or to campaign to become running mate. Even I saw Mutula Kill. I saw another person saying that he wants to become running mate. It's okay. I think it's okay. Even me, I think if I was given a chance, I would ask Baba also to make me the running mate, because now I think there is a committee that is deciding who becomes running mate, and I think they are going to sit and decide who is the best. But Atuya, I think it is narrow thinking to narrow Mother Karoa's votes to Kirinyaga County. Mother Karua has a different constituency. Her constituency cuts across women in Kenya. You saw even women in the UDA saying that they agree with Mother Karua's deputy presidency because she cuts across a different constituency. She brings in a new picture, a new dimension of Kenyan politics. And Mother Karua and Baba stand on several things. They agree on several principles, especially when it comes to justice and anti-corruption policies. So Kenya can trust Mother to fight corruption. Kenya can trust Mother to fight for their justice. I mean, Kenyans will be looking at a different picture of presidency. So she has a different constituency. So it is narrow thinking to see Mother Karua as somebody who is being used to bring in the Kikuyu votes. No, that is narrow thinking, Mr. Atuya. Mother Karua will be cutting across the whole Kenya. Kenya will wake up one of these fine days and say, behold, we have a female deputy running mate. And then who is this female deputy running mate? It's not just any other female deputy running mate. It is Mother Karua. We know her. We know where she's coming from. We know how far she has fought for this country. She has a track record. Ruto keeps on talking about track record. Track record ya Ruto on corruption. If you speak of Ruto in this country, you will hear him being mentioned in parliament of corruption cases. That is his track record. But we talk about Mother Karua's track record. She's a fighter and she has fought for this nation. So, Mr. Atuya, it is wrong and narrow thinking to look at Mother Karua as having only to bring votes from Mount Kenya region. No, Mother Karua has a different constituency which cuts across the whole nation. So when we talk about Mother Karua, then we need to look at her differently. So fellow Kenyans, I hope that before long, Baba is going to present to you a super Rarua presidency. So I like you to prepare yourself for a super Rarua presidency loading. And those who are in Mount Kenya region, I think now we understand where we are going. We are going back home. We are going back home to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He's our kingpin. He's representing us. And we are going back to Jubilee. We no longer waste time. So those of us who have made up their minds, we're going back home to join Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Na kama hujaamua, naomba uvuke sakafu. Tungane with our kingpin. Thank you, Demba.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Now, I wanted to comment. There's this Atuya, because I know Atuya will come in. Atuya said that Uhuru Kenyatta has failed as a president. So I want you to comment on that. And also, there's a guy called Jasma Prom in the comment. He's saying, Uhuru Kenyatta has failed. So kindly comment on that so that we can have a different perspective to it. Because Atuya thinks Uhuru Kenyatta has failed. Jasper Murume who thinks also Uhuru Kenyatta has failed. What's your view, Julia?
Okay, if I think about Uhuru Kenyatta, I look at him at the development in this country. I think we are in the time of Uhuru Kenyatta that we are seeing the latest kind of infrastructure in Kenya and in Africa, and Kenya is standing out. It's the time of Uhuru Kenyatta that we are seeing us move to digital technology. It is the time of Uhuru Kenyatta that we are seeing. We have seen him cross the tribal boundaries and make attempts to unite Kenya. The evidence is Uhuru Kenyatta is working with Raila Amolo Odinga, one of the greatest opponents in his political journey. That was a very difficult thing for him to do. And today, I was looking at the political arena in the country right now. I don't think we are thinking in terms of tribe. We are no longer seeing ourselves Mkikuyu huyu, ama Mkalenjini huyu, ama Mjaluo huyu. We are not seeing ourselves like that, thanks to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Lastly, about the economic crisis in Kenya, I found that the government in the last few days gave us fuel subsidy, and I think Kenya is buying gas at around 140 instead of around 180. It's around, I think, 180 in Tanzania, 170 around there in Uganda. And Uhuru is on record, is in record having been very successful in managing this crisis, even in the issue of the COVID crisis. I think other countries, even in Africa and the rest of the world, performed poorer than Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So those who think Uhuru has not performed is because you were born the other day. You don't understand where we are coming from. You can't even look at the per capita income and GDP. You can't compare the GDP of Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You don't know how to do the comparison. Mr. Atuya, please go to your records and do a research. Do the comparison of the GDP during Mwai Kibaki and GDP during Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Have some evidence and some figures. Okay? Look at how Uhuru has handled COVID. Look at how Uhuru has handled the fuel crisis. Uhuru doesn't even have any corruption cases in court, unlike your so-called William Samoei Ruto. I think the list is endless about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is my hero, Mr. Atuya. And I think I'm not the only person. If other Kenyans from other communities believe Uhuru is their hero, then I think Uhuru has really performed. I'm very impressed with Mr. Uhuru, Mr. Demba. And I think even looking at how he handles politics, with how these UDA people call him names and all that he never responds to them. So he's exercising a lot of wisdom, patience, and tolerance, which every leader should do. So, Mr. Atuya, Uhuru has performed. Unless you are blind and deaf and you refuse to read and to research, it's the only time you cannot see what Uhuru has done in this country. To wind up, maybe a good example is about the health sector. I keep telling people that you should ask people in the US. The only challenge we're having in Kenya is that
But who is the biggest thief? He's a thief.
Mr. Penny, I already asked you not to disrupt me. Don't do that again. Thank you. If you look at the health sector, I like this thing of NHIF. Now, I have learned that in Kenya, if you are paying 500 shillings per month, you can access a cover from NHIF. Now, I experienced that when my mama was sick last year before she passed on, but she could access good health services from Kejabe Mission Hospital. And when we needed her to go through some MRI at the German hospital in Nairobi, we didn't have to pay 50,000 because NHIF was covering for that. So when I realized that, I marveled and wondered if she was here in America and had to do the same, go through the same checkup and all that examination, I don't know how much thousands of dollars I would have spent. So I keep thinking that if Kenyans are enlightened, Kenyans needs to be told what Mr. Josh was saying. Kenyans need to be educated, to be told. Look at the roads in Mount Kenya region, for example. Look at those roads. When you ask the likes of Atuya, what about the roads and infrastructure? They say, no, the roads was a plan of Uhuru and Ruto. So when it comes to development, they bring in Ruto. When it becomes the rot, they take out Ruto. In fact, Ruto is the cause of the rot in our government. If we go at the next mile to look at who has done what, because who has court cases about corruption between Uhuru and Ruto? So, Mr. Tuya, Uhuru is a success story in the Republic of Kenya, which will be talked about for many, many years to come. Thank you, Demba. I hope I've answered that to you.
Okay, Atuya.
Yes.
I want to come back to you.
Julie has just lectured me.
I want you to respond, but even as you respond, I want you to the purpose that we have a debate here is that we also appreciate that we need to highlight and give people some sense of factual data.
All right.
So this is public information. GDP in Kenya by 2020. I want to give you the GDP of Kenya. Kenya GDP 2013. Kenya GDP 2013 was 55.1 billion USD. GDP 2020. I want to give it 2020 or 2021. Let me see if I can get it in 2021. 2020. Let me get it 2020. I can get it 2020. So GDP 2020 is 98.84 billion. So that's public information. You can Google it, you can get it.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to comment on how you measure the success or the failing of our president, and without highlighting many things, at least 5 reasons, especially in the area of, are you saying, in the area of policy, can you highlight what you think the President Uhuru has failed? And remember, you are possibly giving a scorecard to the Jubilee government led by President Uhuru. So can you highlight also in terms of governance, and also highlight in the areas that when you say, okay, he has failed, what is the measure of the failing? What do you use to measure failing? Because I remember when you are in college, you are told that whoever gets probably 40% and below, that's a fail, right? So what's your parameter when you say he has failed? Then you can help us understand and help someone who is also listening out there understand when you say, okay, fine, this person, let someone, I want you to address someone who is not necessarily Azimi or not necessarily UDA, okay? Someone who is here to, I want to make sense of this conversation so that I can make up my mind for the individual I want to vote on 9th, right? So kindly.
Thank you. I want to say you've really challenged me. I was not prepared for that. I might not give very conclusive answers to that, but nevertheless, I will tackle that. Those are the issues that you've raised. First and foremost, you've spoken about the GDP issues. You've given figures that it has risen from around 55 billion to now 98 billion. That is true. However, the development of a country cannot single-handedly be measured by the how big the GDP is. There are so many issues that have led to the growth of the GDP, for instance. It is not 100% that the economy of this country has grown in a way that the GDP has grown. We have had excessive borrowing. We have had excessive borrowing, and we have had one thing I can say, population bulge. So you cannot single-handedly pick 98 to 50 as a single measure that now the economy has grown. You can grow someone's salary from 50,000 to 100,000, and you tax him again 50,000. That person remains at 50,000. The common mwananchi, I included, I cannot, and I think each and everybody in Kenya cannot, very few can, tell you that there is growth in terms of the economy since 2013 up to now. There is infrastructural growth, we can see that to some places, not all. But in terms of economic changes to my life, in terms of the GDP has grown, and therefore my personal, for instance, my personal finances or my economic status, I cannot conclusively say I have grown. But few individuals, few big corporates in this country can attest to that. Those people who feel the input, the direct input of government, or the big corporations that feel the direct impact of corporates, they can say that the economy has grown. But me, and maybe most of you are not in this country, but majority of us here in Kenya, you cannot mention to us that the economy has grown, and we cannot ascertain to that. It is beyond my explanation. I'm not an economist. I could have given better figures, but plainly, the growth of GDP is not a measure of a grown economy. Maybe we will feel the effect long time to come, but not now. You asked me on the issue of policy and why I think the government has failed. Number one is overborrowing. This country is overborrowing more than 50%. The borrowing, how the financials say, they say that you need to borrow, you need not to borrow more than 50% of your GDP. From the info, not very correct that I'm saying here, I know that the government is borrowing close to 80% of our GDP. That is a policy lapse in Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's government. And the borrowed money is not being used to its effect. We are not feeling the impact of the high borrowing of this country. Number two, on the policy issue still, we have the president himself said that we are losing 2 billion every day. So an issue on corruption, the president has failed. The president came out firing that he will not care whether you are a close friend, a close relative, a close political ally, he will come for you, and that the country will have its lost money back. Point to me, today his closest ally, his closest political friend that has been arrested, that has been arraigned in court, and that has given back what he has stole from this country. The president himself on the corruption issue, he was mentioned to have stashed money in foreign accounts. A debate we had here, and some of you agreed that he has the right to do that. When he was in the States, he said the moment he comes back into this country, he will address the issue about the Pandora's Papers. He has never mentioned one issue.
Atuya.
So before, let me just go on policy issues.
No, hold on.
Corruption is an issue. Overborrowing is an issue.
Just a second. I want to give you some information, and this from the World Bank economic report. World Bank, yeah. The economic, the way the countries have been hit internationally, and I want to point out for you a country like France. What do you think about France? A very strong economy, right?
France is majorly funded by African countries.
A very strong economy, right?
It is a good economy.
Now, France, in 2020, it had a negative growth, negative 7.86% in 2020. Another country that I want to, there are several that I could look at. Germany, which according to you is also a very strong economy, they had a negative 4.57. Greece, also one that has really been talked about, negative 9.02. Because there are some that had positive growth. Kenya had negative 0.32, negative 0.32, yeah, compared to France. This data that is public, this data that you can access, this data that you can look at. There's a reason as to why I'm giving you this data. Because sometimes when we get too emotional, we imagine that Kenya is in a utopia. It is not in a global economy. It is not affected by any other thing. There are so many things that affect also other countries. And if we look beyond the political glass and the gray area that masks our interactions, we cease to look sometimes at the facts comparatively. And I invite you, Hong Kong, SR, China in 2020 had a negative growth, 6.08, negative 6.08. Hungary, some of the places where maybe some of you want to run to, had a negative growth, negative 4.68. Kenya had negative 0.3. I would want you to even as we comment, Italy that you think is a good economy, Italy had a negative growth, 8.94, negative 8.94. Japan had negative 4.59. So what is it that happened in Kenya that we only had a negative growth of 0.32?
Can I comment on that?
I'm just putting it out there for you so that as you comment and maybe on your own time, maybe you haven't had time to now look at these things objectively.
I'll look into that, but I'll give you a quick answer to that. Economists will tell you world over that it is only in Africa where we have countries or where we have a potential of countries growing their economy by double digits. Only in Africa and some parts of Asia. In Europe and America, when the economy grows by 1%, that is real growth. Europe and America, they have reached a pinnacle in terms of economic growth. There is less.
Atuya, listen.
Let
If
me
you don't
finish this,
know,
please.
no,
Let me
listen.
finish. No.
If you don't know, just say you don't
Let
know.
me finish this.
Because I don't want you to start telling me that economy. We tell you the world over, and you're not quoting a document. Which
No, I'm
document
not.
are you reading?
No. Okay, this is public information that only in Africa where you can find countries growing with double digits. Reason being, in Africa, we still have the potential to grow. We have so much areas to expand in terms of our economy. In Europe, they have, in terms of infrastructure, they have accomplished that. In terms of health, they have accomplished that. In terms of industrialization, they have accomplished that. It is only
Okay, hold
Africa.
on. Just hold on. Where is Guyana? Is Guyana in Africa?
Number, why do you cut me short? Let me just finish and
No,
then
I mean I want to talk facts. Is Guyana in Africa?
let me give my story first, and then you can
No,
question
you
me.
have made a statement that only in Africa. Is Guyana in Africa?
No, remember what I said. I said it's only in Africa and some parts of Asia. So in my
No,
latest
that the
statement,
parts of Asia you've just added, and I can
no,
tell you, I can
ask
actually give you countries.
did I say okay? We can go back in the video.
No, I can give you countries here that
No, I said
actually.
no.
I can give you countries
The
that
bad thing is you asking me a question. You don't want me to answer it. You've asked me a question. Why is Kenya not growing? Was Kenya not affected? You don't want me to answer that. I said in this video, and we can go back to the video, that it is only in Africa and some parts of Asia where you can find countries growing by double digits. Europe and America, those countries have stretched their growth. A 1% growth, a 1% growth in Europe is worth, as compared to Kenya, Africa, we still have much to cover in terms of growth. So we can achieve a double digit in Africa or in some parts of Asia. So when COVID hit hardest in America and Europe. So those are the countries that were most hit when with COVID. That's why you read me those are negative figures. We were hit in Kenya, yes, but it was not the much devastation as, for instance, Italy and France. Remember, you don't have to agree with me, but as I'm giving my opinion, and these are facts. Now, the reason why Kenya was not affected by a -7 or what, we were not as hit as the Western countries and Europe did get hit with COVID-19. Our economy was not stretched by COVID as it was in Italy or France or Spain. So Kenya, it is not that Uhuru Kenyatta was so exceptional that he steadied the ship during the COVID-19 era. Africa was not much hit. That is a fact out there. There's one thing you asked me. You asked me to speak about GDP, the policy.
Sorry, Deba. Can you please allow me to answer just one comment to that guy, please, to Atuya?
Okay, hold on, Kimere.
Okay.
Atuya.
Yeah.
You know, it's okay. It's okay for you to comment, and it's okay for you to say, I'll take my time, go get that information, and then come back and comment on it. That's why I say, and I usually say here, if you do not have the facts in your hands, you don't just have to speak because you are again. Hold on, Atuya. Hold on.
You're misleading. You're misleading.
No, just relax. Atuya, relax. Relax. I'll give you time.
You rather throw me in the quarantine.
I'll give you time to talk, Atuya. Wacha kushinda na unmute. Sikupeleki quarantine, just be there. But it's okay for you to say, okay, fine, I've heard that information. I haven't had time to access it. I'll go access it, and then I'll come comment on it. Because now just commenting because you want to sound like you are differing with whatever it is that I've asked you a simple question. Comment on that. you have gone ahead to comment on it is not like Uhuru had something special that made him not do that. That's not the question. The question is comment
defying with
on.
me? No, are you defying with me with the fact that it is only in Africa and some parts of Asia that we can actually achieve?
From where? From what information? Where are you getting that information? No. I quoted for you, like for me, what I'm reading from is World Bank. Where are you quoting that information?
Demba, I cannot quote what I don't know. Go do your research, then come here tomorrow and say Atuya was lying to you. I was an economist student.
I've given you the source.
No,
give me your source.
I know. I cannot say lies. Demba, and there's one thing you need to know. No, let me tell you one thing.
Okay. Just hold on.
You cannot always paint yourself as that whatever you say is the plain truth, and wherever that I say is not founded in books. And I've given you reasons as to why Africa and Asia have the potential to grow with double digits. Do you think I've guessed that? Do you think I came with that from nowhere?
You're engaging in unnecessary banter. Now, I didn't say you're wrong. I said give me your source.
When you say go get the information, when you say go get the information, you're trying to paint the picture that Atuya is giving some literature that he doesn't know. And I've seen you do that before, so I know you.
Oh, so you are coming to respond to other things, not to what I'm asking you right now. Okay, Kimere.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to interject in that because I think Atuya, you asked him a question, but he has to justify in some way or the other without the facts, because now, regardless, now he is talking about trying to justify why in Africa the GDP has grown, whereas in the West it hasn't. And he is trying
I'm not speaking about GDP. Nobody is speaking about GDP.
You want to make me like Julia because we don't like to be interrupted when we are talking. Thank you very much.
So you cannot lie. I've not spoken about GDP.
Whatever you have spoken is the growth of the economy. We were talking about.
Okay, hold on, Kimere. Atuya, do you want to debate or not? Because I don't think it's good for you to keep unmuting to talk. Do you want to debate or you don't want to debate? You can just move on. It's okay. You can also leave. You can also leave. I don't have to throw you out. We said this, Atuya, we said this. We said you need to mute until your time to speak comes. Now, if that is not making sense to you, Kimera has only said a word, then you're busy unmuting. Just wait for him to make his point. He finishes, then you'll have your time to speak. You just can't keep on talking.
When he's speaking something, remember, do this. I'll just leave you three to debate.
Okay, you go right ahead, because I mean you can't keep coming in and someone is speaking. So how do you debate with someone who lives in his own echo chamber? You can't keep on interfering. Someone hasn't made a point, and you are unmuting.
That's what they do actually when they don't have a point, and they must try to justify everything. So that because now even my response goes to deaf ears, really, because he's not there.
No, that's okay. There are quite a number of people listening. I mean,
because these people continue talking about the trying to justify or trying to defect the government because the growth is not real. It is real, because even telling us that the developed countries, because they have exhausted all their development, that's why they're not growing. That's false, because there are also other countries, underdeveloped countries, and they haven't grown their economies over the last couple of years. So if Kenya has managed to maintain that growth of 7%, because things have been happening, and all those guys who are citing the Western world, I will talk about the UK, and Julia probably might tell us about the US. Here in the UK, over the last 2 years, they have incurred a debt that they haven't seen since the Second World War. for 40, the amount of debt they have taken in the last 2 years is bigger than the last 45 years. So what are we talking about? So when these people just have to criticize, just they don't like whoever is governing the country, or because they are this or on this side or the other, they need to have these facts. And I would like actually us to, when we do these comparisons, they must be actual comparisons, because we like a lot of times citing, the West does that, the West, let's get the information about this West we talk about before we just start bragging numbers or just saying what people have failed to do. Yeah, because there's a lot of things that we are ahead compared to the West, but always we like to say how much we have failed and hailing the others. So I think that that's very important. Julia, I think you can, if you have that information, you can also comment on the debt that US has incurred, or the growth over the last couple of years due to COVID. So at least people know, and not just brag out what Kenya is not doing or and the West is doing. Thank you. That's all, Deba. Thank you.
Yes, Andrew, before I bring Julia. And then
Yeah. Temba, morning, Temba and Ruru Show. We appreciate you. And all the panelists and my brother Ki Karanja and the sister Yuria and the rest. Yeah, still once I greet you. And the rest have gone in Nyagaka is somewhere. I would only say one thing that we said this panel, let us, they are shown as a good practice. Even if we are not honest or at our own capacity, let's try to be honest. Because sometimes we are used to say something inappropriate. Now, because this channel has shown a model of, let's be honest. Why I will say like that? If somebody is speaking, if you are not patient to wait, then you have a problem. And when you are a problem, no one will be a solution unless you sort it out yourself. You, our friends from Mount, that they say something, take yourself a small meeting. You go and search yourself, your soul. When I do this, what is the picture I portray to the world? Somebody somewhere watching me. How does this inspire this person or demoralize this person? Let's be careful what we do. And if it's a theory, we want to put it on here, then we need to have support. For example, if I'm a salesman and I'm selling water, that water, I never drink it. I tell you, this is water. Can you prove where it's made, which kind of brand? You can't explain. You yourself, you don't take that water. And then you die. And when they take you to the doctor, they found that you are dehydration. Because you are carrying water, you are telling us you don't even believe it. So if I was a young man like the one who was just left, I may not be, but if I could be in his shoes, I could have said, okay, the president, as a manager, he has failures. And this is where he has failed. And because I have a spare manager somewhere, I know a good manager, because he says a failure and a success. Then here is a successful manager. Tell us where this manager has worked before, his CV showing what he has done compared to our failure manager who is going. So you have to have that. If you don't have these facts, can you please go take yourself a small meeting and then come back? Okay, I could have said, okay, this is my manager, and this is what I've seen from the CV, and he has worked somewhere. There is a referee. There is this referee. Can you give us more detail what he has done? And this one, he is the best for me. And now, because as a human being, even this gentleman himself, we can be open. He has a problem from what we see. But if we can be open, people can assist him. Because from what you tell people, it talks about you a lot. 70% what you call non-verbal. 30% is what you would tell the people. But 70% already we have known from that. If you have those streets, if you have been in that class of school of thought. So let him be open and sincere and say, to be honest, he's a human being. And as a human being, myself, I have failures. And if I could, this is the way I've improved my failures. I want to be a good manager or a successful manager. And this is what I've done. I could challenge him. Let him tell us what he has done in his life history. I could also suggest this. If you could come, this is my own view. We are very good to listen to stories of people. We quote them, but we have never spoken our story so that the people can read and give us thumbs up, thumbs down. We only read. I can say, Temba and Ruru, we have seen their story. Some people have not seen our story. They need to read it. We need that. So when we do that, we will be able to charge fairly without so much bias because we are also victim of circumstance. So on that view, I can say, for when you ask them very good questions, and those questions, they need sometimes expertise. And you may not be your line of expertise. So you wait, reason from expertise on the same line. It's not, why do you shy? You can't know everything. So if you say, like, for example, there was a question which was raised on by our brother Nyagaka. He asked about where will Kenya be in terms of digital, wherever. I asked, that is one thing I wanted to ask, but I didn't get time. But because I remember, let me say it. Look at M-Pesa, the best, the most embraced idea born in Kenya, in US, all over the world. So digital, we can do better. As the young man said, we are not badly off. But what we do, we want to get those people who are putting us behind in terms of that right. So M-Pesa is one of the best things. If M-Pesa is successful, why other things cannot be successful? Like Oduma number. So, and on the same line of the same way, we're talking about the economy and other things. On the leaders, I wanted at least to look at it that if we are really for a good leader and the leader we want to sell to put in place, let's try also to look at me as I'm going to choose someone. Do I have information? If I'm not a good leader, I cannot choose a good leader. How? Because it is like water and the oil, they don't mix it. So I would only go because of that line of interest. And that's what happens. But we could also say, okay, that's what just a comment. I wanted to give a view on that. And it is not my submission. So that we can be able to give. And I think if we want people to be bold enough, let some people tell us a story about themselves. Because you cannot just come here and give us things we don't know what you're talking about. Tell us what you have done in life. If you have never even helped your neighbor with a jaragan of water, even you have not paid even a school fees to anyone. So you tell us what you have done in the community first, where you come from. Then from there, we know you are a leader, you can comment something like that. I think that will be the best way we can do. Thank you, Mr. Benda.
Thank you, Andrew. Julia, you wanted to add in before bring Nakitari?
No, we added not much.
Okay, Julia, just a second. Okay, Nakitari.
All right. Thank you very much, Tempa. It's been a long time since we last spoke, but be assured that I've been following this discussion all along. Every day I'm on this discussion. I'm among the guys down there who shoot me with a lot of stuff. I don't want to disclose my user's name, but I see a lot of things.
I know your name, so just go
Okay,
on.
no problem. So I just popped in to confront, or rather to ask Mr. Atonya a few things, because Atonya comes here so unprepared with some innuendos without substance, and then he will always try to play around. When you ask him questions, he jumps from one topic to another topic. And I want to put it very clear to him. I will answer some of the questions, some of the allegations he's made. One, he talked about since Uhuru took over, there's not been any development in the country. You checkmated him very fast, and you gave him the GPT of our country. And I don't think he understood really, because he came in and started arguing about the borrowing and so on. I want to let Mr. Atuya know that there is nothing wrong in borrowing. If you are a financer, you should know that borrowing is the easiest thing you can ever. If somebody lends you money, it's like giving you free money. And when you file your taxes, the money you are borrowed, you are exempted from paying the taxes. So what's good with that? So our problem with our country, and this goes to the person you really support, is when they get that borrowed money, they misdirect the money. They steal it. I think if Kindube is here, can be my witness, because when I was back at home, I used to work in the financial institution, and I used to be one of the field officers. I used to go to travel in South Nyanza, Kisi, Nyaribari. Some of those coffee factories were under my supervision. And some of the loans, like the AID, which was the money which was given to like skip loans, which were given to farmers in Magwanga and those areas. People, the politicians went there and told the guys that this is the government money. So everybody was like, it's government money. So nobody was ready to pay that. So we borrowed the money. We've borrowed 3 billion or 3 trillion, and your people, Atuya, have turned that money into a personal use. That's the money they're using to buy those helicopters. That's the money they're using for campaign, not knowing that the debts, and we are not the ones we are going to be responsible for the debts. Mr. Atuya, the debts will be owned by your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren. You take the 13 trillion we are owing and take the population of Kenya. Divide that trillion with the population of Kenya, and you'll know how much each and everybody owes. That's our debt. Our problem is the mismanagement of the borrowed funds. For your information, and this is in public domain, US right now is owing, we are going now to 31 trillion. 2 months from now, or 3 months from now, or 6 months from now, they will have to increase the cap of the borrowing. They cannot do that. The government has got to pay salaries, social services. They'll keep on borrowing. How naive can you be to come and start blaming Kenyatta here for borrowing money? You are so myopic, I'm sorry to use that word, thinking that the money which he borrowed was only for building that road, because that's what you can see. And that's why I'm thinking you are so myopic in your kind of thinking. That money reached the common mwananchi. If he never borrowed that money, that damn economy could be in shambles. But part of that money was direct to some dams where the man you worship, the man you support so heavily, you can never say anything about him, stole the money from the dams which was supposed to be developed. Excuse me, sir. Be serious a little bit and grow up. You talked about the Pandora Papers. Who does not? Tax evasion could be illegal and everybody does it. If you don't know how to do it, then you're the one who's having a problem. Even I'm in the States. I do certain things. When I do certain things, I try to cover my tax. I evade the taxation. Trump does that. All the rich people do that. You can't hold our president responsible for one thing. Yes, Kenyatta did not steal from you. There's no case right now pending in court about Uhuru. Uhuru inherited what he's got. And he'll be so stupid to take all those billions and put them there for the income tax people to come and follow him up and down. You'll have to do something. There's so many ways he can evade paying the taxation. You can't go away with that. All right. Now let me come to the local politics. You've talked a lot about Kalonzo. You say you are sitting there and laughing. You're happy about what is happening in ADM or Azimio. That's good. Of course. When your enemy is suffering, you'll have to enjoy. You have that time to enjoy. When you guys were having your mishandled nomination, we were happy. Yeah? I was in the comment there. We were so happy talking about you and how dashing you out. That's right. Kalonzo is bringing. There are two factors which you've got to consider when we want to get you into position there. One of them is, what are you bringing? Numbers. Politics is numbers. Number two, resources. When I talk of resources, I'm talking about the finance. Kalonzo is bringing to us numbers, but Kalonzo does not have anybody to bankroll his campaign right now. Take that home and listen to that. We know, we've been told, it's a rumor, I'm not confirmed. The man is supported so much. He's being bankrolled by George Soros. If you don't know who George Soros is, Google that. George Soros bankrolls so many political parties everywhere in the world because he wants to gain that, even the Democratic Party in the USA. And he's the one who is bankrolling, according to the rumor, I can't confirm that, Ruto. Who will bankroll Kalonzo? Is he coming up with anything? If there's any damn, sorry, forgive my language, there's only one come up could bankroll for Kalonzo, it's Mudama. But Mudama is with you. He's trying to help Ruto. So, Kenyatta is giving us a chance. Uhuru, rather, let me say Uhuru, if it's you, Uhuru to be okay. Uhuru can single-handedly, Uhuru and Mamangina can bankroll a candidate in Mount Kenya. Like it or not, that's not stealing. It's legal. We have got tycoons like SM Macharia, a very good friend of Raila. If you don't know him, do your research, bro. So we are holding on Kalonzo because of the numbers only. But financially, he's a beggar. I'm sorry to use that word. He's richer than me, but he will demand that post and he will demand money to do his campaigns. I close my case. If you've got a question for me, bring it on.
Thank you, Nakitare. I was about to back that point about Uhuru and GDP. Okay, GDP, Mr. Demba has given numbers, and numbers don't lie. And Mr. Atuya was saying that the growth, 1% GDP growth in America cannot be compared to 1% growth in Kenya. It's the same thing. Whether in Kenya or in America, we shall say that GDP has grown. So whether in America or Kenya, we shall say that GDP has grown. So I think we need to appreciate that. I was just looking at the numbers about infrastructure. Now, I want to remind people from Mount Kenya region that I think these people who are saying Uhuru has done nothing, especially the ones from Mount Kenya region, has to do with ignorance and age, because some of us were here when we didn't have mobile phones. I was just as grown up as I am when we didn't have mobile phones.
Right, are you right?
And my first line, my Safaricom line was 2,500. I think Atuya will faint if I tell him that. My Safaricom line is 0722. So I bought that line at 2,500 Kenya shillings. And my phone was about 10,000. And it is not a phone you can use today. Nile Nokia iko na antenna kubwa. And when I was having that phone, I appeared very important. But during Uhuru's reign, we have seen a lot of acceleration that you can access smartphones and all that. Now, Mr. Atuya, Mr. Fred Matiang is one who moved us from analog TV to digital. If you are old enough by then, pengine ulikuwa mtoto, ndio sababu hamuelewi haya maneno. If you are old enough, Kenyans woke up one day and their TV was switched off, because Matiang had been telling us for about 2 months to move from analog to digital. And Matiang said, nitafunga TV, hamutakuwa na TV. And we woke up and we had to go buy those Go TV decoders. Now, we can say a lot of things. I was just here the other day when my paycheck was coming through Postbank. And then we see the financial institution growing and growing and growing up to the point of Safaricom M-Pesa, that you do not need to have a bank account to save your money, because you can save your money with M-Pesa. All this transition is happening between Kibaki and Uhuru's time. Now, talk about roads in Mount Kenya. I went to a school called Karima Girls High School. It's a national school in Kinagop. And there was no road to Karima Girls High School when I went to school. Now, during Uhuru's time, we are seeing these roads called Mau roads going through Abadeas down to the side of Nyandarua County. I mean, the list is endless. Now, these people from Mount Kenya region, I think there's something very wrong with you. You need to muingie bus, mwende northeastern, muachange madharau. Na mukisikia Wakenya wakisema they are marginalized, understand them and listen and pay attention to them. Because if you get into your car or your bus or whatever, and you drive to Northeastern, you drive to Turkana, you drive to part of Rift Valley, even part of Nyanza. I think Nyanza is trying to come up now. You will begin to appreciate the infrastructure in Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region, very few people right now don't have running water. And this has happened in the era of Uhuru. Those who are writing on the comment section, something is very wrong with you. Because if you're in Mount Kenya region, you should be very, you did not ask God, you did not apply to be born there. It's just by luck that you just found yourself, you are born there. So unajua, Wakikuyu anasema mwenye hatembei anasema ni mama yake anapika tu vizuri, because you've not seen what other Kenyans have gone through. You've not seen the difference. If you see the difference, you'll begin to appreciate your president, and you'll begin mutawacha madharau mutaiwacha kidogo. Mutawacha madharau, because in Mount Kenya region, very few people don't even have electricity. I mean, Kenyans are struggling to have basic needs like shelter, food, and clothing, while people in Mount Kenya have gone another mile. They do not have they have decent shelter, and they have things like electricity. Yani, in Mount Kenya, you don't have to have a salary for you to have stima kwako. Si lazima uwe na mshahara ndio uwe na stima kwa nyumba yako ama maji. I think Kenyans in Mount Kenya you can agree with me this, and they are here insulting the president and saying that they have benefited from nothing. Hiyo ni kama is like in Kikuyu we say kuonyesha Mungu tumbo yako. And you know, sometimes payback times comes, because if you go on with this kind of madharau, I think it's a really bad thing, even in the presence of God, those who have faith in God here, because I think we need to appreciate in Mount Kenya. Look at the schools in Mount Kenya region. Look at the schools, for instance. I mean, there are schools in a very small radius. Some of them we don't even need that. It's waste of public resources. Yani unaona shule ya secondary pande hii, the other phase ni shule ya secondary. Na sasa teachers are posted by TSC in this other side and TSC in the other side. Then we are seeing, I saw some clip another day, dangerous road to school in Kenya, and they were covering somewhere, I think in Masai Land, where kids have to walk for 35 kilometers to go to school. This never happens in Mount Kenya region. And these are the same people who are so loud here at Uhuru ametusaidia na nini. In fact, please don't say that, because God will hear you. And you should be campaigning that we have a government that will remember the rest of the country. But you should also be grateful and say,
Julia,
Lord, thank you. Yes, Atuya. Atuya, may I finish and I give you a chance? May I finish?
No, I just want to add something you were saying there.
Yeah.
Will you please just expand the conversation past Mount Kenya? We
Yes,
are Kenya here.
I'll do that, Atuya. I was just addressing of the things that I was trying to analyze the infrastructure that has happened, the development that has happened in Mount Kenya region. I mean, in this Uhuru era. Why I'm addressing this, Atuya, is because people from Mount Kenya are the loudest, saying Uhuru has done nothing. That is why I have to tell them they are lying to the whole country. And even if they don't like Uhuru, they should not say that, because it is a bad thing they are saying. They should really appreciate what has happened in their own land. We have to call a spade a spade. We should not lie here. Now, I was looking at the two presidents. I was looking at the figures, and I saw that I was looking at Mwai Kibaki, that Mwai Kibaki tarmac roads grew by 2,300 kilometers over 10 years. And then I'm seeing Uhuru has, this is in standard, if you want to look up that, Mr. Tuya, Uhuru's roads have grown by 80,000. 80,000. You know, 2,300 against 80,000. That is one of the evidence we can give on the positive things Uhuru has done. Now, we need, people are saying that hatukuri barabara, no, we need infrastructure. We need infrastructure. We cannot access our markets if we don't have good infrastructure. We cannot sell our products. We don't have good infrastructure. We cannot take our children to school and to the hospitals if we don't have good infrastructure. So now that takes me to the point where we are arguing about how much Kenya has borrowed. Now, I think every country has borrowed, and I think somebody gave figures here of how much America has borrowed, and Japan has borrowed and all that. So I think if we borrow for a good cause, there's nothing wrong with that. And somebody said that all of us here, most of us have borrowed because we got to borrow to buy a plot, we got to borrow to make a home, we got to borrow to do 1, 2, 3. And if I'm borrowing to buy a home for my family, then it's good borrowing. It's okay for me to borrow. So we need to ask ourselves, why have we borrowed? And what have we done with our borrowing? Now, the only problem with our borrowing, Mr. Tuya, is that some of our borrowing has been misappropriated. That is what Mr. Nakitari said, that we borrowed to construct dams like Imorel Dam, and somebody misappropriated this. You see, DP Ruto came to America and said that Kenya budgets for corruption for over 100 billion. So he knows where the money goes. He said himself that Kenya budgets for corruption for 100 billion. So my main point here is that our challenge in Kenya, in the Kenyan economy, is not the borrowing. Our challenge is having corrupt leaders who misappropriate our resources. And your boss, Mr. Atuya, is in court for corruption scandals. And right now there is a debate in parliament discussing his corruption scandals. All that is out. If there are any corruption scandals affiliated with the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, let somebody list them down here And don't tell us his father did this, his father did this. He was born in the palace. He was born in the State House. We could not all be born in State House. He only found himself born there, and there's nothing he could do about it. But for his reign and his corruption scandals, mkisema ati Uhuru ni corrupt, mtu akuwe specific, atuambie one scandal one, akaimba hii shamba, akanyang'anya shule shamba, akanyang'anya huyu jamaa shamba. We want to be specific. We don't want to say he's corrupt. You tell us why you think he's corrupt. So I think numbers don't lie. And when we talk, as we go on with the debate, let us cite evidences, let us cite information that is even printed in our local dailies like Standard. Let us not just say things for the sake of saying. So that is my take. I Themba is briefly out. Mr. Nakitari, you have something to say? Yes.
Julia, can I add something before I leave?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I will still have to reinforce a few things before I leave. First of all, I want to make a disclaimer. I'm not a Kikuyu. So don't tell me that I'm supporting Kenyatta because I'm from a Kikuyu, I'm a beneficiary. Number two, there's a common saying in English, or rather, Jeff Kennedy said this, you should ask yourself, what have you done for the country, not what the country has done for you. This is a mentality that's pushing us down always, every day. For instance, you're in America like me right now. We have got a holiday. How many days are we going to be off? How many days are holiday? 1 day, Friday. Tomorrow we are back to action. These guys have back at home, they're going to be off how many days? 2 weeks or 1 week. People have traveled home, they come home. Do you know how much the government loses in 1 day when there's no work? Atuya, ask yourself those questions. Be a voice of change. Don't support people blindly without reasons. Thank you, guys. I hope there's nobody with that now. Yes, Jack Kindubei.
I need to speak.
I just want to add something there, just to say that Uhuru, vitendo vya Uhuru inaonyesha ni president ambaye ni wise, kwa sababu kitu ambacho mtu unataka president yoyote duniani anataka kwa nchi yake ni peace. Hiyo ni basic, hiyo ndio msingi, peace. Kama huna peace, you can come with all manner of development na nini, will not work. Hakuna hata moja ita work. The first thing you want, even in a home, hata bibi na bwana, what you need is peace. Now Uhuru is the president ambaye anataka peace. Na hiyo peace ambayo Uhuru ameweka kwa nchi yetu itafanya, if that peace can stay, Kenya will grow fast regardless. Tuta grow fast. So jambo la muhimu kwanza kabisa, mimi namshukuru kwamba tutaona katika miaka kwamba Uhuru ndio president ambaye alirudisha Kenya kwenye reli mahali ilikuwa imetoka. Is the only one. Na kama angekuwa mtu mbaya, Uhuru alizaliwa State House, hangejali. But Uhuru is a very wise guy. Watu ambao is a wise guy. He can sit down na kuona mbali kwamba hii kitu, na mimi namuunga mkono kwa sababu ya peace peke yake. Kwa sababu nchi zote, ukienda Amerika, ukienda Ujerumani, Japan, these people wako na kile. Uingereza, you cannot play with their peace. They will crush you immediately, regardless hata kama wewe ni nani. Peace. Jambo la pili, nasikia saa zote watu wanasema, wakati wa Kibaki tulikuwa yani ni kama Kibaki ndiye alitengeneza economy. No, we have to remember economy wakati wa Kibaki everywhere in the world ulikuwa unaulizwa kama unataka pesa, you could get money anyhow. So he is not the same. This time is not the same everywhere. Jambo la tatu, deni. Siku moja nilimsikia Themba, huyu Themba akihesabu America is the leading kwa mkopo, kwa pesa, wale watu wamekopa sana. Waingereza, Canada, Japan, German, na hizi ya nchi angalia vile zilivyo, they are more developed na wanakopa. So you cannot tell us it is sisi ndio tumekopa. Wafanyi biashara what ulimwenguni, they always borrow money. They always, hata Billy anaitwa nani, Bill Gates, ana trade na borrow money kila siku, inaitwa overdraft. Hiyo ni pesa ambayo si yake, lakini ukisikia anasemekana is worth 3 billion, but he always trade with some money ile ambayo si yake. Vile vitu Uhuru amefanya, hawa watu ambao wanamtrash watakuja kuona. Na mimi nataka kusema kwamba watu wa mlima, kitu ambacho wale ambao wanapiga mayowe ni watu ambao hawaoni mbele, ni watu ambao wanafikiria they own, yani dunia, Kenya ni kama wana own Kenya. Sio hivyo, Kenya ni ya watu wote. Uhuru ni president wa Kenya, so akifanya develop mahali popote haifai mtu yoyote kucomplain. Sisi wa Kenya wote tunataka kila sehemu ifanywe maendeleo. Kama huko Masaini hakuna barabara, au si watoto wa Kenya. That is completely upuzi mtu anaposema ati Uhuru hajafanya kitu. Does it mean Kibaki alikuwa anawafanyia? Kibaki alikuwa president wa Central Province. Tunataka president ambaye ni president wa Kenya. Na hiyo mambo ya watu wa Central wengine ambao wanapiga mayowe ni watu, ukiwaangalia Julia, hao watu ukiwaangalia kwa makini karibu kabisa ni watu wamejaa na ukabila. Hao wale wanapiga mayowe ni watu ambao hawaoni Kenya kama Kenya. Kenya ni Kenya yote. Tunataka hata sehemu gani iwe na barabara, iwe na shule, iwe na maji, iwe na Kenya yote. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Haiwezi, Kenya ni kama mwili. Kidole ikiwa inauma, mwili yote inauma. Kwa hiyo haiwezi kusema kwamba sasa mtoto kule Masaini akose kwenda shule. Niliona document nyingine, watoto wanapita ndani ya msitu mahali kuna wanyama, wanaenda shule. Ati hiyo tunafurahi? No, that should not happen. Tunataka kila kitu iwe sawa. Na mimi nimekuambia Julia, angalia hao watu kwa makini, close, utaona ni watu wamejaa na ukabila. Asanteni sana.
Asante Jack.
Okay, Temple, you can take over.
Asante Jakunube. Asante Nakitare. So as we take back to them, but my conclusion is that Uhuru has brought a new picture into our politics and all that. And I think going forward, we no longer feel like mimi ni kabila hii, and therefore, we'll not be feeling like that. He has taken our attitude across tribes. I mean, we are feeling like Kenyans for the first time. And I think that's the way we need to go. And that's what we need to do. And behave like Kenyans, see your Kabilai. So then we were still talking about Uhuru's achievements and all that. Mr. Jack Kidube was talking. I don't know whether he wants to add anything. You can proceed from there, Mr. Themba. Mr. Themba.
Nitazungumza wakati Demba atanipatia nafasi. Sitaki anitupe nje.
Nani alikuwa Kimere, unataka kwenda? Okay, sawa, tuonana.
Yeah, thank you. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.
Good night, Kimere. I mean, it was nice hearing from you. Okay, na Kitare, ulikuwa maliza?
Yeah, nilikuwa nimemaliza, nilikuwa nadhania kwamba ndugu Atoya atakuwa na swali, lakini amekimya kweli kweli hapo. Nilikuwa nimemwelezea kila kitu vile iko, sababu hatutaki huwa akija hapa kila mara alafu anatupa maneno hapa na pale bila any substance, alafu tunamwacha naenda na kama yuko court free. That's not what we want on this forum, kwa sababu hii forum hii we are learning a lot. Hata mimi nimejifunza mengi hapa, sio ati mimi huja hapa tu I've learned a lot from people here. And that's what, now I know even my constitution, I didn't know so much about even it. I've been here for 25 years. I've forgotten so many things about Kenya, but just this interaction, I've learned so much. So if somebody comes lying, I feel so bad, it hurts me. That's why I popped in. Otherwise, thank you so much for giving me that opportunity, ndugu yangu.
Yeah, nakuonanga hapo chini. Mimi najua jina lako. Wacha nisiseme. Jakindu Bey, ulikuwa umepewa nafasi na Julia. Sasa ongea. Kuna jamaa lakini kidogo Jakindu, kabla hujaongea. Kuna jamaa hapa chini anaitwa sijui Kiprotich Ngeno. Kiprotich Ngeno anasema the most corrupt counties ni za Nyanza na wako ODM. They are still the least developed na wako ODM. All affiliated Raila. You know, such are the statement that I find very, very, very interesting. What are you using to measure the counties that are most corrupt? Okay, let me take a yardstick of the court cases that have been, the governors that have been taken to court. Apart from Obado, which other governor from Nyanza has been taken to court and has been impeached because of corruption? You know, we need to try and statements like this, they are not factual, but they are popular. You know, there are populist statements which we can pass. Sometimes when we come here, let's help someone, like for example, say Black amekuja hapa leo, nimeona Black akicomment sana huko chini. Assuming Black is not in any side, ayuko ODM, ayuko UDA, Black anataka kujua, okay, let me know. And I usually say in this forum, if you want to be as objective, don't come to fight Themba, don't come to fight Julia, don't come to fight Jakindu Bey, don't come ati unajoin unasema sasa unakuja kuonyesha ubabe kufight hawa watu. I usually try and to tell someone that try and target that person who is not Themba, Julia, or this one. That person who is not yet decided and is trying to make a decision. Which side do I want to go to? And make a case for that person. How do you make a case? You come and present both sides. You say, okay, fine, na huyu jamaa iko hivi, na huyu jamaa iko hivi. Sasa mimi naonelea uende kwa huyu jamaa. That person ambaye ako pale atakusikiza na sema, okay, let me go back and think and see what these things are. Zile huyu jamaa amesema. But when you make a statement like, oh, counties are zile corrupt ni za ODM na nini, no source, no nothing. It doesn't help. You have fought me. Yes, you have hit me as Themba. There are 185 right now. There are 185 people watching. So you can hit me thinking you have hit me, but you have not helped 185 people. So don't target one person you are seeing in this platform that let me come and fight so and so. That is the in my view, the most myopic way to come and handle the debate. There are people who are waiting to listen to you. And you hear Nakitare saying here, I'm just always, he's saying that I'm always in the background watching and I'm learning. There are thousands and hundreds like him. They might not come here, but they are watching. They want to hear what you have to say. So I usually try and ask those people, especially those who find themselves in the panel. Try and don't target what I've said. What I might have said might be just to irritate you. But don't be irritated. Present a point that can help other people. So Black, nimeona umekuja huko chini na labda umekuja huko na moto, unataka kuja kugonga Julia, kuja kugonga Themba, unataka kuja kugonga Jakindube. Calm down, relax. Kuja uza sera. Jakindube, kazi kwako. Jakindu, ni wewe? Unmute alafu tukusikize.
Ukikubali nizungumze nitazungumza.
Jakindu, mimi sina tabia ya kutupa watu ambao wako na heshima kama wewe. Sasa wewe ni mtu ambaye najua unafuata sheria. Ni kufuata tu sheria. Na sheria Black hapa ni moja tu, na sisi wote tunajua wala nakuja. Don't unmute until you are given an opportunity. Hivyo time yako ukipewa, you have all the time. Tutakupatia time ujielezee. Jakindu, tafadhali.
Asante sana, asante. Kufuata sheria ni jambo la muhimu, na hiyo kitu tunashindwa kufanya hata kwetu nyumba. Tunashindwa kuifanya kila siku. Mazoea yayo tumeshindwa. Ndio maana nilikuwa nikisema kwamba tunapokuja hapa tunajaribu sana kukosoa, tunakosoa president, tunakosoa sijui hao wajumbe, lakini tunashindwa kujikosoa. Kuna huyu anaitwa Mwandai Andrew amesema jambo la muhimu sana, kwamba kwanza unatakiwa sisi tujiangalie sisi wenyewe, tujikosoe. Na mimi nasema ni lazima tujikosoe kama tunataka kuchagua viongozi wenye nidhamu nzuri, kama tunataka kuchagua viongozi ambao hawana kashfa yoyote. Ni lazima sisi wenyewe kwanza sisi tusiwe na kashfa sisi wenyewe. Lakini unakuta kwamba sisi wenyewe ndio tunachagua hao viongozi ambao tunaanza kulalamika baada ya kuwachagua. Tunalalamika kwamba huyu kuna hivi, kuna hivi. Ni sisi inafaa tuanze. Jambo lingine ambalo nataka ni ukumbushe wa Kenya. Unajua tunaweza kusema mambo mengi sana juu ya nchi yetu, juu ya uhuru, lakini tunakosa kitu cha muhimu sana. Kitu cha muhimu kwa kila binadamu hapa duniani, hata mnyama, ni kuwa na ile jambo inaitwa peace. Amani. Awe na amani mahali ulipo. Ni jambo la muhimu kabisa, na nchi yetu inafaa iwe na amani, na President Uhuru anaifanya nchi yetu kuwa na imani, na mpaka saa hii president amefanya nchi yetu, wa Kenya sasa wengi wanajisikia kama ni nyumbani, ni Kenya, wana Kenya wote. Hawana ile malalamiko mengi ambayo walikuwa nayo. So inatakiwa, hiyo ni jambo la muhimu kabisa. Nasikia watu wengi huwa wanasifu President Kibaki ati wakati wake alileta economy, lakini alisahau kujenga nchi, kujenga msingi wa amani. Alisahau hiyo. Kulikuwa na visingiti fulani ambazo alikuwa anatakiwa afanye, hakufanya. Ndio maana Uhuru sasa anashughulika na hiyo. Jambo lingine ambalo nilisema kwamba kuna viongozi wengine kutoka Central Province ambao ukiwachunguza vizuri, karibu kabisa wako na ukabila. Ukizungumza nao polepole, unajua akizungumza pale nita, lakini ukizungumza naye polepole utamsikia mambo yake yanaelekea katika ukabila. Ndio maana wanasema Uhuru hajafanya chochote Central, lakini Uhuru hakuchaguliwa kuwa president wa Central alichaguliwa kuwa president wa Kenya, anatakiwa afanye maendeleo sehemu zote katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo wale ambao wanalalamika kwamba sijui Uhuru hajafanya nini, nafikiri Uhuru kila president, hakuna president ambaye atafanya mambo yote. Kila president atakuwa na sehemu ambayo anafanya. Kuna president wengine atashughulikia mambo ya afya kuliko mambo zingine. Kuna president mwingine atashughulikia kama Uhuru mambo ya infrastructure na kuleta amani. Hiyo ndio ni kitu ambayo anaona ni amana zaidi kwake. Kwa hiyo hakuna president mmoja ambaye atafanya mambo yote vile sio hivyo. Binadamu wote, hata sisi vile tulivyo hapa, kila moja ana sehemu fulani ambayo uko mzuri kuliko sehemu zingine. Kwa hiyo mimi nafikiri yeye amefanya kiasi inatakikana. Inatakikana sisi sasa wananchi wa Kenya, inatakiwa tuone tunataka nchi yetu ielekee upande gani. Tusikubali, mimi bado narudia, tusikubali mambo ya uongo hata kidogo katika mambo ya nchi, kwa sababu uongo huwa inaleta vita, uongo inaleta uhasama, uongo inaleta uadui. Unaona katika yale mambo ambayo ilisemekana uongo hata juu ya Raila, au unaona inaleta uhasama kati ya wananchi, sisi kwa sisi. Tunatakiwa viongozi wote tukitaka kusema, tusimtusi mtu, usimtusi mtu. Zungumza tu mambo yako ya kawaida. Kama haupendi namna vile au mipango yake, sema upendi, lakini sio kumtusi vile viongozi wengine wanafanya. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo halifai. Na tena msiogope kuzungumza, sema kile ulicho nacho rohoni, lakini usizidi kule kama wale watu wengine naona huwa wanatoa matusi katika wakati tuko na majadala hapa, wao wanatoa matusi. Hiyo haifai hata kidogo. Jambo lingine nataka kusema na nataka kuongezea ni kwamba bado mimi hiyo mambo ya Kalonzo inaniudhi sana. Nashindwa saa nyingine kuvumilia. Inaniudhi sana. Inaniudhi sana sana sana. Kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye naona ni mtu ambaye ni mtu mbinafsi. Mtu binafsi anataka tu kile kinampasa hiyo tu ndiye anataka, kwa sababu haangalii Kenya kwa ujumla. Haangalii anataka awe president ama anataka, lakini ukiangalia kweli anaweza kuwa president. Mtu ambaye anamwambia Sonko kwenda kuwa governor, hiyo mimi peke yake inamdisqualify to me. Sikubaliani nayo. Jambo lingine ambalo nataka kuambia sisi wananchi, tukitaka hizi vyama vyetu zifanye vizuri, ni lazima sisi wenyewe wana Kenya lazima kama wanachama tuzipatie tujaribu kupata pesa za kuzisaidia kufanya hizi uchaguzi ambazo tunazipigia kelele. Hizi vyama hazina uwezo ya kufanya hizi, ambapo mimi ningelipenda sana tufanye tu ile mambo ya kushauriana, ile masikilizano. Itatoa mambo mengi, itafanya wasitumie pesa zaidi vile inatakana, kwa sababu hii ni vitu ambavyo hata Waingereza hawafanyi, na hizo vyama vyao ni vyama vya zamani. Hawafanyi hiyo mvurugu hizi ambazo hizi mchujo hawafanyi, na wao ndio wako na demokrasi ambao sisi tunasema hawafanyi, kwa sababu waliona ilikuwa inaleta vurugu kwa vyama, ilikuwa inaleta fallout, wakaona hii kitu waifute. Wamefuta, na vyama viko na nguvu. Vyama ndio watu wote wale wanataka wanataka nyazifa za kuwa wajumbe, wanapeleka majina zao kwa party, alafu party inaangalia. Sasa ukiwa mimi najua tunaogopa kwa sababu Wakenya wanaogopa kwa sababu party kama ya Uingereza, kama ukiwa na kitu nyuma, ulikuwa umeshika hata matiti ya mwanadada wakati we ukiwa teenager, wakiona pale unakatwa out. Wanataka mtu clean. Sasa chama ndio inafanya. Sasa kama chama ishafanya, na wewe unaambiwa enda usimame mahali, watu wanachagua chama. Ukishindwa kufanya kazi, unatolewa. Tena wao hawangojei, wanakutoa. Una resign mara moja, unatoka, unakuwa umenani. Huwezi kung'ang'ania kama vile makamu wa rais hataki kufanya kazi, anapokea mshahara wa bure na ndio watu wanampigia makofi. Kama yeye ni mtu kweli ambaye ana nidhamu na ana msimamo, unatoka, unasema hii kitu sikubaliani nayo, mimi nimejiuzuru. Basi ni hivyo tu. Asanteni sana. Pole Bwana Themba, labda nimechukua dakika nyingi zaidi ya vile ninatakikana. Pole sana.
Unajua mtu akishavuka mpaka lao anasema pole, nimevuka mpaka. That one does not apply. Okay, lakini asante Jakindu Bey. Kuna jambo nilisema hapa na narudia tena. Mimi mambo ya Kalonzo sitazungumza. Nitasubiri hadi wakati ambapo Raila Amolo Odinga mention the deputy president wake, Gombea Mwenza. That is when I will probably find time to address my issues that I have. But for now, I'm silent. I can only read, niseme okay, kesho najua tena atakuwa kwa press, atasema kitu. Kesho kutwa tena atakuwa kwa press, atakuwa amezungukwa, na akimaliza hapa kutakuwa na press conference, maybe Mutula Kilonzo ama ule jamaa mwingine watakuwa wanaongea mahali, alafu kesho yake Kalonzo atafuata. So wanafuatana hivyo. Wakimaliza hii kitu ikiisha, kesho watakuwa. So kesho labda pia watakuwa na press conference, Kalonzo ataenda azungumze tena. So I don't want to keep getting upset over that. So we are na waachia wale ambao wanaweza kuendelea kuzungumzia wazungumze. So wacha nimlete Black ajaongea chochote, alafu nimlete Atuya kwa sababu I'm sure ako na responses ambazo zimementioniwa, angependa kurespond. Black, habari gani?
Nzuri sana.
Nimlete Makia kidogo. Makiadi, habari?
Salama Mdemba, unaweza kunisikia?
Yeah, kwani connection yako leo iko vipi?
Nime login na simu yangu, laptop yangu ni kama ina hang, so siku nataka kubaki nje before ufunge studio. So mtabia na mimi utaona movement kidogo ya kamera ni vile nimeshika simu na ina charge, so sorry for that.
Hakuna, tunaweza kupatia time ya kufungua laptop?
Iko open. In fact ile kitu nilikuwa nataka ni link, lakini najua masaa yako imeisha, so I don't know.
No, there's still time. There's still you can get out, then nitakupatia link ukuje.
Safi.
Yeah, no problem. So you just sort out yourself, we're comfortable, then you come back. Black, endelea.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, kwanza I would like to take you back kwa yale mazungumzo. I think Julia was talking about the economic growth before I move forward.
Hebu ngoja kidogo, I don't know, kuna interference kwa nini yako, sijui.
Unasema unanisikia sasa hivi?
Wow. What can you
Unanisikia?
do about your audio?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds better, lakini kuna
Huh?
interference, but it's okay, we'll struggle. Endelea.
Huh? Unanisikia? Hello?
Yes, Black, go on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Black, endelea, tunakusikia.
So as I was saying, nilikuwa nataka ku growth na time ya Kibaki and Uhuru first of all. Sijui kama niko audible sahi. Yeah, I was saying wakati wa Kibaki the economy grew far much more than it has done in the time of Uhuru. But now, before the argument to proceed, we must be able to first define what is an economic growth. Or what do we mean when we say an economy has grown? No. So we can say an economy has grown whereby there is an increase in the real income of a person in the ratio to what they can manage to buy. No. So in the times of Kibaki, there was more money in the hands of people that grew through their businesses and whatever hustles they were going through, that they could be able to afford far much more things that they could do so now. People have lost more jobs right now in the government during the rule of Uhuru than they did in the times of Kibaki. That being said, there is less money in the hands of people right now to be able to afford the kind of goods they could have afforded in the times of Kibaki. So would you say that the economy has grown kwa hiyo wakati wa Uhuru more than the time of Kibaki? No, of course not. Because if, for example, one could have managed to get 10,000 shillings in the times of Kibaki per week or a month, they cannot get that now. So it means they can purchase far much less things now than they could then. These issues of kusema sijui GDP imegrow sijui watu, these are just numbers. It does not make sense when a few individuals make or earn far much more millions that they did in the time of Kibaki. Alafu unaona watu wengine maskini wamekuwa maskini zaidi. When you look at the numbers, for example, let me put numbers into this so that I can try and put it into perspective. Okay, we are 10 of us now, for example. Out of 10 people, we could afford 10,000 a month, each one of us. In total, that's 100,000 cumulative income. But 10 years later, only one of us can manage 100,000 and 9 of us cannot afford that anymore. When you start doing calculations, GDP itakwambia okay, pengine imebalance, manake unaona still it's 100,000. Kama wewe kwa wakati wa Uhuru kwa hawa watu 10 cumulative, and it was still same 100,000 wakati wa Kibaki, but the reality is that 100,000 it now is in the hands of one person than would have been in the hands of 10 persons divided into 10,000 each. So sometimes, Julia, numbers don't really make sense and they don't give the true picture of the reality in the ground. So tuache hii mambo ya kudanganyika ama kufuatilia mambo ya numbers, GDP has grown by no. You look at the reality in the ground. The fact of the matter is this. During Kibaki's time, Kibaki discouraged the government from borrowing locally. They got most of their money abroad. By discouraging borrowing money locally, the banks had no choice than to encourage people to get loans. They were actually going out there to find people to get loans. More businesses were being opened. Businesses were being grow because banks were there freely giving money to people so that they can establish their businesses. No. But the opposite is the case now. The government has borrowed money more locally. The banks are far much more comfortable lending their money to the government because they know the money is far much more secure lending to the government than lending to the people. So there's less money available for the people to borrow to grow their businesses, but there is more for the government to spend. So businesses are being shut down because they cannot afford to grow their businesses. The customers are not able to afford to purchase their services or their goods. Now, can you tell me, is that the right way to go? No. Mr. Kibaki, the president, had it right. Had it right when his government was borrowing less locally. And this is where the mistake may occur. And to make matters worse, okay, not really worse, there's a plus and minus in the projects that have come, but we also know that ikikuja kwa upande wa projects, corruption goes in hand with projects. Hata wewe sasa ukiwa unajenga nyumba yako, foreman, fundi watakuibia simiti, watakuibia nini. It's the nature of Kenya. It's unfortunate, but that's the fact. No. In terms of projects, wakati wa Kibaki alikuwa amejaribu kubalance. His emphasis was more on the people having more money in their hands, but the emphasis here is wamekimbilia kufanya projects nyingi, forgetting that there are people in the name of citizens, among the city, that we also need to live and survive, and for us to do that within the money. Sasa kama pesa yote imeenda kwa serikali, sisi makampuni zinafungwa, mabiashara zinafungwa, watu wengine wanafukuzwa, I mean, come on, it does not make sense. And in regards to what Jakendube was talking about, sijui kuhusu kuunganisha watu, before Raila and Uhuru got together, uliona Mkikuyu akipigana na Mjaluo? No, nobody was fighting anybody. We all love each other. The only persons that were
What happened then back? Kwani ulifukuza huyo jamaa ama kumeendaje? Ama amejitoa?
Mikono yangu Julia, mikono yangu ndio iko hapa, nimeziweka hapa ndio msione ni kama nimetoa mtu. Jamani, I cannot remove anyone. Mtu ambaye hata tu alijitoa mwenyewe hapa. I don't remove people just like that. Ndio huyu amerudi. Black endelea.
wananchi hawakuwa na shida. We were all living amongst each other happily, peacefully. Nobody had issues with anyone. So the handshake basically made peace between the leaders. So when we look at it, it's the leaders that have the problems, not the people. But wanataka kusukuma zile shida zao kwa wananchi, whereby wananchi hawana hizo shida. The one thing also that I can say, ambayo pia inaleta shida, hii mambo ya parties. I think we should normalize voting in independent candidates more than people that belong to a certain party. No. Because at times you find that people with questionable characters hide behind the parties. No. Unapata mtu ni corrupt, they corrupt their way through dominations, they get their tickets. But since wakati wa general election, the party leader will definitely encourage people voting in people from his party. Now, that's where now we end up having these same individuals with questionable characters back into government by the fact that they came in through the parties. I think it's time that once they normalize to vote here independent candidates that we know have a clean record. Now, so this issue of parties, I think, okay, in other countries they have done it well, but Kenya, I think we should normalize voting in independent candidates as long as they have clean records.
Okay, before I bring the others who have raised their hand, I have two questions for you, Black.
Sorry?
I have two questions for you, okay? Question number one. When did are you aware of the infrastructure projects that Uhuru has implemented?
Yes.
Okay, name one.
And the electricity,
No, name one.
barabara, stima,
Which one?
mashinani.
No, which barabara?
Huh?
Barabara gani?
Sorry?
Barabara gani?
Barabara nyingi kuna. That's the reason for one.
I can't hear you.
And various more.
No, one. Umesema gani?
Nimekutajia express highway. Hii inatoka Westlands naenda mpaka airport. Through Mombasa Road.
When was it drawn?
Sorry? This just
Ilichorwa lini hiyo expressway?
the SGR, sorry?
I can't hear you. Ilichorwa lini hiyo?
Gani?
Okay, just mute. I ask you the questions and then you'll respond to all of them.
Huh?
Just mute. Mute a little bit. I ask you the questions and then you'll come back. What?
Unanuliza barabara, sorry?
Yeah, barabara gani?
Kuna hii Dogo Kundu. Sijui kama unajua. Is in Mombasa.
Okay. When were those infrastructure projects conceptualized?
When?
Yeah.
The exact timeline.
Yeah. When were they conceptualized? When were they basically drawn and they were like, these projects are projects that will be started?
Now, the question you're asking is very difficult to answer because number one, the government does not inform the public when they are drawing a project. Do they tell you that we are drawing a road right now?
Yeah.
They just commission. You only know that they have commissioned a particular. They have commenced a project.
No.
But they do not put it in the public domain. That okay, tell me. Okay, niambie ni wapi mahali? Do you know when they drew the maps?
How about if I tell you that all the infrastructure projects that actually Uhuru came to implement were drawn during Kibaki's time?
Sorry? Again, sorry?
All the infrastructure projects, Uhuru just came to complete those projects.
Like the SGR, you can say it was planning.
All those, and you know
planning is the right word.
You know what? One person that even came and made it so clearly was one Jimmy Wajigi. If you listen to him. And that was during Kibaki's time.
Yes.
So the person who drew all these things and even started them and Uhuru came to finish them was Kibaki.
Wajigi was very clear in saying that that project he was supposed to do the funding. It was supposed to be privately funded.
Okay, there's another person.
Let's finish that. No. Let's agree on that. Let's agree on that.
Yeah.
True. Ilianza wakati wa Kibaki.
Okay.
But who was to fund that project? Can you tell me that? What did Wanchigi say?
No, go on. I can hear what you're saying.
It was not supposed to be placed in the katika iwe mzigo ya wananchi. Do we agree on
there's interference in your Black. Do this. You have a good debate, but there's interference in your connectivity. So even if
was not to be funded by the people.
I think Black has a good point and a good debating points, but his network is so bad. Let me bring in Atuya, and then of course I'll bring in the rest, so that I'm hoping that Atuya, you've been mentioned quite a number of times. I think, I don't know if you have any point you wanna give.
I think Black has just said what I was saying before about the exaggerated economic growth. People parading numbers and trying to persuade us to think that the economy is growing exponentially. There's a guy who came in here, and I think you left. Remember, you left. There's a guy who came in, and he came in the name of trying to rebut the issue that I was raising, and the only thing he did was just to hurl insults at me. But I want to rebut him. I'll just leave it to that.
Black, your connection is not very good, so kindly just mute. Go on, Atuya.
Jakindube, because you are around, when you people say, you speak about America borrowing, when you speak about, you even quoted them and said that America is the leading borrower in the world. I don't know if you can equate the amount of money they are borrowing to what percent it is to their GDP. And I can even go ahead and to ask you, do you know the recommended rate of borrowing to the GDP of your own country? A country like Japan can borrow even to 100% of its economy because it is a manufacturing industry. And then when your guys come in here telling us about Chama loans, that you need loans so that you can, it was terrible submissions anyway. I just wanted to remind again, Themba, you know, you Google some stuff on your site there, and then you paraded questions to me. And when I was answering them from my own knowledge, you were asking me to quote my reference. You cannot just wake up and open a website and expect me to rebut with a reference immediately. And then the moment I don't do that, you quick to point out that I'm debating without facts. You quick to dismiss my arguments as baseless. I actually don't know you like that. And the reason I came back here, and this is your answer, Andrew Moriasi, the reason why Demba was actually did spark an economic debate with me and not with anyone else is because he believes in my capability. When you are questioning it, what have I done in society? That was very not your. The reason why Demba sparked that debate because he knew I was equal to that debate and I had something to debate about that. And when I left, he also left. He left you guys making noise in here. I'm speaking with a lot of bitterness because of the kind of the treatment I was given here. Leave that alone. I want to speak to Julia. Julia was speaking about the suffering that Mount Kenya went through under the Moi regime. I then back that because he knew I was, and you were cautioning the people of the mountain because you really make your submission about Mount Kenya each and every time, that you're cautioning the people of the mountain not to go the Moi route. I want just to remind you that the Moi remnants are in Azimio, they're not in Kenya Kwanza. All the Moi remnants, the people who destroy this country's economy are in Azimio. They're not in Kenya Kwanza. And then you are insisting that Mount Kenya they only care about the security of the mountain. Each and every person in this country deserves security. It's not about Mount Kenya caring how safe the country will be. We also care about this country. It's not about Mount Kenya being safe. You also spoke about the women of this country will vote as Azimio because of Martha Karua. I want to remind you that Martha Karua has run before in this country. She was a woman. She scored dismally. I think it was around 43,000. If he brings that to Azimio, I think he might make Raila president. And I want to remind you again that women of this country will not vote Azimio. It's because they have a woman deputy president. It is not about gender, it is about issues. Now, trying to believe that having a woman deputy president will make you more attractive to women, I don't think you're politically correct. You are just emotionally agitated about whatever that is. Demba, you actually brought three issues that you wanted me to speak about. That was GDP, policy issues, policy failures of the Uhuru administration, and then you also told me to speak about governance. I had spoken about the GDP. I had given facts. I told you it's only in Africa and in Asia where you will find countries that grow with double digits. I think Black is an economist. He can explain to you that. You asked me why countries like France were hit by a -7% growth in the COVID era, and why not Kenya? While I was giving my reason, you were still insisting on that I'm giving lies and rumors. You and I think Moriasi. When I was speaking about the policy failures, that is over borrowing, when I was speaking about corruption, I think I explained that when it comes to governance failure of the Uhuru administration, you can see, we can talk about the state capture of government institutions. KRA is weaponized. We have the DCI is weaponized. EACC is weaponized. We have political parties like Jubilee were destroyed. We have marginalizations of some tribes in this country. So Uhuru has performed dismally when it comes to governance. You cannot purport to be building an inclusive country by actually dividing the country by excluding others. You cannot tell, in general, you cannot tell Kenyans that their economy has grown while their suffering has doubled what it was. And I'll tell you for free, in the next 10 years, the GDP of this country will have grown double what it is today. That does not accumulate to Kenyans having a better life than they are today. The price of sugar when our economy was over 1 billion is not the same price of sugar today when our economy is at the figure you're giving, 98 billion. So the economics does not add up. Having numbers, the GDP can grow because of population growth. GDP can grow because of other factors. It does not necessarily can be pegged to economic growth. I think I'm just bitter, and I don't think I have anything else to add. You guys can have a good night.
Okay, Atuya, wish you well. If you're going, I hope you stay. You have mentioned me adversely. I hope you Atuya.
I'm listening here.
You got me wrong, but you have a right to that. I don't wish to engage in something that makes you. I try to be as objective as it gets, and at no point did I attack you. I usually try to focus on what someone is saying, and I try to do that today. I simply was requesting for your source of information. You're saying that I've Googled. That's World Bank website. So you can go to World Bank website and you'll get that information. And if you go to the website of different companies, I mean different institutions, you can get the information. Information that is public. You can access it. You can read it. You can see where it comes from. I'm seeing here there's inequality in Japan. Inequality is higher than in most advanced economies. The poorest 20% of us earn 6.5% of total income. You know, I mean, for someone who wants to help other people, you know, if we are here to help other people, you could also give them the source of the information. That's all I'm saying. If I come here and argue, like I say, an adverse statement, like most of African economies, they grow in this without quoting my source. It helps for you so that even me, because I need to go back and read that and say, oh, okay, fine, I didn't have this information, right? So when you tell me, when I simply said, could you quote your source where you are getting the information so that I can also, you are helping us. You're not only helping me. There's someone like Ndeto who writes, and maybe it's not Ndeto alone. There are probably other people in the platform who are writing that Atuya has said, we cannot quote you on information that is not yours. So I wouldn't go and start saying that Atuya said that information, this, no. For me, I came and I told you, World Bank. So you can go look for World Bank information. You say, okay, when I say that, for example, when I say diaspora people send certain amount of money to Kenya, then I tell you my source is the Central Bank of Kenya. If you go to their site, you'll get that information. It is not my information. I don't own it. You see. So when we come to help in the debate, it helps to give us your source of information. In most, when you are writing thesis, when you are writing your paper, they ask you what's your source. Cite your sources. You know. Now, here might not be necessarily a thesis place, but this is a place where you're also helping people to go and read. So when I say this is my source, I'm trying to give you a source that you can go and reference. Read for yourself, maybe see if I understood it. So if you understood me to the extent that I said that you're not, I mean, you have used a term that I think I didn't use and I've never used it on anyone. There are words I don't use, and maybe people who are here and have interacted, you included, with me a lot here. I don't insult people. I don't call people names. I've never done that in this debate. I try to focus on what you share, and that's why I asked you those questions. Now, number two, when you say a point like most African states, that's a generalized statement. Where did you get that information, right? Just help me, help Deto, help 185 people who are listening to go and read and say, okay, fine, this is where Atuya got the information. We don't have to come asking for Atuya every day, right? And debate is not helped by you getting upset. Debate is helped by you focusing on the point. This is my point. This is what I'm making. And we don't have to agree at the end of the day. Just make your point. Then the jury is out there. People are listening. They'll be saying, okay, fine. Atuya made a point. When I went and searched, I think Atuya made a point. When I went and searched, I think Martin Deto made a point. That's the essence of debate. You don't need to be upset, Atuya. You have been here long enough. Some people may bring their issues and then you say, okay, fine, I've been hit here sometimes, but I go like, okay, fine. What was the need of that? Do I need to respond to that even? I don't need to, all right? And you don't need to please everyone here. We don't need to come out of here feeling like clapping for you. They say, if you please everyone, then you're not doing anything important. There will be people that will agree with you. There will be people that won't agree with you. That's how life is. As long as you're alive, that's how the nature of life. Like here, I know there are people who agree with me. There are people who, when they see my face, they don't think they want to see me here. But such is life. Such is life. I would be worried if 185 people, all of them are saying, hey, Themba, hey, Themba. Then there's something I'm doing that is not right. There has got to be some people that will just wake up and they just don't like you. I mean, that's okay. That's just life. All right. So learn to separate. For here, we are just here to debate you on what you have said. When you ask your question, just remain within that. And we really need you here. You and I have engaged here severally, and that's why, for me, I think you are one person who have been resilient in debates here. I admire that about you, and you said it rightfully. When I ask you questions, because I know you can go and research. Yeah, so I want to bring in Ndeto, because Ndeto has been raising his hand for a while. And then, of course, I give Jakindu, Julia, and then I'll bring in Makiadi. Makiadi has been waiting here also for a while. So Ndeto, maybe very quickly you give your response, then give Jakindube, then Julia.
All right. I just want to say thank you. It's another day, and God is good. We're still here. Wait, Atuya, don't hide. You know me. I came. Well, first of all, let me respect the panel. You know, the panelists, and you know, the moderator, the people on the comment section. I was here before, then nikapotea kidogo. We had a good discussion before, and then I went to do a couple of things, and jana nilikusumbua sana Themba huko kwa comment section mpaka ukasema si mwachi, but anyway, it was nice. Richie, nice. Julia and everybody. Atuya, me, the only reason I come, na nilikwambia hata today I wasn't gonna come in, but I heard you talk about infrastructure. And the other time I told you, like, I really appreciate you being around our conversation, especially at this time, because this is some of the time that we, saa zingine the politics disappears and we start talking about the country in general. I love being in this Themba's time, because at that time everything has already been talked, so you don't want to, you run the risk of repeating yourself if you get into so many things that of the day that has been going on. So sometimes we actually come and talk about what it is. I came in purposely when you were talking about infrastructure. Let me tell you something, Atuya. This is our country. I know you've traveled far and wide. Maybe, maybe not, or whatever. I don't know where you are. But let me tell you, what is happening in Kenya today and what Uhuru has done. Talk about Thika Highway. Thika Highway was what, when Kibaki did it. Nobody used, I mean, dude, I don't know. I used to pass that thing to go to Kidimani and go to school when I was small, a kid in primary school. That thing was nothing. There was nothing. There was not like today what you can see. But when Kibaki came and did that, it became a road that everybody was talking about. What Uhuru has done today when it comes to infrastructure, you will thank him not today, but a couple of years coming. The fact that today you can stand in Nairobi in the morning and go to Mombasa on a train while cars are moving on the other side, or the fact that today you have those bypasses that you talk, which actually Raila was the one that started with that. Tunakumbuka watu wakigongewa manyumba. That infrastructure itself, I'll tell you, I'm not going to say where I am because tuliambiwa tusisemange, but I can tell you, people in this place, they can tell you, infrastructure is everything. Today, if I want to go see Themba, it's only 8 hours. Nitakuwa nje kwa nyumba ya Themba. 8 hours. How many miles? Google it. I think I've said where I live. Themba has said where he lives. Tukiwa hapa tu kwa hii kwa nini. Google it. How many miles? How? But that makes you be able to go 100 miles a day to work. and come back. Mimi kwetu nikiamua kwenda Machakos na niko Nairobi naenda haraka haraka. So wachaneni na uhuru. Hiyo kitu iliniguza sana because people don't understand exactly what is happening. Itaanza kuingia kwa akili ya watu when sasa imeanza kutumika vizuri and you realize that kutoka Nairobi kwenda Kisumu is only 2 hours or whatever you want to say. That infrastructure is what is going to change the game plan of Kenya, and that is what is going to bring all these investors from everywhere, and that is what is the beginning, and it has to begin from somewhere. Amwezi kwa mmekaa tu pale mnasemanga sijui tupatie unga tufanyie nini, and then amfanye infrastructure. Once you bring that infrastructure, then now the whole thing is gonna work. Hapo ndo unapata uko na biashara yako ya Kisii na uko Nairobi na unaenda kesho asubuhi kwenda Kisii uende ufanye biashara alafu urudi, because you know what, ukitoka hivi tu ni nywe. Ukiamua kwenda like today, you can come from Nairobi in the morning uende Mombasa ufanye meeting yako, and then jioni ulale nyumbani by 8 SGR ya 8 uko Nairobi tena. That is what opens up and is what makes Atuya, is what makes everybody start working hard, because now you have the way to do it and you're not running unalala kwa mashamba. For me, I think you're kitu ilinileta, because I want people to understand that what is happening, sometimes you have to take some sacrifice for you to get something better. Yes, tumeinvest sana kwa nini? Kwa, infrastructure. But let me tell you, man, it's changed everything, and it's gonna change. And you just unashika tu hapa mwanzo. You watch it. You go to New York, my friend, kuna train inapita juu, kuna ingine iko chini, kuna barabara huko ukitaka kupita huko unapita, and you get there on time. That's what we need in Kenya. That's what, even to say it, Miguna used to say, Nairobi needs to be a metropolitan where kila kitu iko poa, and Kenya in general. Today we need that infrastructure. Wacheni kusema tumetumia pesa sana, hatujatumia. Themba, sorry, hiyo ilinigonga.
Okay, tutarudi kwako. Sikia mwingine huko ananiambia ati Themba, both of us are in Azimio. Ni watu ni funny. Both of us are in Azimio, but I don't like you because you always have inner facts. Sasa mtu akupendi kwa sababu nasema ukweli. Jackie Ndube, ulikuwa unataka kusema jambo. Nakupa dakika moja, nipatie Julia dakika moja, alafu nilete Makiadi. Ndio nirudi kwa Moriasi. Moriasi pia alikuwa anataka kuongea. Okay. Jackie Ndube dakika moja, Julia dakika moja, Moriasi dakika moja, alafu nilete Makiadi. Yes, Jackie Ndube.
Nilikuwa nataka kumujibu Atuya jambo fulani amesema, na Black vile amesema jambo ambalo nilikuwa nataka Atuya nataka kumwambia. Atuya amesema kwamba katika upande wao ule wa UDA hakuna watu ambao waliangusha serikali, kwamba wale watu ambao wa KANU, wale orphans wa KANU wako kwa Azimio. Lakini mimi nataka kumwambia Atuya, ukianza na president wenu alikuwa secretary wa KANU na alikuwa amelelewa na KANU na Mudavadi KANU, wao wote, hata huyu jamaa anaitwa nani, Gachoka ama anaitwa nani, yule ambaye anataka kuwa, wanasema anaweza kuwa Gashagwa. Huyo alikuwa dio kwa upande wakati wa Moi. Au wote wamefanya kazi kwa Moi, au waliangusha. President wenu ndio aliangusha economy wakati walileta hiyo Jirongo 500. Walituvuruga sana, walivuruga nchi. So Kama wewe hukuweko wakati huo, sisi tunakwambia sisi tulikuweko. Kwa hiyo usiseme eti wale wako huko hawako huko. Huko unaweza kusema Kalonzo na Raila labda walikuwa kwa ile KANU na Uhuru, lakini hawakuishi kama hao wengine. So hiyo nataka kusema na Black, nataka kumwambia kwamba Sudan imegawana kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na umoja na amani. Sudan imevunjika, imegawanyika sasa mara mbili. Sudan zamani ilikuwa ni nchi moja. Ethiopia ilikuwa ni nchi moja, imegawanyana saa hizi kwa sababu ya hiyo. Nigeria
Yakindu. Achia hapo kwa sababu tuko na watu kadhaa. Julia, dakika moja tafadhali.
Okay, I'll try to be fast. First, I find Atuya, you are referring to Mr. Black, and I think you said he's an economist. Now, I think that you're having some kind of narrow thinking when you say that the economy grows when people have money in their pockets. When people have more money than the goods they are chasing, that leads to inflation. So Jadikubidi has talked about the 500 shillings Jirongo money that was brought through the Youth for KANU 92. So those are the days that our economy began ailing, and we still suffering from that inflation, plus other factors that have affected us. So when we have too much money in our pockets, chasing very few goods, we're going to have inflation. So we need to find how to address that. Now, I just want to summarize to Atuya and Mr. Black and anybody else. Now, for the economy to grow, we need to look at 4 factors: how we can improve on our human resources, our physical capital, our natural resources, and technology. Those are the 4 things that we need to look at, and that is what the Kenyatta government has been looking at. Human resources. I mean, you cannot talk about giving Julia more money in her pocket when you're not addressing those factors. We having challenges in Kenya. So what the Kenyatta government is doing is trying to address the basic challenges. We cannot get there unless we start here. Now, you cannot tell me that I'm going to be okay if I cannot take my child to school. You cannot tell me that I'm going to be okay if I cannot travel from Kinangop to Nairobi. I mean, if I cannot bring my potatoes from Kinangop to Nairobi, the economy will not be okay. So we need to address the basic factors first. We know and we admit and we accept that everyone is facing issues because of the prices of goods and services. But how do you make sure Julia has the basic needs? We have to start somewhere. We have to start with looking at our human resources. I mean, what kind of labor are we producing? Are we producing people who can only work in the subsistence economy? And that is what Ruto is talking about, wheelbarrow people. We're not looking at subsistence economy. We want to look at industrialization. That takes us to technology. Now, we need the basic infrastructure. We need water, power, electricity, and good roads. That is what Uhuru is doing. What is wrong with you? People from UDA, what is wrong with you? Can you please do some research? What is wrong with you? You can't give me money if I don't have water in my house. I don't have electricity, power. What is wrong with you? I don't need money. I need basic infrastructure, period. Thank you, Demba.
Okay, let me go to Moriasi kwa sababu Atuya ametoka. Wacha tupatie Makiadi. Makiadi has been waiting here for a while. Let him speak.
Yeah, because I wanted to correct something, but
he's already gone. So let's
okay.
just
Then just on Black, let me just say something, and then maybe I may also be, because my power is off. Please, just a second. Wrap it up, and the next time we'll sort it out. About Black, if every one of us, at least we can remember back during Kibaki time, the 2 first years we had a little bit tough. Why? The plan was to get things in order, to put the money together, to save money, so that the people are okay. People suffered, but later on they were happy. So if they can see, they could have said like that, surely we suffered like the way we are suffering, but afterward things will be fine. So no more roads will be much in the future, which means we'll have money in our pocket. So when a country has a vision, and for example, you say, we are 5 people in our house, we are using one gorogoro for like 2 days or 3. Now, if we have added grandchildren, we are about 10. Do you expect again the 2 gorogoro will be enough? No. So the government look at the population, they look at what the vision is, they go by that. So they have to go as by the population is going. Since 2017 or 2007 up to now, there's a big difference. The population has grown. So as a family of Kenya, with the leadership, they look at how many people we have. So we need to get more money to be able to run our business as normal. So for that reason, and what I said is that this is a place of record. And if anything, I could say, Mr. Temba, he may be reasoning on that. Please, to be bitter is a sin for those who believe. Please, we could not like anyone to be bitter because of anything. And if you are open-minded, it's just get to know, but no one could want to do somebody feel bitter in that manner. So I'm a kind of a person who could want to, instead of bitter, have joy. Because you are a Kenyan, you are a brother, you are an uncle, you know. So I could have be able to do that. For that reason, even if he's watching, I'm sorry for that. And the only thing is that we are in a record of, we do not want to try to, for example, if we are 2 children, we have 1 pen, we fight for one another that I'm the one to write. No, we have to agree. After 2 hours, I give the other one. So even in the mic, we have 1 mic we depend on. So when we are told, wait, wait, that's what my focus was. Not that I had anything in the person when I said that, yeah, but what you have done in the picture gave us that. Sorry for that. Thank you, Pitemba, and I appreciate everyone.
Thank you. Makiadi, karibu.
Thank you, Demba. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for letting me in again. I had a problem with my gadget today, and at least I appreciate that your generosity. I would not want to confine myself within the topic that was being spoken today about economics, because I think if I begin that debate, then it's going to take a long time before we finish that. And also, I'm not an economist. I just read things that are on the internet with regards to economy. And so let me just try to avoid that. I want to just speak briefly with regards to today's topics. And the first one that I want to talk about is the issue about party primaries. The question is, was it real or imagined? We always say here that UD has been hyping the activities of their party, and we expected them to perform better. Today I was watching a clip on the internet. It was posted to me by my friend. I think he's in the comment section right now. And there was this lady, a very beautiful looking lady with a jacket. And I think people realized that she was carrying something in her jacket. And so when she was approached by this multitude of people in a polling station, they realized that she had marked ballot papers in one of her pockets inside the jacket. And it looks like it was a bunch of ballot papers that were already pre-marked. And I'm assuming this is just one incident that was recorded in one place. As days go by, we are again learning more about what culminated or what happened on that particular day. And it goes back to what we were talking here. It looks like the UDA nomination process was already predetermined. There are people who already had access to ballot papers. And these people that are probably connected to the top leadership of UDA had already done their homework properly, in quotes. And so they got these papers even before the election process, the nomination process was commenced, and they marked these papers. And so all we were looking at is just a charade. It was just a cosmetic kind of process. So the people who won right now, I believe, especially, and I'm very specific, especially in Mount Kenya region, the people who won these nominations were people who are already predetermined. And as days go by, we will continue to see the truth. It goes back to what we ask people in Mount Kenya. Why would you allow a person to come and determine whom you vote for? Why would you allow a person to determine your leaders while at his backyard or in his backyard, he gives people a choice to choose whoever they feel is fit to hold public office? So this is a big challenge with our political parties. And now that UDA tried to depict itself as a party that is embracing democracy, it has come out clearly that it is not a party that embraces democracy. And I don't think that is a party that people should associate themselves with. It is not better than any other party that we know. And when they pointed fingers at other parties, it looks like theirs is even more chaotic. Now, what happens to the losers? I watched another clip again of Kate Waruguru. I think she was somewhere in the airport. I think she was traveling maybe for holiday or something. And she pronounced that Baba ni Baba na Uhuru ni Rais. So I still believe that Kate Waiguru's mind was in Azimio, but her body was in UDA. And such people who have no political stand, it's good that they are being rejected at the nomination processes, so that moving forward, we have people who believe in something, people who have a principle, people who have a political stand in the things that they do. Now, voter apathy is a big issue. And like we say here, that William Ruto needs Mount Kenya more than Raila needs it. Looking at the 2% people that showed up for the voter, for the nomination process of UDA, I don't know what else William Ruto is going to do, or what else William Ruto is going to tell people from Mount Kenya, bearing in mind that he's been campaigning over there for over 5 years. I don't know what else is going to tell people from Mount Kenya so that they can show up on the voting day in numbers to give him the propulsion that he needs to win the presidency. It's a big challenge for UDA. It's going to be a big challenge unless their messaging is different. And I hope that they realize that this thing is already gone. If at all there's a turnout of less than 50% in Mount Kenya, then I'm very, very sure, and I can pronounce myself here without fear of contradiction, that Raila Odinga will win this thing with over 65% to 70% in the first round. Thank you, Themba.
Thank you, Makiadi. Just a second, Notch.
Okay. Good to be back. I think I'll handle two issues. One about the economy and two about the primaries. is unfair. At least the guys who are speaking about economy, they are out, but I'll still proceed. Governments act in perpetuity. For instance, the Dwake Dam that is ongoing was conceived in colonial times, right? I think 1950s. But the government that is implementing the Dwake Dam in Makueni, it's Uhuru administration. So therefore, governments come and go, but government plans don't expire. So this nation that Uhuru has done nothing, it's here not there. If you've been to Mombasa in the recent times, there's this Kebarani interchange. It's almost done. In late 90s and early 70s, 80s, tourists used to be those who work in the hotel industry used to wake up tourists at 4 at night to go to the airport in Portrees. But now, and the tourists used to ask, why do you wake up so early? Because of the Kibarani jam. People used to take almost 3 hours, a distance of just less than 20 kilometers from the beach hotels in Nyali and South Coast to the airport, to the Moi airport. And therefore, what Huru has done is just a simple thing. The enablers. He has concentrated on the enablers, the roads, the highways, the bridge, the roads, and the dams. For instance, there's a dam which is being done in Kiambu, his home constituency. It's called Karimino Dam. It's almost done. It will be commissioned in next month, the month of May, which will be able to serve Ruiru, Juja, and Thika, and parts of Nairobi with water. Then there's another dam which is almost done in Kirinyaga, which is 95% complete. Should be ready before June this year. That dam will irrigate almost a million acres of rice, and farmers there will be able to do now at least 3 seasons per year. We normally do around 20% of the rice. That project alone is going to double the rice production to around 40% of what the country consumes. There's a project in Kisumu, the port, and with the extension of with the new member, DRC, the future is bright because now that project from Mombasa to Kisumu to Kampala through to DRC, that's a plus because now we'll be getting the resources from the DRC and back to Mombasa coast, Mombasa port. There are people who complain that the port operations were moved. The truth of the matter is the port was congested. It was port containers used to take almost 14 days to be evacuated. Now they're taking around 3 to 4 days and 1 day from Mombasa to Nairobi for a container. Therefore, things are moving. People don't want to see the bigger picture. Because when you do the roads, when you do the rails, when you do power, this is what needed to propel the country. the country for the last almost 30 years, we've been doing service industry. We will not be producing anything. Our coffee farmers, the tea, the sugar has been on a downward trend because one, climate change, two, international markets. Other countries are doing, they're more competitive than us. Our products are more expensive because of one, largely power, and two, the vagaries of climate change. So if we won't do change how we do things, especially maybe we should do smart farming, because one, our land sector is not managed well, and you cannot rely on the old way of doing things, farming with jembe and panga. We need to change. Egypt is doing better in producing even the potatoes that, for instance, the KFC is useful for the chips. We can go to empower farmers and do those products at home. And with that few, I beg to retire.
Okay, thank you so much. You can stay right there so that we take our closing parts, and really appreciate you for staying on up to this time, and all the rest who joined us. I think it's a rich discourse that we have had, and as we always say, if we focus on the most important things, we gain a lot more than when we don't focus on the most important things. When you focus on the side shows. Some of us may want to come focus on the side shows, and someone used to say, we choose to major in the minor and minor in the major. So we need to major in the majors and minor in the minors. So if we focus on the most important things, we gain. Richie, you ready? You take us through. Yeah, kindly take us through, George, and all the listeners in this platform. We've been going through the Constitution, so we are on chapter 4 of the Constitution, and that's on the Bill of Rights. So we actually had feedback that there are people who are actually now going through the Constitution with us, and they are very happy that they're able to even take time to understand what the Constitution says. So that's something that we want to continue doing, and we keep reading bit by bit, chapter by chapter. So Makiadi, kindly take us through the next part.
Okay, thank you, Ndemba. Today we'll be looking at Article 25, Chapter 4 of the Constitution, and it's about fundamental rights and freedom that may not be limited. Despite any other provisions in the Constitution, the following rights and fundamental freedoms shall not be limited. A, freedom from torture and cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. B, freedom from slavery or servitude. C, the right to a fair trial. And D, the right to an order of habeas corpus. Part 2, it says, rights and fundamental freedoms. Number 26, rights to life. Every person has the right to life. Number 2, the life of a person begins at conception. Number 3, a person shall not be deprived of life intentionally, except to the extent authorized by this constitution or other written law. Number 4, abortion is not permitted unless, in the opinion of a trained health professional, there is need for emergency treatment, or the life or health of the mother is in danger, or if permitted by any other written law. So we've read 25 and 26, and tomorrow we'll be looking at 27.
Thank you so much. You read something there. Habeas corpus is a right requiring a person under arrest to be brought before a judge or into a court, especially to secure the person's release unless there are lawful grounds shown for detention. In Kenya, you should be brought before a judge within 24 hours. They should not be held more than 24 hours unless there's something or there's reason for you to continue being detained. So you need to have those rights and know them. There's a Bill of Rights. So thank you so much, Makiadi, and I hope we are learning some of the rights, right to life, and so on and so forth. It's a continuous journey, and we keep, let me acknowledge at least 2-3 people. Temba, it's always good to be here with you guys. Sorry I couldn't be on closing up, but I'm here. Yeah, Gitash Day, Asante Kikwetu Ventures, Pamela Rombo, Congo First Amanda, amekuja na matusi tukamblock, so you don't have to keep addressing him. We want at least some decorum, even to those who are joining us in the comment section. We appreciate everyone's comment. Julia and Temba, stop frustrating Atuya. We are not frustrating anybody. We just want to interact with civility and with facts. That's how we interact. Thank you so much, everyone who has joined us. John O'Hager, there's someone who said, kindly put your number so that we send something. The number, Nani's number is there. Bernard's number is there, so you can send something if you need to. Yeah. Idi, Halfan, Asante, Halfan, Ramadan, Karim, Gigi Man, Asante, Mercy Omega, Asante, and all the others, Nyabansu, Fred, and everybody who joined us. We are David Olo, isiwe issue. Nimekutaja. Nathan Ndusi, Asante, George, Dali, Tomatoes said, Nairobi to Machakos, because that's how economists grind. Pamela Romba Sande, in my opinion, I think you should admit people who are 30 and above to debate. But 29 and below should be there, but to listen and be ready to be told. No. We admit everybody. I mean, time is past where you discuss people's future, and yet it's going to affect them. They need to be part of that journey, a part of that discourse. So the more they come and the more they listen, the more they exchange, the more you hear how they talk. Just like they say, you need to listen to your child so that you see how their world is. You will not understand their world. You imagine their world is like your world. So listen to their world, then maybe that way you can be able to understand how to. But if they just sit quiet and listen, I mean, you'll never know how they think. Na mimi Temba, okay, Richard Wafula. Asante sana Richard Wafula. Isiwe issue, nimekutaja. Arapluochi Clefson, happy sawa. Hapo sawa, asante. Oh, Bob Werunga. Nimekujua. Okay. So I think kama kawa, tafadhali subscribe to Mutembei TV, and at least the growth is happening so well. We are almost hitting 300,000, just about 6,000 to go. Then we get Eric Otieno, nimekutaja, isiyo issue. Yeah, so subscribe, and also as you subscribe, also go to my channel, Themba and Lulu Show. Let me put it there. George, kama uja subscribe, tafadhali ingia pale, subscribe to and support my daughter and I, Themba and Lulu Show. Let's go on YouTube. Subscription is free. Kama uja subscribe kwa Themba and Lulu Show na ume subscribe kwa Mutembei, tafadhali enda huko, subscribe. That's just a journey between a father, an African dad, and his daughter growing up in America. So you can be able to support and see how we discuss. We drop at least 2 videos every week. So thank you so much for those who subscribe to us. Go there, go YouTube. Saizi tu, chukua dakika mbili, sekunda mbili, go to YouTube, subscribe to us. We're on our way to 1,000. We are at around 530 there. So if you can take us before the end of this month, mtufikishe 1,000, tafurahi sana. So kama uja subscribe, enda huko. That's the best way you can support my daughter and I. Thank you so much. If you hata kama uko Azimio ama uko UDA, yeah? Si lazima unipende, lakini support the young girl at least. to grow pamoja. Thank you so much. Now, I want to give you at least 1 minute each person to give closing remarks, and then we close. So, George, I give you 1 minute, and then Makiadi 1 minute for that.
Okay, so I think was to make a remark about the nominations, the primaries for UDA.
No,
And
it's not a
true,
new. It's
Richard,
not a new submission. It's just 1 minute closing remark. So it's just 1 minute, not a new debate.
I'm just concurring with Richie Makiadi that UDA is a PR party. They are just, if PR was to be rewarded or scored, UDA with PR 10 over 10, but substance they are 0, and that's what is cheating them. On 9th of August, they'll get a shocker. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi.
Remember, just to mention one thing about infrastructure, and I think this is important. The US became a great nation because of infrastructure. And the roads that were built in the US actually made trade very easy. Transport was like, shooting over the roof. And goods were able to move from one state to the other. And so it's a bit sad when Kenyans say ya kwamba hawakuli barabara. If you don't understand why roads are built in and maintained in a particular way, then you will not understand how countries developed over the years. So I believe Uhuru Kenyatta did his part, and the best thing that can happen now is a person who can pick from Uhuru Kenyatta and continue not only developing infrastructure, but also putting systems that will also, trickle down to Mwananchi, especially in the counties. And we hope that the Azimio government is well suited for this. So thank you for this opportunity, and I wish all Kenyans, everybody who is watching us from wherever, a good day, a good night, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Yeah, infrastructure. George, when you're building a house when you build a house at your 30s or 40s, you're not building for yourself. It is your kids that you're building that house for. So for you, you might not have any value for it as a sitakula in nyumba, but it is those people who are going to come who are going to enjoy it. So the barabara, some of the people who are claiming right now, they might not see it, but the people who are going to use it to trade are going to say this is the best thing, like Makiadi is saying, that ever happened to us. And I was surprised that someone like Black said that he doesn't, he thinks handshake only benefited Uhuru and Raila. Then it tells you how they probably haven't captured and reflected on the circumstances leading to the handshake. So several things might have happened that changed the interpretation of it, but over and above all, it was necessary that the handshake took place. Doesn't matter how you feel about it. But yeah, are we going to feel differently about it? Yes, we are. I mean, it's not the first time. Jesus died on the cross, but not everyone believed it. Yeah, so that's the nature of a human being. And of course, according to the biblical records, even when Moses went to come back with the 10 Commandments, when he came back, some people were still Not sure if he had come back with them and you see Moses being very emotional. He broke it. So, will there be people who will be having divergent views about serious historical occurrences? Yes. And even right now, there are several people who still think it has been argued that Martin Luther King was not a true civil rights, crusader, because of different associations. And that's part of the reason why they didn't agree so much with Karl Marx. Not Karl Marx, Malcolm X. Malcolm X felt that probably Martin Luther King was so much, embracing a lot of the powers that be at the time. So when Martin Luther King was progressing the thought of nonviolence, Malcolm X was saying, if I have to take a gun, I have to take it. So there were some views. So even in the civil rights movement, they were not totally on the same perspective. But has it contributed in the movement of where America has developed? Yes, in spite of whatever you think about it. And that is so to say also, in spite of whatever we think about the handshake, there's its relevance in the progress of the country. And we'll clearly have these divergent views. And that is what democracy is all about. I wish to thank you all, and also the panelists, those who have been left with, those who are here with us from the time it started up to now. We really appreciate you. And as always, we say your comments, your interactions, and your listening is very important. Much more, we say if you come here, you only need 4 things: a working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. If you come, we are ready to listen to you. We are here to treat you with respect, treat each other with civility, use the correct language, appreciate everyone's opinion, and usually say that no one has monopoly over knowledge. We just come here, all of us, readiness and the readiness to learn. And we have to keep talking, because as Kenyans, we have to talk. Because when we start talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. So we have to keep talking. And there are many people who have said that they learn from our interaction, and we really appreciate. And even you, if you feel there's something you want to share, just join in and come in and share it with us. Thank you so much. And kama kawaida, George, you are new here. When we are coming to the end, we finish with one thing that really we think is important for Kenyans. We believe that as Kenyans, there are many things that we have always talked about our differences, but we can talk about what unites us. And there are several symbols of national unity. One of them is the national anthem. So we would want you to recite for us in Kiswahili the national anthem. Kindly, the first stanza of the national anthem. You are not singing it, you are reciting it.
Can I have the, what do you call them? The teleprompter.
So you can't say the national anthem.
Do I sing or do I
Just say it, recite it, just say it. You don't sing it.
Sitting a bit tricky. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I promise.
Wow. Kikwete is asking, did we shelve the idea of reviewing some literature? No, we didn't. We said we are reading it, and then starting the month of May, we'll be going through the book, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. So kindly be reading it, because we'll be taking time to at least analyze it on the context of our political. We'll be putting in political figures. We'll be trying to understand different political leaders and what approaches we think has been used by them in the different books. You can be reading Niccolo Machiavelli, The Prince. You can read Plato, Republic. You can read Sun Tzu, The Art of War. You can read some of those books, but for now we are focused on I recommended Niccolo Machiavelli, The Prince. So just try going through it, and then we'll come to analyze it with reference to our leaders and leadership in the country, Kenya. And we'll want to hear your view, what you think, what are some of the characteristics, what are some of the lessons, what are some of the things you think can work, what can work with the prince, what cannot work with the prince in the current dispensation and leadership within the country, Kenya. So just, there's also the Kwetu Ventures also saying the dark triad. Yeah, we'll always have recommendations. So we are saying go through this month within the next few days. Just go through it, understand it. Then when we start in the month of May, we'll be looking at chapter by chapter and book by book, and we start understanding. And now you can put it into perspective. And also we look at classic writers, and also we'll start looking at also postmodern writers, theorists who have shaped our thinking on leadership, governance theory, and political theory. Thank you so much. Makiadi, you can help George.
Okay, it goes like this. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukai na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Although pole kwa your dogs ambazo umepata zimekufa. You know, it is so sad when you come and find dog, the man's best friend, amekufa. So pole sana David Olo for that.
Iko jamaa anaitwa George Onyulo ametoa hapa msemo mmoja hatari sana. Anasema kwa wale ambao wanasema ni Raila na Uhuru peke yake walifaidika na kusalimiana, peace is like faith. There's nothing you can do with it, but there is very little you can do without it. Love that.
Oh yeah, that's very, very, very deep, very deep. There's nothing you can do with it, but there's very little you can do without it. Oh, awesome, 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 awesome. That was my book, The Law of the Garbage Truck. Mato, and the motivational books here. Asante sana. We thank you so much, George and Makiadi kesho kama kawaida. God bless you. Kwaherini.